Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Trader TV Live. As you can tell, I'm not Brendan. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it into work today. Sharif is also not into work, so we went to the third best option, which is Fahad. I'm not going to be hosting the whole show. I'm just doing the intro for you guys to catch you up on what's going on. In the market, the futures are slightly higher after the market digested both the Fed rate hikes and comments from Janet Yellen regarding the banking sector. The Fed raised by the expected 25 basis points. However, it was comments from the chairman, Powell, about possible tighter credit conditions on households and businesses, which spooked markets to fall. Now, overall stocks are coming off declines in the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ, all around 1.6% respectively. Despite initial strength going into the rate hike, on tap today will be initial jobless claims data as well as new home sales, so make sure you keep a lookout on that. Individually this morning, shares of Coin are tumbling. It was in the pre-market summary and on our watch list. If you don't have it, make sure you sign up so you can get that. And following, they were tumbling Coin following a Wells notice from the SEC, which is focused on staking and asset listing. I don't know what half this stuff means, but I read the paragraph. I hope it was good information to you. It is Thursday, March 23rd. Ramadan is today for anyone who's celebrating, so happy Ramadan. Let's get it going on tradertv.live. Run the intro, buddy. Yeah, there's the futures, as you guys can see on screen. The S&P is at 0.48%, the Dow 0.13%, and the NASDAQ 0.9%. The Canadian stocks is 0.21%, Brazil almost 0.5%. Crude is down 0.5%, and Bitcoin up 1%, and Ethereum 1.22%. Let's introduce the boys here. Again, they're going to be trading probably the whole time. I'm not going to be hosting the show like that, so they're on for the next, 2.5 hours. And good luck to them. But guys, what are we doing in the market today? Go ahead, talk to them.
Shorting. Yo, what's up, man? Great job.
What an unbelievable job.
Bang right there. The only problem is now Brendan. I mean, what are we going to do when Brendan comes back? He doesn't have a job. But no, thanks for that, Fahad. That was great.
Oh, Fahad pivot.
Yeah, the Fahad pivot. Fahad wasn't going to come in until the market started to pivot, and that's apparently what's been happening right there. So thanks. Yeah, we say to Brendan, get well. You've heard his voice over the last couple of days, obviously here today. And I'm back on the T side of things as well here as my voice getting thrown for a loop a little bit. Right?
Uh-oh.
Thank you for that. And
I haven't even had a coffee this morning.
I still feel fine. Yeah, my coffee's still fully loaded, so we'll wait to see. There we got the water going on here. But yeah, I'm ready to go, man. I'm already short Coinbase right now at 66.40. Right there, we're short Coinbase. We just took it out. We just took a 20% out for 76s, so that's a nice 65-cent win right there already on Coinbase. So we'll wait to see how far that goes down. I've been talking, up a shitstorm about this company for a very, very long time. Now we're going to see what happens. The only problem is you also have squeeze potential. I was talking about that to Neil. It's like no matter how much bad news there are, in any name, you do have a lot of potential to go back to the upside. So there it is. It's a good thing we just took the profit on that play because right now we're back to flat as Coinbase on my mind. We have a lot to talk about. So we will miss Brendan, but there's a lot of topics here today. So we're excited, including the move yesterday sparked by Janet Yellen to the downside. And we're going to wait to see if the NASDAQ can recover a little bit here today. Only up now, 0.83. Salute.
What's crazy about what happened yesterday is, if you look back, we're kind of just almost in the same place we were. If you just kind of look where we're hanging out, 12.8, and that's been like a big sort of level on the NASDAQ, and we're just kind of teetering back and forth, been the same level, kind of teetering in the middle. Like what's interesting is at one point, after I was doing the watch list, I came back and was actually taking a closer look at Meta, and I was like, that's exactly where this was in the pre-market yesterday. It's almost like no change. So you saw what happened with those regional banks at the end of the day. Even they're bouncing. FRC is bouncing a little bit here. So it should be an interesting one. I am expecting you could see some fireworks. Do not forget that Coin is prone to squeezes. So I want to be short the name. But there's levels out here. If this thing gets above like 69, it could try to like fill in a bit of a gap here. And if it fills in the gap, there's a lot of opportunity to wait that one out and look for the next level up. Let's be real. So you got to be patient. I do find when you're trading a name that's squeezable like a Coinbase, but I do want to be short this name. If you're looking for sympathy plays out there, I'm not. Look, if something crazy happens like on an SI or something else, maybe I'd go there. But this is a Coinbase day today. You know, if a pop happens in SI, I'm still down with it, shorting into like 170 or something like that. But Coinbase is going to be volatile today, one way or another. You know, this is going to be the game in town. And man, those chips are strong, boy.
There's shout
chips are strong.
Shout out to Dan Emmons here.
Oh,
There
yeah.
is news about Square just came out.
Oh, baby.
Just now. They are having an issue as well. Thanks to Dan Emmons right here. And if anybody has news like this, Dan, that's great because we are a little short on the news front right now. But I did see that as well. Thanks to confirm that. There's a short report from Hindenburg Research here on Square claiming that they've outstated some of their accounts
it
as
was
well.
them.
So there it is, a nice move to the downside. It just happened just now at 8:28, just as we came on the air. So here goes Square, man. I own this stock, so that kind of sucks. Back down to the downside, but I've owned this. I was one of those guys. It's funny because you heard Luca or Sharif talk about a story about one of their guys bought Square at $35. That's actually where I bought Square as well, and it went all the way up to 300. We were able to get a little bit out, but not as much. There goes Square to the downside right now. Wow, I mean, it's like what I said about Coinbase here. When you look underneath the hood of some of these stocks, you wonder, I mean, right now, you're probably going to get down to the bottom here if any of this is anything true, down to $55 right now. Look for maybe a bouncy spot right here at 60 right now. But when you look underneath the hood, overstated genuine user counts, yeah, so, and understated customer acquisition costs. Okay, well, all kind of one and the same there. So I would just say watch out for Square here. It has just made a nice move down, was rocking a little bit there in the last couple days from 70 to 78, so it's a nice 10% move in about a week, but there it is, the move back down for SQ. And then there it is, man, Coinbase again. I'm staying short, guys. So you know, it's not a huge position here in the first part of the day, but we're going to be short Coinbase right now. And oh, someone asked about what tea we're having here today. It's lemon ginger. So lemon ginger tea here for the voice, but no honey. I said there was honey there.
There is honey there.
I should have thrown it in there at the end. So
you know what's wild?
What's that?
I can't make this up. I just pulled up my trade ideas because my chart wasn't working on my daily on block, and it was on Square. Like, I didn't even change this. It was. Oh, I see. You know, this is. No, but I don't even have it on my races. I think automatic. No, man, I think this is like some kind of weird hack. Actually, I think it probably picked up one of the races. I have it on another one of my charts up there where it was like it was picking up on an indicator and then automatically switched to it. It'll probably happen. But yeah, I'm not saying you're like, look, $50 is where it had a bottom before, but every time I see a short report from Hindenburg, I don't care who they are, usually, typically speaking, if it makes a decent bottom, and I'm going to maybe try to zoom in on this chart here. This is like 58 down there. So 58 would be a level, $50 is a level. I don't care. If you bounce off of one of those and hold it for the day, then usually a day or two after there's a relief rally. And that, you've seen it a million times. That's why everyone's like, oh, they're already short and they're just going to be covering on this. So I always look for a covering level that day and then maybe look for a relief rally long in the next day. So maybe we'll have that on Square. I have no idea. I just missed a reload on Coinbase as we're going over this, but I'm not going to try to pick the bottom on Square. I'd much more interested in it finding its low sometime after the open. And if it's 58, it's 58. But yeah, Coin.
58?
No, I'm talking Square.
Oh, Square.
Square 58. Coin goes to 58. I'd be a little bit shocked today. Oh, I got one reload at 40s, and I'm gonna try and get some more down here. There are levels out there on Coin. Like this has like the 50 period and the 200. I kind of felt like we're gonna get there next week or late. I think that's what I said in the afternoon. We'd probably get there in the next week or so. The Wells notice happens, and you could get there today. So 62 is 50 period, $60 is the 200 period moving average. You can see it's been bouncing off of those, but man, that was a short anyways. Now it's really a short.
Yeah, Square, Coinbase, all that seems to be in a decent amount of trouble here. Look, so what sparked yesterday's little rally to the downside here? I mean, we can look at the NASDAQ again. We were really moving. I mean, we can even just do even like a 5-minute chart or something here on the NASDAQ. So, you know, we were cruising. I mean, they liked the number. Everything seemed to come out pretty good here at 2 o'clock. There's the move down, a little bit of a bump up there as we get ready to rock and roll there on the 22nd. That's yesterday, of course. And then Janet Yellen right around, I don't know, it was about 3:30 or so. She's testifying, came out and took back what she said about the insurance for the deposits on banks. So that really started to run to the downside there, which collapsed everything because, again, we had some safety back in on Janet Yellen's comments there, raising FDIC insurance. We know SoFi did that. But in order to guarantee all deposits, apparently I was listening to Steve Leisman yesterday on Fast Money, and you need congressional approval for stuff like that. So Janet Yellen just can't say that's what they're doing.
Well, one of the things was she had said there was a hint that they would try to do it without congressional approval.
And she sort of
was like, no, we wouldn't do that without congressional approval. I don't know why people thought that she would make that move anyways. That was so unlikely. But that's why those regionals got punked. Although I'm not sure why they're so strong today. So I'm kind of backing off them.
I mean, that's what we're gonna have to do. What are the regionals even pretty strong today?
Well, okay, you know what? I'm just looking at FRC and that PAC W.
Look at that yet.
They both bounced today. I kind of I was expecting that FRC would be down again today, but it caught a major bid yesterday. It caught another one. Oh, look at that wick. It caught a major bid at 13. It's now still holding that 13. So there's a buyer. Someone likes this puppy at 13. That's what happened in yesterday's trade, and you're seeing it. It's actually trading to the upside. But yeah, I mean, the tech names, Sean, they're good today. They look really, really strong. You saw that was leading the way. Like Meta was strong, Google was strong. We'll talk a little bit about TikTok and that news. And then the chips were super strong. So we're going to be talking about those. And don't sleep on the Chinese ADRs, 10 cent with big beat. So that'll be a big one as well.
All right, back over to you, Brendan.
What?
Oh, yeah, that's right. No Brendan today. So shout out to Brendan at home. Hopefully feeling a lot better coming out soon. I think we can go bullish today.
We need a poll.
I don't know. I mean, the poll could just be, honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty violent day today. I don't know what you guys are thinking there in Twitterverse or in YouTubeverse here, but this is going to be a pretty violent day, I would think. I mean, the NASDAQ, like we just said, had a nice little rally here this morning, as I feel like there's been a lot of absorption of exactly what happened yesterday at 2 p.m. And, from everything that I've read, it was a pretty dovish sort of look on the market with only a 25-point rate hike. Jerome Powell said the right things, but then again, came in. He started talking about how there's potentially no more need for rate hikes, but then he also took off the table, it seemed like, any rate cut situation that came through. So I just think when you're looking back at, this is again the NASDAQ from yesterday, we can look at the ES and everything as well. But there's 2 p.m., right? So, we get that rate hike a little bit, and you move up about 100 NASDAQ points. You dance around a little bit. Jerome Powell comes out, and again, this is the extended move, right? He's sitting here talking. Everything's a jam. And then Yellen comes out, and boom, to the downside. And we just get this huge move down on banking worries, on credit worries, on people having a run. It's just a run on the bank. And by the way, right now, wow, we are printing right now on Coinbase. We're already $1.50. Well, if it prints 65s, which it just was, we're already $1.50 in the money right now on Coinbase as that continues to go down. And what did I say on the sticky note? Let's just take any sort of a break. And that's exactly what happened. We broke 66.50 right there on Coinbase, and I just took that break. Again, sat down here, waited for it to happen, saw this move coming down. There's Coinbase down to 65. My bid's not till 64. I mean, who wants to buy this name? I don't think anybody. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Coinbase. You want to look under the hood of a crypto exchange? Are you kidding me? The minute you start doing stuff like that, you are in a big time piece of trouble here right now. So we are already short Coinbase right here at 66.50 in the pre-market. Talked about it on our sticky note. And I don't think you get that Wells notice. And now we're talking about staking coins. We already know that there's a problem here, apparently anyways, with how staking is working right now. Are we getting paid on our stakes? Is there anything underlying there? Some of them are giving interest on that. We're going to see what happens now. We have Tether, we have USDC. There's a lot of different issues that I feel like And again, I don't know if there are issues or not, but the fact that you're now going to have a look under the hood into some of these exchanges, I'm almost certain that regulators are going to find something they don't like. And that, to me, spells a little bit of a disaster situation coming for Coinbase. And part of it is because you had such a move. You went from $55 to $85. I mean, that was a monster move in just under 2 weeks. So, like, when you're getting that and then you get this Wells notice coming back in here, this is not going to be a fun time for Coinbase shareholders. So, for me, I want to stay short the name. But as you know, Neil, we do have a huge potential for this name to squeeze back up to the upside. So I feel like we want to take profit. And I was waiting for 64. Maybe we'll put a bid now at 65. Like, why these things bounce off these levels, I don't know who's sitting in here and buying, but somebody is. Don't give up on the fact that this is option eligible, that, you know, you're getting to the end of the month again. And I don't know if traders are going to be defending some of these longs because of some of the positions they may be in. Maybe there was greed yesterday that people, you know, traders were unable to get out up here and now waiting for today. And then they slapped with this notice. It only is a negative. So for me, I'm looking shorter. My bid is at 64. Let's see if that gets filled. And then as the market opens up, you know, we'll see where Coinbase goes.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the offer. Like, every pop is shortable. I just want to, I got to point this one out because you guys already know this. I'm not really telling anybody anything they don't know. But the number 3 holding, Kathy's Arc, it's a great website, Coinbase, and they just added, and I think it was March 10th here, another 22 million. So the one thing that you have to consider, there's 2 ways to look at that. Is A, on the really, really bad days for coin or like Tesla or Zoom, a lot of times you find out that there was a backstop and that was Kathy Wood picking up a bunch. The other side of that coin would be, you know, what happens if she ever decides to sell, right? So like, I'm not going to sit here predicting what's going to happen over there. They manage their own thing and usually have a higher time frame. But if you all of a sudden see program buying, it's not automatic that it is short covering. We've seen it be something else as well. But usually that happens when it flushes into a big level. So if it gets into 60 and there's a bunch of buyers at like 60 or 62, which are big levels, I'm just going to have the assumption that it could be ARC picking up a bunch of shares there. You guys let me know. I think I'm pretty sure we still have Luis. Oh, we're just going to go to Fahad first. Sorry.
Okay. So I'm going to be introducing Luis Barbados to come to talk to them. I'm not going to interview him. But first things first, first segment of the day is sponsored by Surge Trader, where traders can get funded trading accounts up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off, or scan the QR code right there. Bring in Luis. Hello, sir. I am Fahad. I've never met you, but production guy. Brendan and Sharif are not here today, so no one can take over the desk. I'll be passing you to Neil and Sean.
Nice to meet you.
Guys have a good. Hello. How you doing? Go ahead.
Luis, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, man. I knew you were going to take the interview. I knew.
Well, of course we can. You know, it's been a while. Like, obviously, you get to talk to Brendan all the time, and, you know, we don't always get to interact. We used to a little bit more. And look, I know it's been a little bit of a shift, I want to say, sort of, you know, with the style of trading, the small caps, maybe not as many runners as before. You get a few bigger names that are making moves. We've had all this mess with FRC. Now you've got Coinbase. I feel like there's a million places to look today. So, you know, I understand you guys you like to narrow it down and have 2 or 3 names that'll be on your watch. So what are you watching today? Is there anything you want to stay away from altogether? Where's your head at?
Well, first of all, you were right. Was very active on January and February on the small caps. Very, very active and very interesting. March, we have been seeing a shift. Why? Because since the banking, this FRC, Wall, PACW, and all this became so active, the money is moving to this sector. So, yeah, maybe we don't have so many small caps as in February or beginning of March, but we have a hot sector, and that's very interesting for us. So we are trading very active FRC, Wall, PACW, SWAT Bank, all these regional or small banks are very active with news related, but very good volume, volatility, and tape reading, very, very nice to trade. So this is our main watch for the last couple of weeks. And always we are adding a couple of small caps that are active. And today, Coin, of course, and Square.
Yeah, so speaking about Square actually specifically, because you get these short seller reports, it's already down 20%, right? Now I'm always thinking you want to join momentum, you want to go with the grain, but there is typically the case, and this is you just see it time and time again, where eventually like a bid does tend to come in because there's a lot of short covering in the days leading up to it. Now we're down 20% already and still actually falling quite. Like you're now at 58. What would be your particular approach on Square? Because I'm hesitant to want to be shorting it this low until we actually see some liquidity at the open.
Yeah, it's not a ticker that we would like a lot to trade. Too volatile, and it is so strong movement right now, well, some weak movement down, tanking, and you don't have really a support to trade until market opens and settle down a little bit. And of course, you will have to measure risk reward. What's your risk here? What's your reward? And it's a very difficult stock to trade, very active. And remember, here, at least in my trading floor, we are scalpers. We look for short movement in terms of time in the trade, and we like to trade kind of big, but for short movement. So maybe it's not the best ticker for our style, our strategy trading.
So one that might be, you mentioned FRC, we've mentioned PACW. Those were, obviously fantastic opportunities the last couple of days. They rolled over pretty nicely right at the end of the day. If you were just, like the trend was pretty clear. They were already downward trending in the regionals, and then after yelling comments, they were down some more. Bit of a tighter range today. I know PACW itself bounced off $10, FRC bounced off 13. Are there any thoughts, just because of those lows that got made, are there any thoughts of even or looking at some longs? I know Wall has been a stronger one, but on those two which have been so weak, they're both up today. Are there any thoughts of looking at long trades there?
Yeah, actually, Wall is the stronger one. We're looking for $36, $38 to break. If it breaks there, it might go higher probably, and it might push the other ones. What is very interesting for us here is that if you look at the three of them, FRC probably is the more likely to have news, so it's a little bit more risky and more probability of getting halted. But looking the three of them and the index, we're looking DPST on the Amex, the exchange, the traded fund, the ETF of these regional banks. Looking the three of them, you see a lot of sympathy and a lot of correlation. So you can take position, small position in one of them until the other one jams, go bigger in the other one. I think it gives you an edge to have the three of them moving kind of correlated, but some is moving a little bit later. It gives you an edge in terms of risk management and risk reward.
Yeah, that's a great tip there. Like it's always good to narrow things down, and especially if you know that you have the group, just make sure you're watching the entire group. I think that's fantastic, good advice. And you mentioned those key levels on WAL. This just can we get the chart up for a quick second here, because I just wanted to make sure I actually had a lower time frame chart when you were mentioning I think 36 and 38, and you can see this has been channeling obviously a lot stronger than the other two and recovering. So, the 36, the afternoon high there, and were it to breach 38, you get a little bit of runway to the upside. I want to make sure everyone saw what you were talking about there, Luis. Always great to have.
The three of them are ranging PACW between 10 and 12, and maybe FRC, because of the news related, is a little bit more tricky to some news coming out and you get stuck in a position. But also it's ranging in some levels as well.
Absolutely. Always fantastic to have you, Luis. I'm glad we actually got to do this, despite Brendan being off. And any final kind of notes? If there's something maybe you were looking at we can get a chance to talk about?
Absolutely. On the small caps, we're checking ET&V today for a $15.50, $17 breakout. Yesterday was very active, and it's consolidating very strong on this $15, $14, $50. It's a stock to watch. If it breaks high of yesterday, it has a lot of room to go. HUBC, it was up a few days ago, consolidating, and after 3 days running down, we might see a first kind of green and active day as well, but it has to break $228, $230. If it breaks there, we might see $3, $4 in the next day, so it's going to be active as well. And GAME, we're looking for on the short sides the break of $23.
There you go. So HUBC definitely one. That was a big mover the other day. And you always want to leave those in your back pocket. I find, like, just because it's made a major move and retraced it, if they find a consolidation and can go, they can be fantastic. Thanks as always, Luis. Best of luck trading today. It looks like it's going to be an exciting one, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much, Neil. Have a nice day too.
All right.
Yeah, Luis, thank you so much for that one. As we just watch out for Coinbase there, man. We just take another
Oh my goodness.
fill on Coinbase. We're already hitting goals right now on the day. I mean, this was, when you come in, when I saw that note yesterday about Coinbase, you guys already know my opinion of this company and where it's going, and not even just the company. Well, first of all, I hate the company for what they did to shareholders, but just for crypto exchanges and things like that, there it goes, right through 64. Like this is a monster trade right now as it is, man. We may be top just holding this thing. Like, we might just want to hold this all day. Like, we'll wait to see where Coinbase goes, but there it is again, man. We take $1 right there. First it was 70 cents, and then now we take 64.30. I just didn't want to wait for 64 flat, but there it is, man. Extension to the downside for Coinbase as this name is done. I don't know. I don't even have an idea on where we're going to stop here for Coinbase, honestly. Traders are going to dump this thing faster than I think anything else, man. Today, if there's going to be one short, maybe this or Square. We've talked about that. But Square is on a report. Coinbase is actually factual. So let's wait to see. Hindenburg's gotten... I mean, Hindenburg, I thought that they were... Or it wasn't Hindenburg. It was the other one. That was
Citron.
Citron was no longer going to do short reports. But there it is right now. Coinbase straight to the downside. And yeah, we are banking on this. I want to thank Luis again from the Barcelona office here at Day Trade the World for coming out and supporting the show here today. But yeah, Square continues to take, man. There was that level when Dan Emmons and everybody, we just brought this to you at 8:30, and it was right there at 63, 64. You're down again, down to 58.50, down 20%. What a nasty move for Square today. But man, I'm over the moon right now with this Coinbase trade. Let's see if we can hold the short. And I still, man, even Ackman right now calling out Yellen again, like Neil and I were just talking about here, how she's walking back on the Fed deposits and all that stuff, and on the bank support for small banks. So yeah, but now we're down 20% here as Coinbase down to the downside. FRC as well, up today, was up 8%, now up 5%. But FRC, if we're talking about the regional banks, that's getting a little bit of a bump right here, right now. And then there was, I'm trying to find yesterday's move, but my zooming in was not working out too great there. But as we talked about this yesterday, here is everything's fine until Yellen comes out and says, nah, we probably won't be backing as much as we thought. And there's the move down for FRC. And then here we go today. Now you're starting to bounce a little bit on First Republic, but we are already up to 15, and now you're down to 14. I feel like the shorts want to be printing here at some point today. So let's wait for FRC. Let's wait for some downside movement here on the banks, man. I mean, even JP Morgan, I wrote down on the sticky note that we had some looks at 131 here today, if it does rally. Now, I don't think we get anywhere near 131, but again, that's where we were before this talk happened. So there it is, 130.50. I mean, if you're going to be real cautious, maybe a 130 somewhere in there for a move. So let's watch out for JP Morgan and some of the banks. I am still very, I mean, that was a good out, looks like, maybe, there on Coinbase, man. We just took an out right there. So far, so good on a couple of these positions for Coinbase.
Yeah, it's just getting ugly and ugly. I will point out that Square, though, it's actually trying to catch a little bit of a bid, and you can take these levels with like a grain of salt. But there was a good support at 58 before, going all the way back into late last year. And it's at least attempting to make a little bit of a bounce. You're seeing it like kind of get back above this 58 level. I would not be terribly surprised if there was a relief rally at some point in Square, whether that's today, whether that's tomorrow. I'm going to be on the lookout for it. I don't want to be shorting block down here. It doesn't feel right. Let's see what happens at the open. You got 30 minutes to go. Like, coin is a different story. Like, there's a very big difference between, block, which had been already channeling down, right? Like, this was in a downward channel and breaks that channel to the downside, but it was already going down. Like, it wasn't as crazy. Coinbase was in the midst of a rally. It was actually bullish in the chart, bouncing twice off 50, breaking both moving averages, getting up to resistance. Like, it was looking like it was on the chart poised to break out. There's longs in this one. off of this last movement. Like that's trapped a bunch of longs in here. I think a different story, a teensy bit for Square. May be a little bit hesitant to short these bottoms on Square. I understand it is continuing to fall, and you can take these short reports with a grain of salt. I always find. As far as FRC goes, I know my chart's kind of messed up on that one, but I was looking over at that. Oh, sorry. We're gonna go over to the desk in a quick second. But as far as FRC goes, if it does get down to that 13 level, I would explore an idea at a bit of a bid down there, just trying to take like a little bit of a scalp long. Obviously, that's where the move arrested yesterday. Were it to get back up to 15, that's a decent level. 17 is an obvious one for me. I think 17 is still a short if FRC manages to pop that far.
All right, y'all. Look, so we're going to do quick downgrades and upgrades and then go straight to our room for the futures. I found these online. We got Chewy Inc. With a downgrade today. I don't know by who. I don't know who downgraded them, but be on the lookout. They're negative right now. Also, Coinbase as well. We're obviously talking about it a lot. There's going to be more talking about it when the rundown starts. For upgrades, we got Ross Stores Inc. I've heard of Ross Stores. That's why I picked them. And Marathon Oil. I've seen Sean trade this one before, so maybe it's important. They're up on the day as well, 0.33% as it just you just seen it update. So let's get straight to Arun now with the futures. And what are we looking at, Mr. Arun?
Well, I mean, you got a ton of action, right? It was fairly quiet in the morning, and then here we go at 2 p.m. taking a run right through the upside, and then complete reversal to the downside right into the end of the day. So we were really going, so you know when we're going right until 4 o'clock that there's programs involved that are willing to take this market all the way down pretty much until the close, until we hit that 70, even below 70, we were selling off. So here we are kind of bouncing back a little bit. This is kind of like a weak bounce. So the way I'm looking at this is that I gave you guys this 39.65 level. That's still in play. There could still be a potential long here. It all depends on how we play now south of 80 for me. So for it, it held up well yesterday. Let's see. If we do get underneath 80 and catch a bid and actually set up, there could be a long there to be played there. I think the bigger trade and probably the easier trade is going to be a bounce and fail north of 4,000 towards that 40.30. So there's a couple levels that are stacked close together. For me, 40.30 and 40.50 are there. Depends on how we set up north of 4,000. If it's a little strong, I'll just pull the 30 off and use the 50. If it's, pops up, fails, catches enough action, and does come back in, then I think 40.30 can stay as the level. So we got 40.30 as the closest one up top, 40.50 above it, and then 40.75 is just sitting above the day high of 40.73 and change. And to the downside, that 40.65 still in play. So we're going to see if we can't actually, two trades here. One, south of 39.80. 39.60, I meant 39.65. I think I was referring to the 40.65 the entire time, but it's 39.65 as a support point. If we do get back underneath 39.80 and catch a bid and set up, there could be the long. Flip side of that is we break that 39.65. At that point, I'm thinking extension. If this is going to be the big move down and then we just drift up and then continue down, you got to automatically think, is this an extension? So if we do break down through that 39.65 and it's solid, meaning it sets up well, it actually holds up and doesn't just pop right back, then next target would be 39.15. And that's the last one I've got. So I'll be here all day, so I can update these levels if you do have new ones. But for now, that 65 is going to be critical to determine whether we can actually have a long off of this or whether we're going to extend that short and continue another 40, 50 points to the downside. But it should be an exciting one with all this stuff happening in the market. It should be an exciting one there, Fahad.
Thank you, Arun. I appreciate that. Yeah, we were talking about some levels earlier in the show, and I told him a few pointers and tips that he can trade today. So all good. Sounds good. If you haven't already, make sure, guys, please scan that QR code. Join the watch list. As you see, I did there, and I became a much better trader because of that, because I can tell what stocks you should be trading for the day. It's free every single day. Comes straight to your email. Let's get straight into the rundown topics. Obviously, I'm not going to be talking about the headlines and whatnot, but you guys see the pointers over there. We're going to start with Coinbase, and they're down on the day, even though Bitcoin and Ethereum is up. So, oh, right, Trade Ideas. That's why I'm here. The rundown is sponsored by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off. Go ahead and do it. It's a great software. And boys, what are we doing with Coinbase today?
We're raising
looking for the
trophies.
short.
We're
Looking
raising
for the short.
trophies. Yeah, man. We're already short. We got one trade on right now. It's a short. It's a big one, man. We're already, just to let you guys know, man, we already hit our goal for the day on this. But like we talked about with Arun last week, man, you extend your goals when they're hit this early. It's only 9 o'clock, and I don't know if it's going to continue to the downside or not, man. But as soon as we saw a significant level of any kind break, I mean, we were waiting to get short 67, 68, all that. That didn't happen. We just pumped this down. If you guys are part of Sticky Note Nation, I mean, you know, there are some times that we'll be into trades early. We talked about this. It's the #1 name here on the Sticky Note today. About to look under the hood? Nah, no thanks. You don't want that. There it is right now. It's a downside move. We gave this trade to you. I put this out before I was even in. So again, that's 8:30. The Sticky Note came out, and that trade just came in there as we go down and break through 66.50. It's a beautiful downside move here. Whether or not you reload, I know Neil reloaded it as well, which was great up there at that same price I have, but you're going to the downside right now and in a hurry. And the market's not even open, and we don't even know the imbalances or anything like that. I mean, honestly, guys, if you're going to look at Coinbase, you know, on a 20-minute chart, we've really blasted off Coinbase right now over the last couple of days. Of course, Bitcoin was going, and I think the rates, and I think the move in the NASDAQ and the dovish talk there yesterday from Fed Powell would have helped Bitcoin, and it was, right? And then we talked about what happened. We're going to talk about the banks in a minute there, but here we go, man. I mean, is this a level? $60? I mean, once you get to 60, what's up, Greg? Once you get to 60, what happens after that, right? And then you get down to 58 again. So that's that 58 level that I was talking about for Coinbase earlier. That could be a level that we stop at eventually. I think we'll take another piece out at 60 if we're lucky enough to get that. And wow, what a great day this has turned out to be for anybody short Coinbase. And I just feel like there's going to be a lot of traders caught. You know, they got bullish on this name, figured that Bitcoin was going to rip up, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom goes the dynamite, and now you're a downside move here for Coinbase. And I honestly do not think we are going to stop on this move to the downside. There is obviously a short indication here for Coinbase, so let's just have a quick look at what it is. Isn't it 20 or something like that? Yeah, so there it is right there. Not bad memory sometimes. 21% right there on the short float for Coinbase. So we're going to wait to see. Yeah, funny job, Coinbase. Yesterday, look at this. Yesterday at 4 p.m., $83.99. On sale today for the still expensive price of $63.20 is Coinbase. I'll see you at $20, Coinbase. I don't know if that happens today. I don't know when that's going to happen, but this name ain't going back to $84 anytime soon. So I would say be very, very cautious with all of your trading here on Coinbase today. But hey, man, my bid's at 60. Let's see if it gets there.
Yeah, and look, if you're sort of just tuning in now, guys, they're not the first company to receive a Wells notice, or the SEC is not the first time that they're looking into staking. This is something that's been coming down the pipe for a while. Quite frankly, they've been going down the line, and it's obviously not good for the entire industry. And just a couple of things. We talked about longs being trapped because of how bullish it was. It had nothing to do with this. You couldn't have known the story, but this was just a God mode opportunity shorting in those 80 levels. I don't think there's any chance that we're going to see anything like that. If it squeezes today, I would have thought that would have been like the 70 to 73 range. At this point, a squeeze could actually not even take out the pre-market high. So even if it were to make a big bounce to the upside, I do feel like a lot of this 65 to 67 could be still an entry point in there for some shorts. If we get to this 50 period in the 200, I think that's where, if there's buyers today, I think that's where they try to pick it up. If we get to 60, we'll cross average when we get there. The 200 period, so the 50 period's at that 62, and we'll just see where it goes from here. As far as sympathy plays goes, I don't really see anything too crazy. I didn't see anything moving that was moving like this, with the exception of obviously Block, and that's got its own deal here today. Often follows crypto, but Block's got its own deal today.
All right. Oh, go. Yep.
All right, so let's move on to GME, guys, GameStop. I found this headline where it says it fueled the brief meme stock of AMC, which is interesting. I mean, we know that AMC and BBY always move up when, or they're all three are really combined together. One moves up, the other one move up, because they're all meme stocks. So is there an opportunity here for AMC and BBY alongside with GME today here?
You know, oddly enough, the one I might be watching is Carvana. Carvana made a couple of moves yesterday and was actually up pre-market today. The reason I would be looking at GameStop today is this flat bottom break potential at 23. Sorry, you can tell we're looking at Coinbase and Square when the first number that comes into my mind is something in the 60s. But yeah, $23. It was a bottom in the aftermarket after earnings. It was the bottom in the morning. It's the bottom right now. So if 23 goes on GameStop, I got to check to see because you probably have to pay for locates on this. You know, I think that's sort of an obvious level to take a shot shorting it. Just understand you're shorting a bottom. If it tries to squeeze on you, have yourself an out. 23.40, 23.50 makes some sense, but the gap is gigantic. Surprise profit, but it was an adjusted profit. And the revenue was crap. So it's not like they're out of the waters from a fundamental standpoint. You've got a support level. I think that's the one to take advantage of. I know Carvana was up. I'm actually double checking because I haven't looked at this in about a half an hour to see where it's trading now. Yeah, not really. You know, it was looking like maybe Carvana could have taken like a 9 break or something like that, but it's already starting to draw back in there. Might not be too much activity in this one. It was up at least decently earlier on when I sat down.
Yeah, I mean, I know we talked a little bit about Bed Bath & Beyond. The volume's actually pretty good down here at 80 cents and 5 million shares today so far. There's that bottom of 80 cents. So, I mean, you know, obviously if you're going to go from 85 to 80, it's still, you know, 5% or more to the downside on that kind of a move. But, you know, I think that you could possibly absorb some of that if you wanted to trade a little back and forth here with, you know, I don't know. It's a sub-dollar name. Whether or not you have to pay for shorts or not, I mean, it's probably worth it at this point just to try to go short. That top there is 90 cents. You do want to make sure that you are, you know, awaiting for any kind of a pop above that $1. I think if you're going to go short, you definitely want to be short, not short if it breaks $1, because there's always a temporary squeeze through that number. So right now, the short float is now 127% according to Trade Ideas. So I would say last time we saw that, it sparked something. So we'll wait to see what happens. I don't know if it's going to happen again for Bed Bath & Beyond or for, you guys know what we're talking about, AMC and GME and whatnot. Let me just check out what the GME float is right now on the short. So 22 and the AMC float, 24, and the CVNA float, 52, 53 right now. What's another one? SI was 70 before. Yeah, now it's 77, so that's in the same spot there as well. So I think we just ran through pretty much all the names that we were talked about. I mean, Wish is so done right now. Yeah, 9.9%. That has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, I would say, man, that is interesting. I mean, I'm sure it's been over 100 for a few days now. I mean, look at what the daily chart looks like for Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, we talked about it. It's funny because we actually had this short, but we have to be covered at the end of every day, so as it goes. But right now there, it's bounced off a couple times at $1, and Bed Bath & Beyond at 127%. Yeah, man, that is... that's a little concerning. Let's just be excited about it and wait to see what happens if it gets above $1. We don't have Jeff Mendel today. I don't know if he's coming next week or if it's tomorrow. I can't remember. Because it was Fridays for a bit, then it was Tuesdays.
I thought, yeah.
So anyways, we'll find out.
Tuesday, but it didn't happen.
It doesn't look like Bed Bath & Beyond going to the pink sheets anytime soon. But hey, below $1, you can't stay below $1 for I think it's 60 days or something like that, or 90 days.
Oh, wait a minute.
Then you get a notice from the NASDAQ. But it's only been 5 days. So
no, I think somebody, it might have been Bed Bath & Beyond. Somebody's up, and it's like April 2nd or April 4th. And I'm trying to remember.
It can't be them because they just got there.
It might not be.
Maybe
somebody.
It's Wish. It could be Mullen. It could be Party. No, Party City's
It's
already
one of the
over.
ones we look at. I'll look it up today. It's one of the ones we look at. I don't think it's them, but it's one of the ones we look at, and it's coming up in the early next month.
And there was SIVB Bank. Silicon Valley does have something coming this week, I thought. It was actually, I think it's next week, March 28th. For some reason, there's something in my mind about SIVB as well for the pink sheets. Yeah, Mullen's been below $1. That's
it probably
I know
is
it's Party
Mullen.
City and stuff like that.
Probably Mullen.
So the reason why they reverse split all the time is to get back above $1. But I mean, tell me if I'm wrong or not. I'm pretty sure Mullen's already reverse split a couple times, and I'm not sure you can keep doing it over and over and over again. I don't know what the corporate structure allowance is for something like that, but yeah, man. I mean, the problem is when you go over to the pink sheets, RTCY, I'm gonna think is pink sheet. Nah, it would have came up already if that was the symbol. But Party City went over to pink sheets and basically died. So I'll find out what that symbol is for you. But yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond right now. Are we going? My earpiece. Oh, look, it just went BBBYQ. That's not a symbol. No.
Not yet, it's not.
Is it getting ready? Why did that just happen? That was funny. But yeah, okay, so there it is. So thanks, Brad. I didn't know if you knew my earpiece was working or not. But there we go. Coinbase right now just broke 63. So we are $4 right now in the money. So we'll just hit the sirens for that one as well, man. My bid is at 60 flat. We'll see if we can get that. All right, downside move happening in Coinbase. An upside move happening on the desk today because it's the man, the myth, the legend. It's the Palestinian powerhouse. It's Fahad.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to chips and NVIDIA. I found this headline right here. I'm hoping it's the most important one, but their shares up 1.8% at the 269 pre-market after Needham raises points to $300. I'm guessing Needham is someone that upgraded them and said they're going to touch 300. I'm just putting common sense together. This is how you trade, right? So, boys, what we got with NVIDIA today?
Common sense would tell you that NVIDIA will be getting lots of upgrades, and obviously it's been getting a few on this monster move. It's quite the rally. Like you go from $100, you're actually testing that 270. You're breaking that 270, testing 270. You're breaking that 270 once again today. Like everything else, there was that sell-off in the afternoon. This was absolutely churning. It was a clean breakout, that 65. That was a great long yesterday. It got into that 270. I kind of stopped believing in the long at the 270, got out of it. Usually get flat anyways into the Fed announcement. Everything turned around, probably missed some shorting opportunities, but the bank seemed like the better play to go with. I just think you look at, you don't ever want to throw away what happened after a Fed announcement. But if you kind of close your eyes and say, what was going on before all of that? Okay, well, you were consolidating off a 268 level that was really good on NVIDIA and then pressing higher off of that. So if you kind of ignore what happened after 2 o'clock or after 2:30 realistically in the last into power hour, I think 268 still kind of remains a reasonable zone to look at for any kind of a dip buy. And this is just kind of par for the course with NVIDIA. Like if you look, with the exception of yesterday only going straight up, there generally has been a dip. The last few sessions, you can see that, and it's found some support. So it has not been smooth sailing off of these levels. I might expect to see some bit of a test down into that 68, and if we get it, that's the level I'll be watching. Your other one is going to be AMD. Pretty strong move for AMD. Well, there's others out there. I'll probably talk some Intel in a second. But Advanced Micro Devices, 100 is a bit of a level. Although I thought at 99 traded a little bit more importantly the last couple of days. 99 previous top. Once again, if you throw out what happened in the late afternoon, you're left with the 99 support level on AMD. So that's where I'd be looking. Now the 268 and the 99. There were support before all that nonsense in the last hour and a half. I think it's the same thing here. Look, if AMD gets to 102 and reverses, I suppose that would be a good resistance level as well. You got to be looking out for those. And then the last one, I always sort of the obligatory comment on Intel. You saw just up a couple of points on both those names. Intel's up too, and they're up 1%. The trend clearly a little bit different with Intel. And if we get to 29, I like a 29 short. Didn't hold on to it in the afternoon. So there was a couple. I didn't believe in the short probably enough, and yesterday 29 was a level. I'll go right back to that. 29 to 29 quarter is a short zone for me on Intel. It's until it proves otherwise. Everything's generally speaking a fade, and once it makes these big moves up, $30 is a monster level for Intel as well if it happens to somehow get there.
Oh man, so I'm up more right now on this Coinbase trade than was up yesterday. Period. So I mean. This is now, oh man, part of me just wants to get this out because we're now 450 in the money on a good sized position here, but it's just continuing the pressure to the downside right now on this Coinbase. This is absolutely cracking right now. So I don't know, man. I mean, I have enough bullets to get out, but let's just wait to see what happens. I mean, maybe I'm gonna go. I mean, I'm near $60. Maybe I'll just switch it over to 60.20 right now. But this Coinbase trade is really printing, and I don't know, man. I know. What's up, Shakib? What's up to everybody there? Will be fabulous if coin goes to high 50s. Yeah, I mean, I called 58 and before, and also 58 there on Square. Both happened. Let's see what happens. We'll go to support. Yeah, I mean, wow. Wow, Shakib. Wow, everybody right now. Now we are officially on one. There goes Coinbase. Give me that nut right now to the downside for Coinbase, as it is going downside right now. Yeah, you know, Squirrel needs to get his nut, right? That's what we're talking about. So it's a nice move to the downside right now as we go.
Y'all are terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
You know exactly what the saying is.
You
know what the saying is.
I mean, we're having a good time right now. We're sitting here ready to go there. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of squirrels running around right now getting those. So here we go. You know what? We might have to go to 60.50 right there. It just bounced. I was going to switch my position to 60.50 anyways, but let's just see if it goes back down to the downside right now. There it is. I mean, look, you know, I can't be here because of my looks. I have to be here for at least my trading and the commentary, right? So there it is right down, 60.50, man. We in this, and we're looking pretty good. So, all right, let's wait to see if we get that fill. I hope that wasn't some sort of a blowout bottom there, because that really got going there. Shout out to Easy E. All right, so AMD right now, you know, I wrote down long a hundy, but, you know, we've dipped off there a little bit. It's just the fact that we're up over $100 right now. I still think that we want to play some dip buy areas, whether or not it be 98, 99, something like that in there for that. That should be something to talk about. So let's just wait to see if we can resist that 99 spot right there. That could be a spot to go long. I'm not bidding anything down until 98. I'm uncertain of what the NASDAQ wants to do, but now it's 920, guys. So we are getting very, very close here to the open, and the NASDAQ's looking pretty strong. So I feel like I have to switch my bid. Put something now near 99 here for AMD, and just hope we don't get a huge move down, you know, off the open. So I'm going to be bidding 99 change right there. Wow. So now Coinbase retracing up $1 right there. Like I said, we had enough bullets left that we could have taken a piece out there. It's just I was bidding 60-20s, and it stopped at 40 there. So let's put an order back here at 60.50 in case we do get a flush early on this name. Let's just double check real quick here on the imbalance locator. All buys today. The last time we saw that, it was an absolutely, except for CRM. I don't know what's going on with there. I'll have to phone my friend Benny off there, figure out what's going on. But right now, they're all buys on here, looking real good. And the last time we saw that, market was up 2, 3, 4%. So let's see what happens. I know there's a big difference between 2, 3, and 4%, but I feel like you're already up 1 with a lot of opportunity to go there. That Coinbase definitely felt like a flush right there. That was the biggest move that happened. It just dropped from 63 to 60.50 there. That's too bad. It's too bad I didn't switch my bid, because that out would have been classic. So let's go back over. I'm going to switch it to 60.50 now, and hopefully we get that fill. If not, man, I guess we got to reshort it when it pops.
All right, let's move on to big tech, the big caps. You guys know what's been happening with TikTok and the effects that it's had, but I also found this headline. I don't think it's a big deal, but if you're a Shopify trader, you might want to look at this. It might have a bump up. I didn't even check the chart. They partnered up with Google, obviously, to bring Google's cloud search discovery tooling to enterprise brands using commerce components by CO. So maybe that'll help Shopify, but big caps, we got Meta, Google, Microsoft. What are we doing with these guys? Remember the TikTok news. Yeah,
look, you keep your ear to the ground, man. I don't think, look, the TikTok CEO is going to be in front of Capitol Hill. Just, you can keep your ear to the ground, but nothing actually is going to likely come directly in forms of legislation. But I suppose if something really weird gets said, like maybe you could have some moves. So obviously you want to keep your ear to the ground. Meta was super strong yesterday. I know 200's an obvious level. You got to be able to respect that. It did make a decent breakout through 204 happened in the afternoon before all that nonsense. And well, I shouldn't say nonsense. That's the wrong word for it. I mean, that's legit. The yelling comments, obviously, in the Fed. But that 204 was a pretty solid breakout level. I don't want breakouts today. Not beneath 4,000 on the ES. Not more this close to the 12.8. So I am going to be looking for dip buys in Meta. I think you can have a look at Snapchat. But the other one I want to watch, I mean, obviously you saw Google Alphabet make some power moves as well. This at 105 was acceleration. So 105, big level on the higher time frames, especially the daily chart as well. This gets through that 105. I think it has a lot of room to run. It's a little bit, just shy of it right now. If it starts carrying through, and I mean like holding the bid above, I don't want to take a breakout. I want to see how it trades above that level. I think that's what you had to do yesterday's trade. Those are the two I want to watch. Not really looking at Microsoft as much, or even an Apple either. I trailed out of coin. Once it bounced off 60, that was the zone I was looking at. Again, like, we'll see what happens, but that was the zone I was looking at. I threw a trailing stop in. The second I saw it bounce off that 60, it ends up triggering. If it makes a squeeze at the open, I want to short the top of that squeeze, but I don't want to just stand out in front of it. I have orders if it somehow gets back up to 65, but if it turns at like 63 or 64, going to be a little more discretionary at those prices.
All right, Shopify, Google Cloud announced a new integration with retailers with Shopify. So let's go over and have a quick look here at Shopify as we go for that one. What price did you get? 60 on Coinbase?
61.60.
Oh, 61.60. Okay, yeah, not bad. We'll see. Like Neil said, though, there could be some good reload opportunities on that one right now. Now Coinbase back down to 61 flat. I'm still going to wait for that level right there. So if it comes in on, I feel like it's going to happen one of two ways off the open. You're either going to squeeze higher and not good, or we do exactly what what I think could happen is a move down. And okay, here we go. The imbalances just came out right now for the NASDAQ. So again, remember we were talking about all buys. Let's see if that switched at all, because they were all New York, right? Now we get NASDAQ, Mullen a buy now as well. Buy. I don't really see, there's Bed Bath & Beyond, but that's small. I don't see any big NASDAQ names on here or anything. I don't see anything. So we'll have to wait to see what comes through right now for Coinbase and everything like that. What else do you want to talk about? Technology. Yeah, all right, we're probably done the rundown unless we really want to go over. I don't think we'll talk too much about Billy or anything. Right now, I thought Coinbase would be on there as an extension. Let's talk about Google right now quickly before this market gets open. Google coming back in. I wrote this level down as well, down to 102. Let's just, all these names close lower. I'm still not convinced that this day needs to be a rally, but it looks like it wants to be. NASDAQ proved itself yesterday. I really like a break long on 106, which is right here. I know the high is 106.50, but we got to get back up there. There's that bottom of 105. Let's just wait to see what happens right now with Coinbase, with Google, with Microsoft, with Meta that was upgraded as well here today. So we have Coin, AMD, Google, and JP Morgan all on watch right now. So I'm going to watch out for AMD as my early trade that I think we can get some love on back down here to 99. We'll wait to see if that can fill out. But for right now, that's what's going on. And Square is going on as well, as that bounced off 50. There's that 58 level, man, for Square that we talked about. So that would have been a good pickup as well. Let's see if we can get Square back in and around to $58. So far, so good. Yeah, my throat's getting a little bit better. We've hydrated up here a little bit with Hydration Nation. So let's wait to see what happens with Coinbase. Right back to that 61.60 level right now. And looks like it may want to get for a little bit of a run here off the open.
And there was that flat bottom breakdown on GameStop. Look, Sharif may not be here, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop stealing his line, because quite frankly, it's just too much fun to do. So flat bottom break 23, it just touched 22.60, or actually 50s. Was able to scalp some out there, 22s and then 20s. For lack of a better move. And look, obviously, GameStop had the earnings, surprise profit. $20 just happens to be the 50-period moving average as well. So if it does flush, I would like to play that. I just think the revenue wasn't all that great. I do want to, Tencent had good earnings, dragging the entire group, and I'm talking by group, I mean the Chinese ADRs, they're all up. But Alibaba is gapping above that 85, which, that was just that level for a breakout. Ooh, nasty wick on the chart. So 85 was that level yesterday, and obviously you're going to gap above, breaking that out. If it does dip, I think 85 is kind of that zone that you like. But if it's going to be on one, that chart's useless. So if it's going to be on one today, I like these Chinese ADRs when they go. If it starts carrying above 88, I would look to play the break there. But I'd much rather the dip buy if we can catch it on BABA, which does seem to be going here. Someone just said Elite Trader said Apple flush.
No, I don't think so. Google's ripping right now. No, Apple did just flush a little bit. Yeah, Apple's down a little bit here. So we'll find out if there's some news about Apple, but I don't really see anything. But Apple did just flush down there, AAPL right now. Yeah, nice move to the downside, 159. This name, let's avoid Apple right now. Well, Apple's fine, but it's only up 0.65 against a market that's 1.1, so maybe we get some strength v weakness here in Apple today. Let's check out Microsoft. Microsoft really flushed off 280 yesterday, so that could be a level there to punch long today. Microsoft got that. I mean, this is where, you know, we wound up losing on this name yesterday because we had this 280 break when I thought stocks were going nuts. And then, of course, Yellen, yap, and brings us all the way to the downside. So we'll wait to see what happens right here. It's just about the banks, right? I mean, Microsoft don't care that much about the banks. But again, you know, just in feeling here, I feel like 280 could get going. Maybe it's a 281 break on Microsoft. Let's be patient. Like, it's been working for us on that note, so let's wait for it. Coinbase, we had a bid at 61. Maybe we can get that out if it does fall back in for that. But yeah, here we go, man. Only 30 seconds to go. I'm going to wait for AMD because that's the one that I think I'm going to get filled on first.
Yeah, and I just saw a good note for you guys. Saw a couple people talk about Netflix up pretty big as well. Bounced off 300 yesterday and actually carrying that move to the upside. Worth watching if it gets to that 308. Big level on Netflix. It's Randy on the bell. He'll have some thoughts on Tesla. Happy Ramadan, everybody, as we already mentioned. But in 2 and 1, ring it, Randy. Oh, dude.
Randy's not allowed to do that again.
Dude, so, that's a little too loud.
All right. Thanks, Randy, for that one right now. So now Neil needs to take time off because he's deaf, and so am I. So that was not good. So Randy wants to be part of the show. Maybe he can host if we can't hear anymore. But there it is, a nice move to the upside for Coinbase, starting to blast back up. So let's watch out right now.
Here it comes.
Here goes Coinbase right now, right back up to some nice levels there. So yeah, man, that was that flush on Coinbase. Still fine. Obviously, we're short here at 66. But yeah, Coinbase making that move right back up to the upside again, trying to take out 64 possibly.
63.
Now let's see if there's a flush back down for Coinbase as we wait. 64, probably a decent level there for Coin. I think we can average it again here around this price. See, maybe we get another short right here, but I don't know. Let's wait to see what happens maybe at 64 before we really figure out what's going on with Coinbase. It is running to the upside right now. So there goes Coinbase right through 64 right now, back up to the upside. So $5, $6 winner vanished right now, only 3. Let's wait to see where we go now on Coinbase. As we've took another short here, we're just going to give it a go and see what we want to do here as Coinbase. Nice move upside. Can it hold is the question. All right, so we're going to wait to see on that one. AMD right now, here's the flush that we sort of were expecting. But look at the NASDAQ, man. The NASDAQ continues to rip up. So where's the strength, I ask? It's not in AMD.
NVIDIA's strong.
Is it? Okay, so maybe we need to pick up some AMD then.
Yeah, NVIDIA's strong. But by the way, I'm in the Coinbase, and it's just screaming back into that 65. I had orders sort of all the way up. 66 is going to be a big zone. But let me just cancel Square. Square gets up, falls down $3. Was looking for a pop-off 58. You're already back at 58, but the squeeze is on Coinbase. It's about to get real, about a third in right now, and looking to go all in at some point. I think 66 is a level. We'll see if it is. I'm looking for the first available pop in Square. I don't know if we're going to get it, but wow, there's a big move happening. Netflix and Tesla were both strong moves. Netflix is already at 311, so I'm not.
We just crushed AMD as well.
308 I thought was a big level. 315 could be in play for Netflix. This is in the way here. That's what I'm talking about. 315 could be in play for Netflix if it gets any farther. I'm not chasing this move on Netflix. Man, it feels like too far too fast.
This is going to wind up being a loser here on Coinbase very, very soon, man.
I said in the afternoon that if I went to the grave on a short, it was going to be Coin.
I think that's the right.
But actually, I didn't know there was going to be a Wells notice either. That's the other thing. I mean, it would be nice if I did.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if all of us did. It was $84 close yesterday, guys, on that. So, yeah, nice move to the downside right now or upside for Coinbase. But look at AMD, guys. Again, you know what? This is just what we're doing every damn day. AMD right now in the money, 75 cents on that. Look. I mean, let's go. 75 cents in the money on AMD on the real. We told you we're buying some 99s. Why not take 99.60? Nice dip down there for AMD. Like when that market was ripping up and AMD was going down, I was like, huh? So that's a nice move right now to the upside for AMD. Wow, one good trade right there it was there for AMD. Let's see if it continues to move upside right now. Since we've been here, we've been reloading. So we're now reloaded on, very much reloaded right now on Coinbase. You know, good reloads up here at 66. We're now short right now, 65.50. And let's see where we go, whether or not we just bounced off 65 again. We went down there into 64.80 there and stopped. So like I just looked 80 cents in the face and said no thank you to that. So there it is. Here's again. Here's 80 cents in the face. Hey, what's up 80 cents? Let's see if we can get down to even the low side right now. I'm going to take a bid here at 74 just because, and then bid a little bit lower near 64. See if we can get a real dip down. So there's a reload. There's another in right there for us on Coinbase. So yeah, we're actually... now we have more shares. So now we're really excited about Coinbase. Let's see if this one can now make our day and get to the downside. And look at AMD cracking lower now. So nice move up right into pre-market highs right there. Good. I mean, we got the best out we could, man. Right there at $100.50 as now this is dropping. I may just get out of, I'm going to take another piece out of AMD right here just for flat because if this market falls down, it's Coinbase that's going to print me and make the day. So here we go. Let's hope that Coinbase wants to fall down. It's not really doing that as we wait for more moves here in this market.
Yeah, speaking of reloads, I didn't get all in because I don't think I saw close enough to 66, although it felt like it got really high up there. But it's quote levitation at times. I did just reload GameStop, however. Came right back to my entry price, so I'm going to reload it, see if it can't make another flush to the downside. You're gone on a few of these names, man, like Tesla, which we were looking for on Tesla. I don't think we even mentioned Tesla, but 200 on Tesla, big level. If you don't know 200 is big, I don't know what you've been watching. That was a big short in the afternoon. I'm probably gonna have to look at a short in that one. Nvidia is starting to pull back in after moving to the upside. I'm looking at my 15-minute charts a little bit more today and focusing on those. Just kind of a new idea, and I look at the three way too much. But 270 on Nvidia in front of that 268. It might take on the next little bit of a dip. And that Netflix, man. Netflix, it's still going. 312 it's now at. Netflix is absolutely on fire at this point. I did try and grab some on the way back if there was any kind of a dip. There hasn't been. This is just absolutely gone. 315, 316. Sometimes the only play is to be able to short a top because I'm just not really seeing a long that I feel comfortable with on Netflix. Already up 7%. Here's Netflix. And yes, Square, I hate your guts, Square. It bounces off that 58. It gives you the chance for the 60s. I got absolutely nothing. Coinbase is starting to work, but man, Square went $3 there. $3 off that rollover at the open. We knew this one. We knew the short float. We knew the short report. We had a chance to get this off the open. Kind of swung and missed.
All right, right there. There is a nice move in Coinbase, man. We just took $1 a couple times there, so we're actually, we're up more now than we were with Coinbase before. So unfortunately, we didn't get out there. That would have looked pretty sweet if we did. But we've reloaded numerous times, man. It did break. We got to fill above 66 a couple times, but we just got another fill right there, 65.80 on the short. Out there again, 64. Like we just made $2 like it was a joke right there on Coinbase. Going short at that same level, man, that we were already short. So there it is. 4 or 5 reloads to the upside, then a couple dollar wins, and right there we'll take another piece out for $1.50, learning our lesson to make sure that we get some out here on that. The problem is, as AMD went down, I actually got out because I was cheering the market to go to the downside, so we did not reload AMD. Well, we were waiting for it at 99.25, but that didn't come in. So right now we're flat on AMD, just waiting for Coinbase, man. Hopefully, Coinbase will get to the downside. I don't know if that was a last-ditch effort by Aunt Kathy there to try to buy this name or what, but we're going to wait to see. My out's not going to be until
that should be the poll.
$68 right now. So I'm willing to just give it all back if we lose. So we'll wait for $68 right now on Coinbase. So yeah, I'm going to go short again if we get back up here. But we've really done quite well on this name. I'm going to take another bid right here in the 40s, obviously.
Snapchat's on fire.
Right there. So yeah, if you want to talk about any other name, that's fine. I'm pretty obsessed right now with Coinbase. So.
No, look, I'm in two stocks, and it's GME and Coinbase, the same two from the pre-market. But I got to acknowledge, Snapchat's almost up 11% or 10%. I was looking at Netflix and thinking where it could dip to. That's why I came with 11. But Snapchat, strong move. You know about what's going on with TikTok and the CEO. That's obviously going to be driving the stock today. Just alert to 12.50, big level on the upside. I'm pretty close to like $1.50 from pulling the trigger, trying to short some Netflix, but it's not there quite yet. Ooh, GameStop is trying to make a move, man. It's trying to make that break. If it breaks out, I'll have to get out and give up the short. I do not want this retracing on me and getting up to like $25. You can risk like 50 cents or something like that on GameStop. I'm not risking $1.20, any of that nonsense. I want to be able to limit that risk if we can. Just going back over to said Netflix, I feel like this will be the next one. I'm going to cancel that bid. I don't need it. But that 316 half area that you can kind of see up here, that's where I think the out would be on this move. It feels like it's a little bit much, up that 7% right now. But if it rolls over at 14s, then that wasn't a big enough move to get me short. And we'll have missed out on it. But I can always try that long between 8 and 10 on Netflix. Just going back over to NVIDIA. Didn't get the dip buy, obviously, but it also didn't carry to 275 either. So I think we have a chance. Still, there's room to the top from yesterday. I just need it to dip some point soon so we can get something in that 70 range. Do not want to be chasing it. And Square, I'm going to try fading $60 on Square. So that's the next available pop. It's kind of trading around that 59 right now. I want it off of that 60. So once it's above 59, that's where I want the fills.
So we just had a dime. We'll take a dime next time on Google. It's a new position alert here for us on Google. So Google just came in. And again, we're trying to be, chilled out a little bit here. 104. We still got that Coinbase short working for us. Now $1.50 in the money. But right now, we're going to watch out for this. Oh, God. There's my screen flickering, and it hadn't done it all day. 104 right there coming through again right now for Google. If that comes through, then maybe we'll dump out of it. But for right now, we're long. We are offering as well. We're long at the 65. I have an offer at 76 right now. Then hopefully we'll get that fill, and then we'll blast to the high side right now as Google already went for a run today. And like I said, man, I blame everything yesterday on Janet Yellen. So I feel like if this market didn't have Yellen come out there and say that, we wouldn't even be at these levels for Google. We would be much higher. And I just, this is what happened yesterday. We fell back down. I think we can absorb that. And I thought it was a good release for the Doves yesterday. I thought it was well talked about by Powell. And we did get some inflation reads, of course, that were better than expected from here in Canada. So I don't know. I know I'm talking up this whole position here, but I still think that, Google and the tech space does have the ability to run. I mean, AMD's right here as well. And now it's Coinbase just taking lows now. Not lows, but finally just broke its session low here since we've been open of 64. But it is bouncing off there. We're short 65.50 right now on numerous reloads.
Square is dying.
So we have Square. Yeah, Square sucks because I own that stock and I can't trade out of it. But there we go. Let's see what happens. Yes, it does mean that picky eater. I do like everything long. I like Microsoft long. I like all the tech names long. Just got to find the right prices. I mean, here's Google right now spinning the money as we barbecue up some more profits right now as we in our golden black, baby. So let's go to the upside right now for Google.
Yeah, just watch. The futures are making a bit of a dip and pullback, but Square is just dying. I said 59 to 60. I would want those shorts, but I got to throw the 3-minute up there just for quickly so you guys can see what's happening. It's turning at 59. This is the curl, and when you're shorting pops and going momentum, and if you're going to be scalping it, then you have to at least acknowledge that this is the next move. If it makes a press from here, it could easily go to 63 or 61, 62. So I'm going to take a shot here at 58.5. Only really give this to 59. The bottom's here at 55, 56. We'll see what happens on Square, but it's just not having a piece of this, if it ends up just capitulating all day long, would be insane to me. So new position is in Square. Obviously, Netflix never got to 315. I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla never got to 200. Tesla at 198, so that didn't really come into play. GameStop never broke 23.50. That's kind of still in the pocket. FRC, if you're watching the regional banks, that actually did flush. So there was a short chance on FRC, was just busy looking for some other names out there, which obviously, there's other things tanking more than FRC, which is up 4% today. Ooh, I should have taken some out of Coinbase just there on that 64 bounce.
Yeah, you know what? I might put another.
The thing is, I scalped a bunch at 64. No, I should
put another bid down there right now near $64 as well. But look what just made a move back up to the upside here. Google is now Rip City back up to the upside. So we definitely like that play now. But yes, there it is. Google. Wow, we just got an Odes fill again. Wow. Now. Yes, sir. Wow. I mean, this has been the day, guys. One more time. Bulls running, bears running. Pick your damn poison. Look at Google right now. I mean, whatever, man. I mean, this name now is really starting to go to the upside off of that take right there. We wrote down that we like this Google long, and there it is. It's a nice one coming back for Google. Yeah, here goes a nice little run up there for Coinbase. So we'll try to take another short right now in that name and then see what we can do with Coin. But right now it's trying to go right back up to the upside. So we'll just reload it, but we are very cautious of this move because we don't know how long this is going to last. I'm going to get out at 68 break and then we'll reassess it. But yeah, we've banked out a lot on Coinbase already, but we're willing to die with this one as well. So, but Google right now, we're out of half, and this one really working for us.
Yeah, I'm now at a GameStop. That last push-up even carried GameStop to the upside, which is crazy because I don't think it cares about the market. I've also reloaded Coinbase, as you can see. Square didn't really do too much. It tried to get right back up to that 59 without breaking. I'm seeing XPeng make moves, but what's going on? Baba hasn't broken the high yet. I still like an 88 break in Alibaba, but it's like the one day, and I rightfully pointed out, the day I don't take XPeng is the day it actually starts doing something, which if my chart ever wants to load, you guys will be able to see. Okay, there we go. So this broke out pretty cleanly. It's now dipping back in. I do want to catch a bit of this dip, but BABA 88 is still a bit of a break. So looking for this 10, 20 level for a pullback on XPeng. That'll be a solid one. Going to be a little bit smarter about covering some on Coin on the way back in because, was just able to get some 66s.
Fahad.
Looks like it's going to start coming back in, guys. So I'm going to go 65, 64 and a half. It bounced pretty decently off 64. So let's get some shorts out. Because if this takes out this 66 and a half, I think next stop will be 68, 69 on Coinbase. And Netflix obviously going to be in play as well. But that is close to that 316.50. So a lot of plays starting to come in. I am out of GameStop for now. But Netflix could come in. Still want that dip buy on XPeng. We'll see about Alibaba. But there's enough fish to fry here. Been pretty much focused on 3 names so far. Oddly enough, it's like you got to be able to do that sometimes. You knew it was going to be Coinbase and Square, obviously, but Netflix didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no, and a name that we like around here to trade, and that is Amazon. You're gonna have Obi on the midday show. He likes trading Amazon as well. I'm wondering about this 99.50 area that we've been holding here in the pre-market. We did dip down a little bit. Like I said, we saw all buy imbalances on the locator there, and then that's exactly what's been happening so far today, up to 1.4%, and we're still climbing. We've got 50 cents in the money on Google, but we got a grade out there when that really ramped up into the 30, couple outs in the 20s, and then one out into the 30. But Coinbase starting to get nasty again, right back up to that high again here for Coinbase. So I don't know, man. We're here to get out of these trades, but let's just see if it happens for us now. Up to 66, 66.80. This has been a decent high for us right now, but do we really want to play the short? The short doesn't want to come in right now for us. So I'm not convinced. I'll go a little bit more here, possibly on this short. Not possibly. I'll try to get it there. There we go. We got some more. But yeah, I don't. This is going to be nasty right now. If this continues to go to the upside, look, we'll get stopped out. We'll probably. I have to figure out the net because it's a little bit off right now because I'm trying to figure out if I'd be net positive if this took out 68. Might be. It'll be close. So we'll wait to see if that does happen, but a reload into the short right now for that name. And I do like this. So I got distracted there by myself, but I do like this 99.50 long on Amazon if we hold. So I think we can go long here for Amazon, see if we get another bump back up into the $100.50 range here for AMZN. So let's see if that one wants to work.
Yeah, for me, if Coin breaks this channel here, right, like this 66 and a half, that's where my out's going to be. So I've been shorting it at 66. Going to take, like I said, more aggressively taking it out in front of 64 because it just feels like it's almost too strong. NVIDIA was just starting to press back. Oh, yeah, it's not really happening. NVIDIA was about to get down here. Looked like it was going to get at least a VWAP, if not down to 271. It looks like that might not be the big play. But yeah, there's a lot happening. Meta is super strong. It's close to 206. No 200 level that we're going to be able to capture. But if this gets to 206, do not forget some of those tops. Sorry, check that. It was 207 yesterday. Some of those tops that you saw on the Fed announcement, those could be good resistance levels. I think you just want to play the trend. That means buy the dips. 03 to 04 makes a little bit of sense there. Ooh, we just got 65s on Coinbase. Next stop, 64.5.
Ooh,
Rinse and repeat until it stops working. And as far as Square goes, Square's still working to that downside. You know what? I'm going to pull this bid. Let's see how far this one can go. I actually want this getting down to that low of the day. 56 even is the current low. If we get down there, that's where I want to cover Square. Look for the next pop after that.
All right, we switched up everything right now. We went short. So I feel like this market wants to break lower now. We're out of Google. I just punched out of Google. I punched out at 90s. Hopefully it goes to the downside right now. I flipped over right away immediately on Amazon. The minute that we got out for flat, so basically we went long there on Amazon 99.50. And then this candle happened. We're below all these levels. I get the feeling that this NASDAQ right now may test these bottoms again. I don't want to think that the NASDAQ's going to crack here at all, but we just made a nice topside move. So let's just see. We did take a decent sized position there in Amazon to the downside. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. These Coinbase reloads have been cash right there. Like we just take a ho-hum $1.50 on that last short right there for Coinbase, like a ho-hum one. That just like, oh, wow, it just went down. Now we'll take it. So let's see if it goes down even further right now. We're going to bid some more 20s or some more 30s. Right now, it's been a 32. Look, we're only short here at 40 on Amazon, right? So if we're wrong on the long, if we're wrong on the short, then this name's going to blast and we're going to get destroyed. So let's just be careful here. Make sure we take outs when outs are there. My out for this one, I think we can go all the way back up to 100 for this. Although, see these little wicks up here that keep happening? That makes me think that maybe we should go to like $100.30 or something. But again, let's just try to get this out. We could take a huge bath here if Amazon does not continue its downside move. So the market actually just bounced off the 50 period. And I know it's only a 1 minute chart, so we'll have to look a little bit broader on that. But yeah, that just went right back into that level that we bounced off before and then bounced. So let's watch to see if it can hold right now. Amazon, now it's starting to go right back up to the upside. We might have to reload this. And of course, my Google out's going to look silly, but I switched over, man. I switched my opinion and I started to think short. Probably the wrong way, but we'll see right now. We're getting tested on Amazon.
Yeah, look, the market's a test sometimes, man. I just got my first long of the day. It'll be XPeng. Thought maybe it would be Alibaba, but it ends up being XPeng. It does dip right back into that pre-market breakout price. We'll grab some, what did I get there, 17s? Yeah, actually once it reclaimed 15, I just kind of took the break long, ended up getting 17, not 16. But if it holds $10 here, and maybe retracement back into the highs can be in play. Speaking of Alibaba, yeah, Baba, it does, that wick. It doesn't really want to seem to break $88. So might have to put this one on the back burner. I'm not sure we're going to get what we want out of Alibaba. Just got some Coinbase out at 64.55. But I'm telling you, Netflix was, should have just pulled the trigger a little bit earlier. Because it already gave you 315 like 80s here down into VWAP for $3. And then I get it the second time through. So I am in Netflix now, but it already broke it once, and now it looks like it wants to carry. You never want, the second trade off of a level is never as good as the first. It's given the VWAP pullback. If this can't hold 17, then it looks like I'm going to take an L on Netflix. And I'll be mad at myself for not getting it the first time at this price. If I get it the first time, you know it's a better trade. Pretty much almost every single time. It's almost like a hard and fast rule. The first time it gets into a level, that's usually the time that you want it. If it's going to do a pullback counter trend, that's where it's going to happen. So I really don't want to carry it past that 317 area. I'd be open to getting back in if there's a wick, like a wick high through 17. But for now, respect the strength of Netflix. It's been on an absolute tear. Square is back to a reload spot, but it's actually basing out a little bit. So I'll be cautious reloading block. I can actually hit enter here, and that'll actually work this time. So block only goes down to 57.70, so really like a 60 to 70 cent trade, which is not a heck of a lot, and now it's in a tight range. If this breaks out VWAP, you could easily squeeze back to 61, so I'm not going to reload too quickly here on Square, already down 20%, keep in mind.
Oh, wow, I can't. I've been too obsessed with looking now at Amazon. It's too bad that we dumped out of that Google, man. Google's still high side right now, but I'm only going to give Amazon to this 90 level. If we break about, I have too many shares now. No, I don't have too many shares, but I have enough shares. So I'm going to wait to see if it wants to come back in. We're short at 50 here. I need to take something out if we can get near the 50s, and then hopefully, like I said, some downside push can happen for us on Amazon, and then we'll work on it from there. But for right now, yeah, it is a little bit of a nerve-wracking situation for me because it's just I was not looking at this. The NASDAQ, again, I talked about being bullish, which is why I'm a little bit distraught there, but that's okay. We've been very, very patient. It's 953 right now. We can let this move happen again. Hopefully we do pull back down. We don't want to change everything, but we did flip over from long to short on this play, right? So let's see if it does happen. We were long Google. We were long lots of names. There it is. I need an out. Okay, so there it is. So I needed that out down there just because. Okay, so now it just fell. We just got a 48 or whatever to get that average price back in. We still have pretty much all the shares. We are negative now on Amazon, but I just need to take that out in case we were wrong. I mean, battling around this 50 level, we were only giving ourselves, so our average price is 50. We were giving it to 90, right? So technically, we need to get this down at least to 99 here, but I don't know if Amazon wants to do that or not. Look how easy it falls when the market falls, right? And it goes up just the same way. So you got to be careful with all of these plays, man. We're still up good, man. We're still ahead of our goal. Everything is still good. Coinbase has really been a sort of a cash cow for us here today. I'm going to take another piece out, though. I just got another piece out in the 60s again. So we just shorted 66 and out 64.60. Those are good trades. We'll take another piece out at 65. We're making dollars. We're short at 65.80, right? So now we're $1 in the money on this one. Let's see if Coinbase can continue to fall down, man. My next bid, I'm going to cancel the 64 flat and just wait to see if we can get something in 63. I don't want to be so right about Coinbase, but then not have made as much money as I'd hoped to on this. And again, it's not a monetary thing. It's just we've seen Coinbase.
It's how many times it's how many times you have to reload. That's what I always find.
I'm a bit nervous about that, though.
Yeah, it's like if you reload too many times, it's not good anymore. Ooh, I don't want to be long Netflix. Well, okay, sometimes bank error in your favor. So I didn't want to be long Netflix, but I had keystroked out trying to put a bid down at 14, some of my shorts, so my stop order was for more than I had. Ended up getting stopped at 17 and actually covering some at 17.70. So that's an accidental win on the reverse long, which I didn't actually want. But just coming back over to XPeng, that was a new position that I had put on. It's now starting to bounce. So VWAP usually is a bit of a deal here. Our VWAP is going to be off just given when you pick up that data. So that 25 mark, then 30s, 35s, that's where we'll try to get out of this. As it is a relatively strong stock, but for now, not really doing a heck of a lot. I just got out of coin so we'll see if this is the right call because it just got back down to 64 and I covered, but I just reloaded Square. So out of coin, and then reload Square off of that VWAP. And let's see if this one wants to cover back. Yeah, it immediately does. That was the answer. So right back into 58. It's not going to look like $1 isn't very big on Square because quite frankly, it's already down $18. So this chart is never going to make a lot of sense. But that's a quick little scalp there. If it hits to 56, I think 56 can absolutely be the fresh low. Netflix is on one, man. It just continues to go to the upside. And I have not yet gotten short Intel. But it looks like it could happen today. This is struggling at the high of the day. If the market continues to break higher and Intel never does, I might just short it where it lies. But I am patiently waiting for 29s as it is.
All right, we got some good trades there happening for us on Amazon as it just went into the 40s, and here it goes again. We are really banking now, guys. This has been a huge day. We're up. I mean, we're up more now than we were when Coinbase was at $60. So take that in consideration and see, how your trading is going as well. We are now $2 in the money on this move, on this flush down for Coinbase. I'm gonna bid. I was bidding 63 flat. Let's not do that. Let's put a random one in the middle of the 30s somewhere there for Coinbase and see if we can get a fill back down. But yeah, man, we are definitely in this money right now today and doing damage. But we need to get more out of Amazon. It just keeps on bouncing off these mid 40s. I'm gonna put another piece. I know this is nothing, man. Like we were bidding 36s. It went to 38 there for this move down. Literally 38. Look, like I told you we were bidding 36s, but hopefully it can come back down into the downside now for Amazon. This will not ruin my day, but ruin a little bit there if we could take this out back up to 99.90. So I don't want to misstep too much on Amazon right now in case this market does rally, but so far so good on this move. All right, I'm just going to put a bid right now on Coinbase. Let me see. Hopefully we can, there it is. Hopefully we can get that fill here on CB, but if we can get it on Coinbase, that'd be great. I just don't know if we're going to now anymore. We just bounced off 63.50. That's where I put my bid. So there it is. All right, awesome. We get that fill. So thank you, Coinbase. I take that back. As we get that fill right there. Nice move, man. Hey, it's only a $2 winner, so we're pretty happy with it. But right now, moving back against us is Amazon. As this NASDAQ looking to take out the high. Oh man, that sucks because I was floating, floating around with this one, guys. And it looks like Amazon is going to break us here.
101 AMD about to happen. Look, this was the afternoon high.
Unbelievable.
So, sorry, this was the, not the afternoon high. I want to say the lower high in the afternoon, that 101 on AMD. This could be one of those days where I end up looking for longs in NVIDIA and AMD, and I'm short Intel. But that's fine. Like, it's been that way before. If it does make the breakout, fair enough. I know 99 is a good level. 99 is not the level right now. This continues to press hard. By the way, Netflix, that accidental long would have been pretty good. It might get to 320 today. So Netflix is absolutely on a tear, up 8% to the upside. But there's AMD. It just made the break. I got 2s there. Let's see how far this one wants to go. I'm not really going to reload Square. I want to see it get to 59 if it does again, and then I'll make a judgment call on that one. But into AMD for the first time. This one set up. NVIDIA never gave me the dips, and I don't like the break on NVIDIA because 275 is just above it. So it ends up being AMD for me. You're going to, at some point, if this continues to rise, you're going to see me short Intel probably at that 29 level. It just feels like the market wants to be strong. Inevitably, that's going to carry Intel into a level that I'm going to short.
Dudes, we were already long 99.50 and got out. I wish we did not switch our bias here because it's hurt a little bit for sure by switching it over. But we did get that Coinbase 63.50 fill. So that's been helping because now Coinbase is right back to 65. And we do get our final reload on Amazon up there at 99.90 right there. So we're going to have to wait to see about that fill here for Amazon. We got a 99.90 against 100. I mean, it's right here, right now. It looks like it wants to break. We called a bull market today, so being short Amazon is really starting to bug me because we should not be. And here it goes. It's going to take out 99. We should have just been long Google, long AMD, long everything today. There it is. That's exactly what we wrote down, and we should be it, and we're not. So that sucks. And there goes Amazon right back up to the upside. So we'll lose on Amazon. We'll be net positive, but not a good trade there on Amazon as it just broke back through 100. And realistically, man, we should still be long everything. Like, we had that AMD at 99.50. You know, that's $2 now in the money. Well, almost $2 in the money, or almost got there, actually. Okay, now Amazon's flushing back down. I don't know. We got out at $100, but I'm not going to revenge trade this back into the short again. Let's just wait to see what it wants to do here. Maybe it is a short, maybe it isn't, but the NASDAQ's blasting. So Microsoft 280 was also a level I wanted to look at. That's nowhere near there yet. So maybe this is a name that we can buy at some point. But yeah, Amazon, wow, that was a nice blast up there through 101.
Just a couple of things. Netflix did get to 320, but when I zoom out, which you should always do, 25 is a much, much more important level on the daily chart. I'd say much more significant. So, I'm going to back off on automatically shorting a 320, which I usually would. So let's wait for 325 or a test of this high as we go to happening now.
Happening now, brought to you by Trader TV. We're sponsoring our own segment. So make sure you hit the like button, everyone. Let's get it up to 2K at least. I'm hosting the show of things I've never done before. So if you're new to the stream, obviously, Brendan or Sharif is not here today. So I just took over to make sure the thing is organized and it goes as planned. Well, here's how the future's standing right now. We got S&P at 0.87%, the Dow 0.64%, NASDAQ 1.43%, which is obviously leading the way. Toronto at 0.6%, Brazil 0.6%, crude 0.5 almost. Bitcoin, Ethereum, they were up pre-market. They've gone down a little bit since. And we got that's not what I was supposed to be, 3 stocks, Coin, Square, and NVIDIA. Big headlines of the day, and they were in the pre-market watch list. So if you've seen those, you know about these already. Back to you guys.
I was just sort of saying, like, how did I end up missing Meta? It's like, it happens to you. You kind of, there were so many things that happened sort of as the market was getting open. Like Square kind of came out of nowhere with the Hindenburg report, so you're going to jump into that. You have to. Coinbase, you know, is going to be a big one today.
Yeah.
And then GameStop, of course, made the break. So I'm in 3 positions at the open, and they were all the shorts that I liked, and then that kind of gets the longs away from you. And Meta is still on one. The breakout was 204, the pre-market break. It's already consolidated off there once. So I feel like longs into 204, Meta is the way to join this party. But the other thing to keep in mind here, block, remember 58 is that big level on the daily. So like this is the big support level. If this doesn't hold this channel right now, I'm not reloading this a 4th time. 3rd time is a charm or it's not. And if it's not, then this stock could, if it fills in the gap, I mean, like this is going to have gaps obviously bigger in the Dallas Cowboys defensive line. So this is going to be a nasty one if it fills in 59.25. And I just realized I made a dig at the Cowboys, and Sharif isn't even here.
Say, like, nobody...
It's hilarious. Like, Sharif's not even here for me to be able to enjoy that one. That sucks. But you know what? I'll remind him that I took a dig anyways when he wasn't here.
Just do the same joke tomorrow, because there'll be other stocks that are going, hey, how are you going, Ty?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? All right, so we are right now ready to rock and roll here with some of these trades, man. I mean, Amazon, we reloaded the short again, and the reason why is because, you know, we came into this level right here, and we had these wick tops, and we have $100.30. So I'm thinking that we have a downside move here potential if we don't break this $100.30. I mean, the market's blasting. I don't know why I want to go short Amazon so much, man. I mean, it's just we're right into these. I don't like, why am I obsessed with this name? It's, you know, we're right into these levels here again. Amazon's had some potential to run. So this could be just me being stubborn, but hey, stubborn is paying the bills right now. Wow, we just missed that fill at 84. Oh, there it goes. We get an 84 fill and an 86 fills. Here we go. Bring it back down right now. So we'll go bang for this, as it's a huge move. Now back in for Amazon. We're now 30 cents into the money here for Amazon, but we need this to drop a little bit more if we're really going to be happy with this. And there's the move down. Wow, we just got out of way too many there. What was that move down? Oh, into 72. Okay, so we just got a huge fill there at 72. Probably too many shares. We're only in a third of this trade now. We're only in a third of this Amazon short, and I'm canceling everything. And, you know, meanwhile, I was ignoring and should not have been Coinbase up to 66, 65.
I don't know how.
I should have. I should have had it. So I've been taking these fills all day and just was looking at Amazon, looking at this thing pushing back down. Made more money on Amazon reload there than I would have on this Coinbase, anyways. But let's go back to 65.50 here on Coinbase and reload that one short. I don't have any bids on this name until 6. I don't even have any bids. So there you go.
There's a oh, I just had to flicker again. There's a fugaze print on Coinbase, because like this move up here that went to it says it went to 66.90. No chance. I'm on the offer. I was on the offer 65.77 right there. I didn't get the fill. So, you know, unless it traded through me, which quite frankly is never supposed to happen. Reg NMS, last I checked. Yeah, that was a little weird, but missed a chance of the reload. I'll drop back in there if we can get it. Square obviously came to the downside. That was good. On the way down into that 58, I want to be more aggressive, taking shares out in front of 58. Big support at 58 on Square. Meta's starting to challenge. I wet my beak on Meta too early, I think, because it came all the way into VWAP. So, and bouncing off that 204, I was trying to get some a little bit tighter to that 204 area. That's where the money fills should be on Meta. But this has been a strong one, up that 2%. And if it wants to continue, fair enough. I want to be into the long into 207 if it gets there. Like, I'd rather not be taking the breakout here. If it actually holds a higher low, you know, maybe holds this 203.80 area, I think that can be a good one. XPeng's not really doing anything. AMD still holding above 101, so that one has been good. Congratulations! If you've been in the longs in the chip names, congratulations to you. If you've been waiting around for like some of the regional banks to make a bounce, well, quite frankly, that short from the afternoon was pretty good in all of them. You just shorted these again. PAC W got really close to bouncing off 10. I was going to play a 10 bounce, but too busy doing other things. I don't think I want to extend trading into these names, not when there's so much else moving. Square and Coin are moving enough to capture anybody's attention without getting involved in like the Pack W's of the world.
Yeah, we just reloaded some Amazon here. We'll see if we can get something out in that. Okay, there it is. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, good little trade there for me here on Amazon. As we'll wait to see where it wants to go from here, but we just reloaded again right there, so it's a good out for us on the back end. And yeah, I want to say congratulations to anybody, Ed Neal, who's long AMD. I cannot believe that I let it go on purpose. It didn't even break any levels. I was just like, nah, this market's gonna flush. We got out of, I mean, look what else we got out of. I mean, we got out of Google. Like, we had the two best, there's better longs, I mean, but we had two longs that for me should have been held, and if held, you know, whatever, the rest is history on that one. You can clearly see what sort of damage would have been done on those holds. But congratulations if you did do that. Nice hold for everybody. I know Neil has it as well, so that's a good one. We're still getting out. I've taken sort of a different strategy here, and that is use a lot of shares and try to capture bigger moves. So, or less moves, a lot of shares, hold something big for a big move down. But that means you got to scalp some out. So as we're doing here for Amazon, we're now out of a third only of our last reload. And again, we're getting out here at 30, right? So if we're going to be short at 15s, out at 30, when it drops back down, we have to scalp some out. So that's what we're doing right now, scalping some out here on Amazon, understanding that the long is what's been printing here today. But we've been getting our opportunities short. We had one huge blowout to the upside. That sucks for sure. Let's see if we can avoid that again by getting out right now at $100.30. So it does look like it's strong. I definitely understand that. And I'm quite frankly embarrassed to have dropped my AMD there. We're still up and we're cruising, man. I mean, so, you know, I should take it a little bit easy on myself. But either way, we should still be long and we would be crashing it. Like, we'd be up right now $1 plus on this Google trade. So yeah, that kind of does suck for me. Let's go, all these names. If you have them, congratulations.
Yeah, and I did that thing again. I flipped on Square, but then I'm like, oh, but I favor the short on Square, but I acknowledge the fact that if it broke that channel, it could squeeze. I flipped it and just immediately scalped the trade out. You know, just not really necessarily believing in the long on Square. I know I'm going to take a shot shorting this if it gets above 60. It gets like 61, 62, so that's going to be the case. I haven't taken anything out of Meta yet for a couple of reasons. One, I didn't get more at VWAP. Two, it hasn't really tested the high yet, so I guess the high is like 05. The real high is 0540, so I should get something out at the quarters. I guess that makes sense. Not necessarily above. If it gets to 205 quarter, that's where I'll take the first exit point. But I still want more shares off of VWAP. AMD's at 100 and 150. It's kind of channeling, man. I'm not sure it's completely gone just yet. Square just already crossed 60. Okay. I think Square's getting here. I think it's going to get to 61. That's the next level to try a short on. So now I'm only long. Whoops. I swear, I just said now I'm only in long positions and then promptly get short on no coin.
Yeah,
promptly I am short coin again. So, yep, this is the one. I said if I die on a sword short, it was going to be Coinbase. Now, in my defense, when I made that comment, Coinbase was literally trading at like $79 or $80, and now it's at like 65, so or 66. It's obviously a different market. Didn't know the Wells notice was happening. If I did, we couldn't hold overnight anyways. Right. That's not really in our repertoire. 66.5 is a big level. Just understand, if this takes out 66.5, you could go $2 or $3 on a squeeze to the upside. I do not want to hold through those $2 or $3. I want to get out and look for another trade. Farm Trader saying Carvana break was beautiful. There's too many things to look at. You can't trade them all. I know Carvana making some moves today, maybe some sympathy plays. I think they had their own news as well, but can't really focus on every single name out there. That's the only problem.
Oh, man. We get stuffed out of Amazon again as that blasts higher, and it's just sucky because I don't even have Amazon written on this thing at all. I have AMD, I have Coinbase, and I have Google. like all names that I've been in and all names that we are banking like seriously on. And so it just does suck. But here's Google. Let's try a long now. Just a little one here at 106. If it does fall back in, I mean, this is the level that we liked from yesterday. If you're going to look at Google right there, that's 106.50 came in, and then 106 was right into here, that top that we took out finally. And I thought we were going to go until we know what happened. So let's wait to see if Google wants to take down that 106. I'm here if it does, and hoping that it does as well. So let's go on Google, going long through 106 right now. Just looking at where some of our reloads might be. I want to be in this name for a bit here, especially as this market. Remember I said we could go 2, 3, 4%? Well, we're already starting to go right now. So it's a nice move to the upside for sure. That's helped. Coinbase is being helped by that move, by the way. So right now, 106.70 right now. Oh, sorry, 106.07. I wish 106.70. But we're now a dime in the money on this Google trade. And again, just trying to see about any of these pullbacks. This is a 3-minute chart. So we could come back into this area right here, 105, 105.50. That would be a good spot to reload. So I think we'll do that. We'll wait for reloads back down to 105-ish on Google.
And a couple of things. We'll do this. If I'm going to talk trash about the Cowboys, I'm going to I'll hit the football one for you guys. I know it's not football season. It's always football season, though.
Yes, it is.
High of the day just got tagged. Got the quarters on that meta. I'm going to reload if we get VWAP. So the long looking pretty solid there. Was able to finally, I mean, it took a while. Look, sometimes you just have to be patient. Like, this is not the first time I missed the first move on XPeng, but was able to catch that second. Got the dip, just finally got to that quarter mark. It breached 25, I got 27s. If it gets to the high of the day, let's respect the high of the day. The last time I was in a move like this, it didn't actually take the high. So going to get more shares out as we approach that top. Not really watching Alibaba anymore. Hopefully that one's going to be a decent one. If you took Alibaba instead of this, good luck to you. I reloaded coin. I don't know how many times we're going to go to that well, but if it holds VWAP, I think that could be trouble. So I've actually taken some out. The reload was just at like 66 change. So if it's going to get down to 65 and hold 65, you've got higher lows all the way, 63.5, 64.40. If it holds VWAP, got to take something out there. Relieve the pressure. I want to risk less and less the higher it wants to look like it wants to go. And Netflix, not to ignore you, Netflix. I know what's up. So 320, I talked myself out of the 320 short because I zoomed out, right call, when in doubt, zoom out, and looked at 325 and said, hey, why not 325? And 320 was the turn, it looks like. So I'm not going to be in Netflix on that short. If it goes up there again, when I did that last time, it didn't work. The first time at the level was the time to short it. Second time is no good. If it goes back up to 320, I will not be trying the 320 short on Netflix because I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Not that it was a bad one because I accidentally won on the long side of the Netflix trade.
All right. Shout out to Amazon customer service. My wife is having a good time with them, so
nice.
That's good. I don't know how often that happens, so good job there, and thanks to my wife there.
They're solid.
Yeah, are they? Good, yeah. I actually made a tweet out about Amazon,
they're good, man.
and Amazon Help replied to
They're
me.
good.
So good. Yeah, we've had good experience. Yeah. She's having a great one right now. So shout out to Amazon, as I'm sorry that I shorted you, I guess. That's
ironic.
I'm more sorry. I lost more shorting it than the Nespresso coffee maker that she's asking about right now. So all right, let's go right here. AMD, Amazon, Google. So all right, Google did dump down, but I'm not doing anything until this 105.40 area where I want to put on some real good shares down there. So we'll see if that can come in for us on that. So hey guys, it's World Bear Day, is it? I don't know what it is.
Broke
whether or not it is or not. Okay, so there goes Coinbase. Neil just talked about that. Back up to the upside here for Coinbase. I was waiting for 68, so whether or not that comes out or not, I don't know, but we're bouncing right now off. Yeah, there it is. I do have a higher offer here to get more shares short of this name, but it just bounced off 75. So we'll wait here, see if it can come up, to the 67 area. It's 75 held. Let's see if it does again right now with an iceberg order for Coinbase. And what an iceberg order means is where there's way more shares here than are showing. So all of these are 100 shares, right? So it just tried to pump 75 over and over and over again, and it didn't break it. It needs to do it a lot more. I mean, there's so much, there's not even that much volume on it. It's just the way it's moving. You got to be careful. Like, it doesn't move like a dime at once. This will move like 30 or 40 cents. So it's got to break through that 75 if there's anything special here with this. So let's wait to see what's happening right now. But it is Coinbase, it is Coinbase, yeah, that is now making this move back up to the upside. So let's be careful with it. We just reshorted more right there at 50s. We wanted higher than that, but beggars can be choosers. So let's be patient with this Coinbase trade.
Well, beggars can be choosers. They just don't always get the choices they want.
Right, good call.
I love the saying. Tesla, 199. So it's getting close. When the market is screaming to the upside, and here's what the market is doing. 1.8% on the NASDAQ, and the ES is up 1.1. When I say the market, we usually mean the NASDAQ around here. But screaming up on my 15-minute, there is not a red candle in sight. You can squint and find one earlier in the pre-market, but you can't find one since the open. That means do not compromise on price. Is short. If you don't like the short till 200, don't short until 200. So I'm not touching Tesla. I do want to roll into the short. That being said, my obligatory look at how many green candles you just saw in the market. You know NVIDIA is running. AMD's up 4%. Intel, yes, it's up, but it's not breaking the highs. If we get to 13,000, on the NASDAQ, and Intel is still not breaking these highs, then it's just short it there. Otherwise, I might take a quick look. I'm going to cancel my 29. I might take a look at this like 28.75 to 28.80 area where it rolled over in the afternoon. I know only all long because the market's now booming. I started out all short. Now it's all longs. Intel is just a different beast, man. It's a short till it's not. Meta's still kind of churning to the upside. Haven't really been able to get the VWAP bids, but that double top from yesterday is where I think this can go. So like 206 half to 207. That's the target zone for me. AMD needs to get to 102.5. I think that'll be a good one. No trades on NVIDIA. Still have some dip buys. I can cancel this. That's pretty useless. I can probably cancel this too. I don't think 201.50, 271.50 probably doesn't matter. If anything, you've got a nice little trend going now in NVIDIA. Let me just draw the line for you guys here. You've probably got a nice little trend going in NVIDIA. Off of VWAP will probably make some sense, 272. But this isn't nearly as strong bouncing to the upside as AMD is. Like those are taking the highs. Even Intel's taking its high right now when NVIDIA is pressing lower. So I might back off on longing NVIDIA. We already have that AMD. Just a little bit of caution on that one. Coin, I got out, and it's not really doing much. It gets pulling back in here. I'm going to wait. If Coin takes a high again, I still think we can get like 68 to 69, but this could just turn into a short again if it breaks VWAP.
Yeah, we're still short here. We're 50 cents in the money on our last short, but our average price is right here at 66. So we're sitting here trying to watch out for Coinbase and seeing what exactly is going on with them. Wow, Netflix today. What was the news on Netflix? Like, it is just huge. We don't know. Okay, we'll find out about what that is right now. Wow, Square's market cap is down $9 billion today. $9 billion. Square lost today, like what many companies are valued at. So we'll wait to see here on Square. Now, it might be back up there a little bit. I had that notice from about 10 minutes ago. But anyways, back up to $60 on Square, down 17%, which probably is close enough to that $9 billion. So what a good move there for Square. Netflix trying to bounce. I mean, good move if you're short. I mean, not a good move for me being long that name. But there's Netflix right now trying to base out a little bit here at 323.18 to be exact. I think it drip back down. I'm going to find out the news, so I don't want to talk too much.
Partnership with Apple? Someone saying?
Is that what it is?
I haven't seen it myself.
Probably. We can easily look for this, but again, without having, it's not. This
See
is
what I'm doing right now?
How much we rely on Brenda. Yeah, you got to go into Twitter to find that one. So that's good. All right, here goes Coinbase, man. We are bidding again, so this is a nice little level for us. I'm bidding 56. Like, as if you want to stop here. I'm just going to punch some out. I'm going to cancel my 56 there. I just punched out at 66 a little bit right there to ring the register there on Coin. There it is, now 56 prints. But but that's okay. Nice downside move. We give up 10 cents on Coinbase. We're 50 cents in the money. Now let's flush down. Yes, sir. Coinbase. Nice little flush down here for us on that one. So let's see if that one can make dreams happen. I don't know. For Coinbase back down to the downside now. I'm bidding right here, 65, 66 on that one. So let's see if it can get down. Yes, here it goes. There goes Coinbase, 65 teens on the reload. We just reloaded this right there at 66.60. So it's a huge move to the downside right now. And like Neil said, I'm going to take another piece out at, there it is, another piece out at 34. Could not cancel my 12s. That's okay. We want to hold this one, guys. Down with Coinbase. Let's see how far down it wants to go right now. No more bids for me on Coinbase. So hopefully this thing can flush down. But we are getting flushed out a little bit right now on Google, down 10 cents on this name. So let's see where that goes.
So be careful if you guys are trading Alibaba right now. I didn't make any trades into myself. I ended up in Xpeng here. But Baba, that 88 level just wicked the high. So wicked the high, got to 88.20. Now it's trying to hold up. Look, if it breaks the top again, I think this has a chance to go. But this could be a VWAP retracement kind of setup there for Alibaba. Normally, if I like the short, I'd be short in that kind of level, but I don't really like the short in it, quite frankly. So I'm not taking it, but just an alert to Bob, it looks like it is a little bit weak. Square, it's still channeling around that 60 level. Oh, man, I should be taking this. And just now, 206 rejected on Meta. I might just have to take the buck on Meta if I can get it, because that market is starting to pull back in here. I never got Intel shorts, but I said if the market turned, I might just have to short it where it lies. Square will give it some room. Intel already back into VWAP. Yeah, I'm going to get on the offer right around the mid-60s. If it pops back up there, then I'll take my first short in that name. But I'm going to try and take the profit on Meta. It just feels like if the market turns here, and you know what, next time just do it. Always just do it first. Cross spread, get out. And then, look, at the end of the day, if it ends up being the wrong call and it's a trend to the upside, I can rejoin the trend on Meta. But no one ever went broke taking profits last I checked.
True.
And this has been a whipsaw action in the market. We're kind of threatening our first actual pullback here. Still have AMD, which is over that 101, so that can be okay. But I do want to get a short. I thought it was going to be Square Intel. Intel has to come to me. Square's starting to set up here. I can take it off this 60-50 area, actually.
Okay. All right. So I got a little nervous about everything. And again, my wife is now watching. So shout out to you, Marissa. Love you. Thank you for dealing with Amazon. And I'm sorry that, tell the guy on the phone if you're listening right now that I'm sorry I shorted Amazon earlier. So that was my bad on that one if they're giving such great customer service. Okay, there go Coinbase again, now starting to break back down. I'm going to talk about a lot of the same names here. Coinbase downside right now. Let's just check out the banks. We haven't actually had a look at the banks in a while. Let's see if there's a run on the banks. I want to sell the banks. So I think like when I'm done here today, I'll get into my account, put out some love here for the banks and get out. So not love, I guess, for them if I get out, but I'm not convinced here that this little bank run or whatever is over with. I don't think anyone's going to be running out on JP Morgan or anything. It's just you got to be cautious when you start to hear talk like this. You know, it's generally a bad thing, and there's going to be some bank issues that are still to come. So I would still look for shorting JP Morgan, but still, it's up a 1%, so that's pretty nice. Let's check out on the other regional banks here with WFC right now. So that's been a little bit more red, coming back into the downside. You see WFC, it's been pretty much a nightmare for the last week or 2 weeks, I guess, in a lot of these regionals. WFC is one of those as well. But yeah, so far so good right now. So Google, all right, so we got some out for a little bit of a hit. Let's take some out for a little bit of a victory dance here. So let's do that. We'll take another piece out here on Google there at 08 right there. Let's say 07, but at 08. So we will take that piece out right now. And now we can sort of say, all right, we were a little nervous on that dip down. We've now just found a level right there, 75, that we can now absorb. Google's a nice positive stock for us today. Look at this long that we had. It's just embarrassing that we got out of it. But again, we switched up our game plan and we decided to go short at the wrong time. There's Amazon. Look where Amazon went, right up to its pre-market high. Damn it, that would have been, darn it, that would have been the short right there on Amazon. We should have had that come through as well. But right now, Amazon's doing a little bit of a dance. This could be the short, man. So let's Wow, right now, Neil, we are printing cash on Coinbase. So we don't have a crypto thing on this here, but I'm gonna go in the gates of hell. Let's see how far down Coinbase wants to go. $1.50 in the money. The number one name on the show today, Coinbase, starting to make moves back down. It's my number one name and the number one profit center here, followed by Google right now that's trying to go back down. I think we need to maybe regroup on some of these long calls, but I don't know. What are you in right now? You're just okay.
I'm still long XPeng. That's actually come back to my entry price, and AMD is still above that 101. I'm short Intel right now, by the way.
Yeah.
I was just checking out Snapchat because the dip off 206 I covered on Meta for $1, but the dip on Meta was not nearly as big as Snapchat came into VWAP here. So I'm kind of thinking you have the TikTok CEO currently talking to Capitol Hill, so you're going to see some whipsaw action, but it's got a decent channel. I might jump into some Snapchat if it gets right down into those 80s again. Just out in front of VWAP, kind of want to joining that trend to the upside. Let's see what happens. I like it. I maybe liked Meta a little bit more, but Meta trailed me out there and didn't pull back into VWAP, so I'm not seeing a very clean re-entry point into that one, at least not yet. It'll happen at some point. Remember that pullback in Alibaba? That's going to cause XPeng to come right back in, right into my support level. So we got 17s last time. It kind of bounced a little bit lower off 13, but I don't mind taking these 17s again. We'll see if we can't get that fill. The only problem is it's got a lower high on it, so it could be in some trouble. I'll probably add to this around 13 to 15. If we can hold that 10, fantastic, and we'll go back into the upside. Alibaba, I did like it off VWAP. But it's kind of, okay, yeah, it's kind of giving it to you here. I think closer to 87, like 40 would make a little bit more sense. So if it starts to bounce, fair enough. I elected not to short it when it wick high off 88. Obviously could have done so, would have been a decent trade. Not a huge one, but would have been a decent trade. I just kind of like the longs in the Chinese ADRs today. So I'll go with the VWAP bounce here, while also trying to add to my XPeng position. Coinbase, Square, by the way, that did bust. And I think it has a decent chance to catch a real bottom and squeeze. At any point today, you could easily see Square Square management make some kind of a statement, and if they do, this can definitely get a relief rally. It's already come back to 61.5. There's no chance I wanted to hold the short all the way, like a dollar against me. I think that's a little bit reckless on this name. But here's that big level, 61 to 62. That'd be the next place where I'd even think about shorting it. Let's let it get to 62 first, though.
All right, Coinbase back up, so we're going to short it again. I just got out of Google, so I just got out of Google right here as it came back. We've basically taken a flat trade on our last long there. I still like the 106, but I think that we could dump in a little bit more. Airbnb starting to go upside here as well. 123 and change right now. Airbnb only up 2%, but still trying to go a little bit there. Airbnb now. Yeah, I mean, again, we're just above all these lines, just looking at 124. Still a little bit to go there on Airbnb, although I think the hospitality sector, probably good to go here. That could be a decent spot for Airbnb to come in there. So, all right, another look here. All right, so we've already talked a little bit about Coinbase. We'll see about getting a reload there on the upside of Coinbase if it comes back up to 66, which it's trying to do right now. We can take a spot. Let's just take a spot right now. We are getting ready for a break, right? I mean, if this breaks 68, which we sort of hadn't been at right now, 69 is sort of the top there for Coinbase today. So we got to get ready for that possible break. So we are waiting for that to happen here on Coinbase. But we'll get some more short again until it does break 68. I want to be short this name. So we'll let this float up to 67. Try to take that short. Okay, what else is printing around here that you guys want to talk about? What's your Intel doing? So you got a whole bunch of positions now. AMD, BABA.
I just picked up BABA, but I'll probably be out of BABA pretty quick because it already made a bounce. If it gets to the high of the day, 88's a resistance level, so it's a scalp VWAP to the high. And I've already got a couple of scalps out of it, so we never went broke taking profit. Going to ring the register there. Snapchat. These are all like dip buy if it holds the line, the trailing stop line, or not the trailing stop line, the trend line. Then I like the long. If it doesn't, I'm only risking about 10 cents on Snapchat, so you throw the stop order in, hold it to the high of the day, and see if it can continue to break out. It either happens or it doesn't. It's kind of binary. I like binary trades if you can, but I see a lot of people talking about Tesla. So here's the thing about Tesla. I like Tesla at 200, and I mean, it's just kind of sitting here 98 to 99. So if you're scalping 98 to 99, that works, I guess. Like, that makes some sense. But outside of that, it's not really trading at a level that I care about or that makes sense to me. So I'm not really going to force anything on Tesla at these prices. I'll kind of back away from that. I think there's opportunities elsewhere. If it's not at a key price, you're not necessarily meant to have to trade it. So a non-binary trade, euthanasia, would mean that I have, like, I'm looking for multiple things to happen in the trade. Like, oh, I wanted to test the high, and then, like on Meta, like, I wanted to test the high, and if it breaks 06, then I want to hold to 07, but if it wicks and fails that top, I'll trail it out. Sometimes it's just, no, I want to hold it. If it breaks the trend, I'm out. If it gets to the high of the day, I'm out. I'm scalping it in the range, and that's binary. Like, it's black or white. It's 0 or 1. There's nothing in between. I'm not doing anything discretionary about the trade at all. Those are much easier to manage, right? Because put your take profit out where you want out in front of resistance. You put your stop order in, and then you're holding for the range. So that's a little bit easier. It's a very binary trade, like I said, just easier to manage those. Coming back over to Coin's bouncing a little bit. Square is also bouncing. So this is getting up to that 62. Here I want to see it fail 62, then I want to try to go short. But if it breaks 62, it's probably jailbreaking, and you could see 65s. I just can't bring myself to go long for whatever reason.
Coin?
No, Square.
Oh, Square. Yeah, be careful with that. All right, so we just got a new position, Meta, and this one's not going to be for very long. And just noticing that we did have some tops right there.
Thanks,
I don't need one, but thanks, Randy, for that. All right, we'll take that.
Softy and Roku.
I still got, you like some softy? I still got my wife's coffee, which is infinitely better than this one, but we'll have a sip.
Why Roku? Oh, a deal. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, Roku and Microsoft. Okay, yeah, we'll look at that coming up right now. But yeah, I just want to talk about Meta quickly. We're going to be short against this 206. So if it takes out 206, we're flat now. You can get out I can get out right now if I don't like this trade. But let's see if it comes back down to the downside. We're short at 65, willing to take about 30 cents worth of a hit. So hopefully this can come into the 30s where we'll take our 10% out for that same 1-to-1 ratio. Maybe we'll take out a little bit more if that's possible. But right now, Coinbase is back in the money $1 on our latest reload. So I feel like, I just tried to punch out there, and it went up on my punch. So hopefully let's come back down in there. There it is. So it comes back in and fills us down there at 10. So that's good. Now out again on another reload of Coinbase. Like, we just keep doing the same thing, waiting for it to drop down. Whether or not it does that or not, I don't know. So we're going to wait on this. I just think that this name needs to be down today. It's already down 15%. Maybe that 68 take is a little too high right now to get out if we break 68. Like, I'm almost wondering about a 67 break and then a regroup, because if I just give this up to 68, then we'll probably be throwing back a little bit too much money on that trade. All right, there's this are you Oh, it was the flickering there. I thought I got filled again.
That's happened to me.
And I went over there and was like, I just got filled on Meta down in the 30s, but I didn't. So then I pushed bid and just got out in the 50s there. So we'll take 18 cents there on Meta, but hopefully we can come back in. The bigger out we're looking for is at 40 down there to make it a 1-to-1 trade. So that's what we're looking for. You can see it actually, I think it's flickering on my main screen right now as well. We're getting adapters, and our video cards have 8 ports, apparently. We were talking with our guy yesterday. So we're trying to get that all figured out as we go. But there's another out on Coinbase, just making dollars. We're $1 in the money now on this name. Let's see if it wants to continue to fall down. I'm going to use 67 as my out now on Coinbase, so I have to adjust.
So very quickly, I was just sort of going over that concept. It's working in it worked in Baba. Nothing's happening on Snapchat with basically the same kind of trade. So failed 88. There's your little trend line since the open. So as long as it wants to hold that, long in front of VWAP. I got long at 43s here, 43 and a half actually ended up being the price. But I'm able to scalp some out the first 10 cents, then 20 cents, and then at 87.90 out in front of 88, which is resistance. So that's a pure scalp trade. Like, you're risking about 10 pennies. Maybe a little bit more or less, depending on where you get the fill. And then you're getting 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and then out in front of the high of the day. So if the same thing happens in Snapchat, then I would make the same kind of trade. But it's not really working, obviously, the same way in Snapchat right now. But I would do the same thing in front of the high of the day. As we go to the desk again for the man, the myth, the legend himself, and the crypto update. I even got that right, didn't I?
Yes, welcome back to the big desk. I am a big guy. All right, let's get some updates on the cryptocurrency right now. We got BTC down 3.6%. Really, I was going to say 3.5%, but it's more than that. Ethereum is 2.92%. If we look at the chart, I mean, nothing really else is important. I'm looking at all this stuff. If you're in any of these, you're down a lot of money. Let's move on to the charts. We're right here. You can see the chart for Bitcoin. This big drop off. I mean, that haunts people every time they look at this. It's making a slight comeback. We'll see how this goes, but it's still down on the day. Maybe might come back to flat. I don't know. I don't do currency. ETH as well, 1,750. I don't know. These guys, I'd never invested in crypto, obviously for a very smart reason. If you didn't sell at the 65,000 mark, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Back to you guys.
I love how Fahad goes, I don't do crypto. Like he's traded stocks, I think, one day there today. But but the thing is with this guy, man, what a day. I mean, what a day in sim mode. I mean, it was a fantastic day, and you have to start in sim mode. You have to start somewhere. So
but hold on
all
a second.
kidding aside. Yeah.
You gonna mock people that invest in crypto? What was it? What is it? It wasn't Zila. What's the other one you were in? Veru. Okay, Mr. Veru.
Yeah, of course you sold
if
at
that
the
isn't the pot calling.
He was in Bitcoin, but he got out.
That is the pot calling the kettle black. Veru is $1.40, bruh. I'm pulling up Veru right now. Whatever.
But he sold at the top.
I'm not gonna pull out Veru.
Oh my guys.
So what were you doing with your life if you didn't sell Veru at $25? Fahad.
Yeah,
Fahad. It's all in good fun though. He did well on Veru.
He did buy Bitcoin, but he bought it in the hundreds and sold it, I think, at 70,000 or something like that. So yeah. So
no. He sold it at $1 million.
Oh, did he? Oh, he's the guy that got that.
He went to the future.
Right. He got that print that never happened.
Sold at $1 million to Kathy Wood, and then now he came back.
This guy's a genius, man. Fahad is honestly a genius. Oh, I did want to speak to everybody because I'm going to say a big awesome, a big congratulations, and a big thank you. I don't know what to do here. We'll do this if Brendan's not here today. Because yesterday we had record viewers. We had over 123,000 views on our combined streams yesterday. So I'm getting goosebumps just announcing that because I'm very proud of where we've brought this show. And it has to be due to a lot of you viewers out there. We would have not been able to do that without everybody. Obviously, thank you to Fed Chair Powell for that as well. But hey, man, you guys you're rocking with the best, and you've now seen that. And record number of views yesterday, 123,000. So thank you to everybody out there. Mad love to everybody out in the trading verse. Thank you for continuing to support us. But that number is going to get smashed. So it's temporarily the all-time high.
Mike Pena, put Fahad investing in crypto. Shout out to everyone that I'm seeing been here since you guys were at 10,000 subs, Euthanasia. Yeah, we love everybody, whether you're new, whether you've been here since the beginning. It's a great, fantastic community we have, and let's just keep on going. This is what we're here for. It's just the market's giving you volatility. If you don't like a 2% day, then you don't like today. Did we settle on a question for the poll?
And we literally need to be almost dead not to come in. I mean, Brendan came in every single day not feeling well at all until eventually
Brendan was a mess.
Taking a day. I mean, I've been here without even being able to speak either. And same was Brendan, Neil, all of us. And a big shout out to everybody here. You guys support us. We support you, hopefully, as well. But yeah, big day yesterday. Very, very, very proud of everybody around here.
Yeah. Can we get to 13,000? That's the question I want to know. If we get to 13,000, the short I just put on in Intel's probably going to suck. But I said if the market came to the upside, I was going to get into this one. And there's 28. Whoops, where's that wick going? There it is. There's 28.85. So I'm in here in the 60s, and I don't like the notion of holding that to 85. So I kind of feel like if it takes out this top, I should just get out, allow the market to go higher, and then retest at a higher level. So, I'm in it, and if I lose 10 cents, I can always recoup. I didn't get into a full position. Quite frankly, I think that was the right call. Because I don't know that this is the right entry point for that short. So
here goes Coinbase.
Literally, as I say it, just get out. That's the right call. AMD is kind of still holding above that 01, but this is what AMD is doing. I didn't want to get off the Intel chart I'm still talking about, but AMD since the 01, not too big of a move. It's giving you a scalp trade to the half, and now it's just kind of back and forth looking for that move into 02s. But, the chips have been decent. They just haven't been following through as much as some other names. I'm going to lean into the short on Intel at some point. It's just not necessarily there yet. Remember Snapchat? I said it was the same trade as Alibaba. So kind of now the same thing happening, right? Hold the trend line, get out to the high of the day. If it breaks the high of the day, fair enough. But kind of like a simple scalp trade in there. low-hanging fruit. With BABA, I don't know if it took out that high yet because I wasn't really watching it. Another one of those wicks. Goes right to 88 again and finds resistance. If this takes out the high again and now 88.20 goes, I think a breakout on BABA, 88.20, with a stop, just beneath 88 is going to make some sense to me. Up 5%, Alibaba today, but most of that was a gap up, if we're being honest with ourselves. Kind of only $1 range since there.
Yeah. All right. We are very close now to taking the L here on Coinbase. If it takes, I mean, I'll be mad if it bounced off 68, but we can reshort it right now. Our average price right now 20s, so we will take a 70-cent hit, and this is not the biggest position we've had on Coinbase or anything like that. So this is well able to take it out. This will still be there. It is. Will still be my number one. Did that break 67 there? Why did I get out there? No, it did not. Okay. Oh,
100% it didn't break. I'm watching level 2 like a hawk. It did not break.
Well, I got out there somehow, so.
It's one of those things. You see what happens. Like, you get to the level 2, and
That's too bad.
Come quickly to me for a second, because
we'll
this
try
will
it again, but maybe it did break.
I'm staring at it. O's were on the offer, only O's. I saw probably a couple of dark pool prints that just triggered above. And then what happens is those triggers 01s, 02s, and then stops get run because of those prints. But there was still iceberg orders sitting there. And it's not supposed to happen, but you see it. Like, there's still, like, it's icebergs. Like, it's not really breaking.
Going to break.
Tons of volume going through. There it is. Now it's broken. I mean, distinction without a difference. But it didn't break the first time.
No.
And you see that happen sometimes where, like, it'll run stops, and there wasn't actually any real market above 67, and now it goes here. But, yeah, I'm going to short it again at 69. 68 to 69 are money fills. Once it gets up there, I'm going to take another shot at it. But it was making higher lows, man. So I got that stop out, which is a bad stop out, but it ended up being right in hindsight, but not really. Could have been long this at some point. Never did it. Could have been long. Didn't do it. Would have been right. But that's how it is sometimes. Square's at 64, getting out of the way. Yeah. Okay, sorry. It's 63.40.
No, still.
It's close enough. But yeah, I should have gone long on the 60 break of Square. Got away from the short. Sometimes the best you can do is getting away from something that could be a big hit, which that would have been if I kept averaging into the short and kept working into it. I still think this is going to make a bit of a turn. 10% down psychologically would make some sense. That'll be around 65. If it gets there, then I'll look at it. But I got some longs that we like here today, and I'm trying to get into an Intel short next. Netflix, just to check back on Netflix. I know this was one.
Nothing's moving right now.
Yeah, so now it's broken that 320. I'm not shorting this unless it gets to 325. So another $3, and we'll take a shot at Netflix.
All right, we did get out, and I'm just thinking about getting back in. I just got back in a little bit here on Meta. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to use that very top. The thing is, we talked about the market was up 1%, and we talked about it possibly going up multiple points today. So, yeah, the longs have been in charge here so far today. So let's just try to respect it. I just think that this Meta, we have these tops here, man, 206.60. Like, I'm looking at these blowout levels right there, and I know TikToks, everyone's talking about it and all that. It's just, I don't know, like, the long's been right. I'm trying to catch some of these tops, and you're going to be wrong when you do that. I mean, we took some profit there, and then we're wrong again, but let's wait to see if this wants to continue to go. You know, we've been long. I mean, we started the day. We're up on Google and AMD, obviously. I mean, we were long these names, and they've been printing, and they've been continuing to work. This isn't like, look at this on AMD. Like, I should be shorting up here. Maybe Meta's the wrong name. AMD right here at 105, 107 and change. Where were we from yesterday's high? Like, right here. So yeah, it should probably be AMD is the name that we're thinking about shorting right now back in. So that's probably something to look at. AMD short off of 102. So if we can get anywhere up there again, I like this short. Even to start it now isn't horrible. AMD to start the short right around now. And here goes Meta back to the upside. We're starting a short now against 206.70, that high right there. So we won't be in this one for very long, but 206.70 coming up right now for a possible breakout. We're going to get out if it takes out the high of the day, guys. That's it. Looks like we're wrong on these shorts. Fine, but honestly, wow, nice move up here today in some of these markets.
So if FRC and PACW and the banks were shorts yesterday, and they're down today into a strong market, maybe that's where I should be looking for a short opportunity. Thank you guys in the chat for pointing out that these are moving to the downside. I'm pretty sure I paid for shorts on this, although when I said this in the afternoon and tried the short 15, it ended up not being true. So what I should do right now is, okay, I did pay for it. That was just me making sure that I didn't bungle it like yesterday. 13 was support. So I don't know that I want to short it at 13.30 when 13 was a huge bottom, but the next available pop-up and consolidation makes some sense. I'm just going to check PAC-W out of diligence to see if it looks a little bit better. It's broken $10.
Oh my gosh.
That was the bottom. We shorted into that bottom 10.80 into 10 on the afternoon show. I think, yeah, beneath 10, maybe this is a bit of a thing. Oh, Gary Houston is short PAC-W at 10.15.
Congratulations!
Yeah, man, these
Looks
banks.
pretty darn good. Flat bottom, well, it's a flat bottom break at 10.10, but you got out in front of it, so you have an even better price than the 10.10 break. These banks are in trouble, man. And that's where the weakness is. And that's what we got told last night.
Yep.
That's what Yellen was basically saying. Well, okay, she didn't come out and say, we're not supporting the banks. That's not what she said. But she backed away from essentially insuring all deposits, which was seen as a negative. So the next available pop, I'm not really looking at PAC-W. I'm more looking at that FRC. That looks like it could be making a little bit of a bounce right now.
Man, I'm just looking at like everything just getting run right now to the upside. Let's take advantage of this and get some more out of Coinbase. We just shorted ahead of 68. I mean, that call was just at 68. So let's wait on that. But we just take another piece out on Coinbase. But yeah, we are now short this name there. We were going to punch out at 68, so let's see if we can make back that 70 cents that we lost right there on Coinbase back in. So I don't know, man, but if we get out at 68, we get out at 68. We are now short at 70 right now on Coinbase and just took a fill at 50. So actually 53, yeah. So nice little fill there on Coinbase as we take 25 cents, but only out of 10%. This one's starting to rip to the upside right now, Coinbase, going pretty strong right now. And wow, did Meta ever go up, man? Like, good thing we got out of that one, but Meta right now just shooting to the upside right now again. So we tried it at 206.50, got out right away. Now we'll see if it can fade out. The new position for me, what? Up to 78? I'm at 80? Are you kidding me? So we are pennies away from grabbing that short there on AMD. That's too bad because, wow, what a short that would have been up there on AMD. Wow, okay. My bad, I guess, that we don't have that price, but we were right there, again, right against that high of the day. But here comes AMD right back in. So far, so good on this reload short. We're short at 41. Let's take a piece out. Whenever you're short into a market that's up 2.5%, 2.25%, probably we're scalping a little bit out. So right now we're short at 41s, and there it goes, right back up to 41.
13,000.
So we put some bids. Yeah, man, the ES is over 4,000 right now. The NASDAQ is approaching 13,000 right here, a level that, you know, yesterday, I'll call this up here for the 5-minute chart. This is like sort of where we were. I mean, it's just crazy that I'm sitting here in shorts and we lost on the Amazon. I'm okay. I didn't lose on the Coinbase short. The Coinbase short's my best trade of the day. But like all we talked about was longs here today. That's all we talked about, man. I even spoke to my father yesterday. I was like, now it's time, you know, and we're holding on. And there it is right there. Like, look at this. Nice move up right back into this level that we danced around yesterday. So we still have potential to go up here to 13,050 or so on that. So watch out. There goes Coinbase. No real hit on that, but it just took out 68. So I'm kind of glad that we didn't wait for the whole load there, 68. But Coinbase, we were definitely wrong on that. It had its move early, short, and it's only been a long since. And again, we missed out getting out on AMD there at the bottom as well.
So I actually just got in on coin. Like this, the 68 level, I don't like an even dollar stop on it. So if it goes over under, which it kind of thinks like it just did there, I don't want to add to it just yet. So I don't really have as much as we were trading with earlier. Well, I don't want to bid there. But if it does an over under, again, that's where I'd want to add. If it never does it, then it's a strong enough trend that I can respect it back into 67 even. So if I just said that, then I should probably have some bids out there. I also got into FRC, by the way. So I am in FRC short. That's a little bit safer. I'll tell you what's going on there. But I just want to see if we get an over under here on Coinbase, meaning it breaks 68, tests above a couple of times, can't have enough of a bid, and then flushes back below. I'm kind of looking at that quarter. Maybe the quarter is just way too obvious, but I'm going to go manual on this one. I'm just going to punch myself out. If it breaks a quarter, I'm going to be out of it. FRC feels like it's going to be okay, but these longs, man, it's really just been, yeah, the longs been pretty good. Xpeng's back to flat, but that's because Bob will pull back in. Yeah, I just kind of feel like the longs are getting away here because I should still be in Meta, I almost felt like, and I got away from that one too early. I'm in Snapchat, but that's only a small win, not a very big one. Coinbase short, maybe this is the last one of the day. Every time I short this, it's at a worse price the next time, which usually means it's an upward trend.
Coinbase. Yeah, I mean, Coinbase, great trade for Coinbase for, today, for sure. But
could have been better.
Again, it's at its highs, and we're short. So, yeah, I think it could have been a lot better, Coinbase, but whatever. It's my #1 stock on the day. We're well positive on it, so can't complain, but as we always seem to do that, that's what life is about, man. It seems like there's always something to complain about. You got to be happier and take your wins for what they're worth, and I'm just happy that at least we were long in the beginning of these names. Like, why did I not have faith in any of these plays today, especially AMD, and then we were shorting Meta? Like, why not go long at these levels instead of short? But the name that I am short right now with a little bit of confidence, and again, this one we have reasons, AMD right there, 101.90, 102. The real high is 101.73, so we actually ticked that high right there and pulled right back in. So it's too bad that I don't have that. Otherwise, we'd be getting some out right now. As we hold this, we're short right now, down 10 cents on AMD against 102. Let's check out what NVIDIA is doing as we're getting ready here to throw it over to the midday show, where it'll be Obi and Arun on the midday show. So that should be a lot of fun.
To say that.
And then we do have right now NVIDIA doing the same thing, right? Not really doing much. I know Neil's been on Intel there today, but right now NVIDIA's not doing a whole heck of a lot. I don't even want to look. I mean, Intel, when we trade Intel, we do really well on it, so maybe we should go back over to Intel right now.
It's up right now.
It's up right now, yeah. Intel was one of the trades of the day last week where we absolutely destroyed it. But yeah, Intel upside, nice upside move here for INTC. So you were short but out, right? But you were short,
like,
okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to hold it till the afternoon high. That was the problem. So I got out. I'll probably get back into it though. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about putting win-loss ratios or P&Ls and all that, but there's some pushback with that, and plus we don't want to do that, right? So we don't want to be known for what our nets are, more for the content and what we're talking about here. There's too many people out there, and we talk about this all the time. I don't have to do it again. There's too many traders out there that'll put like, I made $1 million, and then people will click it, and then they'll ask us, hey, why didn't you make $1 million? And the response is because we're actually really trading. So I mean, we could post that. I could put videos out and say, wow, I just made 50,000 on Coinbase, but I didn't, right? Whether or not other traders do or not, that's up to them. So that's sort of what we do right now. And, you know.
Well, just like here, like to me, here was the trade I wanted on FRC. It bounced off 13. I didn't want to go necessarily all in till it popped. The first consolidation, shorted it. But then when it started, it did a weird quote levitation thing, so I tightened the stop instead of 50, kind of used like that 45. I tightened it up thinking if it gets to 50, it might squeeze higher, but I just got out of it. I wasn't really feeling the trade. I was going to have a relatively tight stop. I might have moved it by 5 cents, but that's the distinction without a difference, and that's the trade for me. I wanted to get that into 13, get some out in front of 13. If 13 breaks, then I'm not necessarily trying to short a flat bottom break at 13 even. I'm in the short in front of it, but with a relatively tight stop. And then the last one I was explaining to you was another short. Oddly enough, it's like shorts don't work, longs working. Go figure, up market, right? Coinbase just now got the short, waited for the over-under again. It popped 68, added to it once it looked like it was failing 68, started scalping out of it. Now it broke out. So I'm out of that trade as well. So it's more about what style you're doing, make sure it works for you. I just don't want to give everything back on Coinbase at this point because it looks pretty darn strong. And we'll see what happens. The only thing Snapchat's a bit of a disappointment right now because Alibaba was the same setup and it worked right away. Like it bounced off the trend, bounced off VWAP and got to the high of the day and then pulled back. Snapchat's not even getting to the high of the day. It's up 8% and running out of steam. Great if it just holds all day because that means it'll eventually get to the high. But at some point I want this to carry through and it just hasn't happened. If there'll be a regret today, it will have been kind of getting that dip in Meta, getting trailed out, moving over to Snapchat, and then Meta's the one with the steep trend to the upside. So I was in the wrong one. Sorry, I got back into the wrong one. If I joined Meta more aggressively instead of taking the VWAP retracement on Snapchat, then we'd be booming on Meta instead. But I made that call, and it happens to you sometimes. Not that Snap lost, it's just that the entry into Meta at the same time would have been a much better trade. So you have to acknowledge those when they happen to you. Win or lose, yes, Snapchat hasn't been a loser. It's just Meta was clearly better, and that's the one I started with. And sometimes that's what you should do. Stick to the one that originally works. Haven't really talked about some names that I know other people are watching. I keep hearing a lot of C3 AI. Yep, up 10%, making a big move. It's actually broken 25 here. Just keep in mind, this is like, it's right in the middle, man, right in the middle. If it goes through 20, if it holds through 25 on the daily, this thing has the big levels at 30 bucks. So congratulations if it gets to 30, but if the second it's at 28, 29, I'm paying for shorts. I think it's an obvious level there, like 20 and 30. On C3 AI. So I wouldn't diddle in the middle myself personally. If you're already in the money, fantastic, take some profit, do whatever you do. But those even levels on AI have been an absolute gold mine if you've been trading off of them.
No, thanks, Picky Eater. I mean, I called that Microsoft 280. You're welcome on that one. It's just embarrassing that I don't have any of these longs, to be quite frank with everybody. So, and a big thanks to Adam, Deleuze, Hamster, Hamster One, everybody out there, because you guys know what's good. I mean, I've talked about, you know, how many days red I am in a month. I'll just call it up. I'll look it up for you right now. It's about being honest. I don't, you know, if I was red 12 out of 15 days, I would tell you I'm red 12 out of 15 days. You'd be able to see it right here on the screen, right? So I don't have a problem doing that. So again, like if that's what we're talking about, that's what we're talking about. It's 10:56 right now. Yeah, I'm just in one position and it's a short. And it's a short AMD until we break 102. I will be red, you know, like we break that 102, that's gonna be a bad sign for me. The only trade that we've really, so we stepped up and lost on Meta. So that's a red stock for me today. Amazon, red. We talked about that. We were going short on this name. That one, I will flush my damn self down the toilet on that. That was a bad trade for sure. But it was good until it wasn't. And we loaded up thinking that Amazon would hold. It didn't hold 100. And there's a move to the upside on Amazon. AMD we're in, so that's position pending. Coin, I mean, Coin's a nice stock for me today, man. Coin is an up stock. That's holding me afloat right now. And that's it, man. And then we talked about Google. And Google should be up a hell of a lot more than we are, but we're not. As Google right now, look at all. Oh, man, like everything wants to fade out now except for AMD. So here we go. Like, look, AMD upside. Look what Google's doing right now, right? Google, downside. Meta, downside. And I have to sit here holding out hope that AMD finally follows trend. So name specific today for sure, man. AMD looks like it wants to go to the upside. We had a couple good shorts on. It doesn't look like they want to print right now, but there's a nice move back for Google. There's a nice move back for Meta as well. Hopefully, our friend AMD can follow. We're short at 66 and I'm talking like this. So, you know, let's just not get things twisted. Here it comes. Here's a nice move to the downside. Hopefully we can continue right now on this move. Like I said, we'll get positive if this move just flushes a little bit. There it is. We're short at 66 we were. Now it's 70. Let's get a downside move here for AMD. You need to follow your friends and get the downside move here for Advanced Micro. Hopefully we can get that. Our out is still 72, right? So that's going to be about 30 cents worth of risk. So we need to get this name back into the 50s before it's a 1-to-1 here.
So I'm 85 happened on Intel. We got 2 minutes to go here. So we're going to quickly go through here. Intel got to that 85 level, or at least close enough to it. I grabbed 79 short on the way back in. I'm going to add to that when I get a chance. I was talking with Arun. It's like one of the things that I do a heck of a lot too often is when you take a trade off the higher time frame, not really like execute the rest of it or look at it from the higher time frame enough, and then you start over trading it on the lower. It depends. Like if you're scalping, you're scalping. Like when I was trading FRC, that was a scalp trade. Or Coinbase, some of those are scalp trades, but this one isn't really. Like this is a break where if it takes out 02s, you know, on the higher time frame, it's like, okay, we're above that 100 level. If it takes out the double top, you got the 01s. This is a move that can carry out to 104, 105. So without getting reloads in this trade, I want this either breaking back beneath 101 or let's see it get to like 104. If I'm going to short something, like I said, I'm shorting Intel. Maybe it's a distinction without a difference, right? Am I short the chips? Yes, I'm short Intel because I like the level that Intel's at a little bit more. It's beneath resistance. It's downward trending. So I like this one. I'll probably add to it. But with only 30 seconds to go, it's been a fun one, man. I want to give a personal, we've already said it a few times here, but shout out, obviously, you know, Prad's been doing a lot of the board. Fahad's been helping out, but Fahad doing the intro, man, that was fantastic. I know we had a lot of fun with it, but it's pretty cool. And obviously, Brendan, you know, get better. And it's going to be a fun midday show as well. You have a couple of treats to go along with Arun. You've seen Obi before, but you're also going to have a new fresh guest for the first time. I don't want to spoil it by who it's going to be, but it's a popular figure here on the trading floor. Apparently, Bitcoin is flying, so I want to end it with this. I don't want to be done with the last-ditch effort to short Coinbase because it's getting very close to that double top at 69. This is it. So we came all the way back, a gap filled, 60 to 69. Here we are. It's 11 o'clock, and I'll probably be putting the short on in the next few seconds after we throw it to the midday, guys. Anything you want to leave with there, Sean?
No, just we got some more out there of AMD, and now it's starting to go back up to the upside and again, and it's just, you know, let's wait to see what happens here as the market is breaking higher right now, up 2.5% and starting to go. So yeah, man, what a day here for the longs. We called the long. This guy's been a bull all day. I hope you've made some money on the longs, and we'll go right now over to the midday show with Arun and Obi.
All right, guys, welcome to the midday show. We got a new person sitting here. It's not Sharif. Sharif's taking a personal day, so we've got Obi. You guys are always on his case about how big his charts look on the screen. Apparently, you really zoom them in.
I mean, I don't know. I have a bunch of charts on my screen. I like to look at multiple things. I don't know. I'm trying to figure things out.
All right, now's the day to figure out exactly what you're looking at, because now we get to see what all those charts are all about. So for me, I'm going to start off today. Obviously, we had some decent strength. I mean, it's pretty clear how this market's moving around today. So let me just pull up the ES chart here and go through it, right? We talked about some levels earlier. One of them has broken, which was that 30 level. I said, if we got into the zone, we had the right setup, there's a potential short. Clearly, depends on whether it's going to be 30 or 50. 30 is not going to work. Clearly, we had good buy strength here, so we're through that zone. Next up is going to be 50. With this current buy strength, you can't step into a short. As I say that, I am in a short, but it's not on the equity side. Oh, well, it's not on the future side, or it's not in any of the names that are running. I'm seeing some relative weakness in Tesla. Tesla, with this entire move, Tesla's not budging. I don't know what's going on, but I like this in terms of relative weakness. So I will take a shot at the short side there. What do you have?
What's going on? I traded a little bit of Amazon today. I had a couple levels. Marked on the sticky note that I have. Shout out to Sean for, again, good habits. Something that works is definitely a plan in the morning. I had 100 level, which is key on Amazon. We know it's been recycling this a couple of times. So I saw that it was holding this pre-market lows area. The bid was starting to step up. The sells kind of slowed down.
I'm good.
I took the long into 100 and then reassessed. And then played the short off the 150 back into the 100. I should have definitely held this a little bit longer. That's what I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn that, like, when I am in the money, like, I need definitive reasons to get out of a trade, not just like, oh, I'm in the money, I just need to get out. And like, that's something I'm trying to work on. Other than that, yeah, I'm watching other things. I know Coinbase has some news, and I think Hindenburg this morning also reported that, like, Block was their pick for their report. So I'm watching that closely also. What about you? Are you watching Block?
Well, I'm watching my coughing. I'm saying I'm watching my coughing because I started talking. I'm coughing all over the place, so you might hear that in and out. Obviously, it's going around. We're going to do our best with it as much as we possibly can. But yeah, Tesla, I am on the short side here. South of 198, north of 201 is going to be the stop. It's fade against the market. Let's see if this market actually holds up and actually starts to slow down. If it doesn't, this could be a problem later on. But going back to your trade, right? Yes, sir. You were saying, in terms of holding out to trades and how to manage them, what is it that you're noticing that you actually need to work on a little bit more?
I feel like
how do you quantify that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like I don't really have too much of a system to quantify, like, reasons to exit a trade. So that's what I'm trying to work on. It's like, okay, different trigger points. I was talking to Greg about this because Greg was like, shout out to Greg. He was like, you need to increase your APM, the decisions per minute, and everything. So like, I'm trying to think about, like, triggers that can help me wait further.
Yep.
Along so like here the trend wasn't really it's not really broken, so I'm like, there's still some buying pressure. We look like we're making higher lows, so I got a little antsy here, but into the 100, I think I should have definitely held a little bit closer into the 100 because I know that was a key area. We've recycled it a bunch of times, but yeah, I'm looking for a direction.
So the trades are good, right? Obviously, you got the nice little long there. Obviously, the first exit is there, but like, you still picked up more on the way back down, right? The second entries?
This one here?
No, further down.
This
those,
one?
Yeah, those
no,
are
no.
all
These
entries.
are shorts.
Oh, those are shorts.
So I got out of the long here,
Okay.
right, into the 100. So the target price was 100, and I gave it a little bit further.
Yep.
I saw it slowing down, so I was like, okay, I'll give it some more room. But I missed the 100 bounce because, like, initially I was like, oh, there's no follow through right off the 100 break. So I gave it to that, and then off the bounce, I waited for it to slow down. I have levels just around 101 and 150. So I waited for the tape to kind of slow down, started taking my shorts. It exhausted that level a bit. You see that pre-market highs are around here too.
Yeah.
So when the sellers did start to step in, I kind of joined them. But yeah, no, they were still there while I was covering. So I guess that's what I'm talking about.
So when you look at a chart, right? I think a lot of people have questions similar to this. When you look at a chart, are you looking at just today's chart? Are you looking at a bigger chart? Like how does it work? When you step into a day, like I had this question yesterday, which was, how do you start your day? And I went through the whole process of, I start my day by going through what happened yesterday at the close and then going overnight and then tracking it and how it trades. Now it's a little different for me on the futures because it's 24 hours, right? But for you on the equity side, are you just focused on what it looks like in front of you, or are you looking at past action as well? Like how yesterday closed out, how it traded overnight coming into today? Like
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely looking at previous price action. Now, Amazon, I like to trade often, so I'm familiar with how it kind of moves, how it consolidates and everything. So whenever she's acting a little different, I can kind of pick up on that. I'm starting to pick up on that. But yeah, definitely previous days price action, previous days highs and lows. I'm not only watching like the 3-minute, not just today's chart. I'm watching 15-minute chart. I'm also referring to ES and NQ for Qs. So like I have levels on ES and NQ on the weekly and monthlies that I've marked for like significant support and resistance areas. And when it does reach that area, I kind of look for sellers or buyers to start stepping in, and then use that as an indicator to like give me direction for taking a position on large caps. It's kind of how I do it. In the morning, I come in and I look at how a lot of the large caps are doing. I check my scanners to see if there's anything like out of the ordinary. But yeah, that's typically my morning. I pick a couple levels that I think are decent prices to buy and sell around, or like where I feel like volume will come in or players of interest have come in before.
Okay.
So I'll look for them again.
That's fair.
And if I see them again, like I'll take the trade. Otherwise, yeah, I'm waiting, I'm chilling, I'm trying to wait for my levels to come into play.
I mean, waiting for levels is kind of, obviously, everyone's seen me trade or has watched me long enough to know that I'm pretty patient. I do wait for my levels, so I can't, disagree with that at all. And talking about levels, man, this market is coming up still. Damn, okay, I was actually bidding my way out of Tesla. No fill yet, but we are working our way out of Tesla. We're gonna have to take a hit on this one, maybe 30, 40 cents or so, but it's time to walk away. I think that idea of the fade with relative weakness, I don't know what Tesla's doing. It doesn't want to participate with the market, but at the same time, it's got enough strength, just enough to say, you know what, we might be going up. So I think for me at this point, I can take a small hit, walk away, call it clean, and move on to it. But AMD was the other one I was looking at. AMD, solid runner. Now, it took a little break. It took some time going after yesterday's highs, but we finally got there. 102 break just came through recently, I mean, in the last 5 minutes here, and now we're running strong. I think we got to look at the bigger chart here. And the very first thing I do when I look at stuff like this in terms of breaks is to look at the bigger chart. What is the bigger chart doing? Well, this is a multi-day. We were talking about that 100 a few days ago. And where are we now? Well, we're at 102, but that 101 and change paw that we put in around 230 or so, that's the area of reference at this point. So now we're north of 102. Let's see, I've got that alert set off at 101. So I want to see if this 102 holds up well. If this 102 can hold up well, then clearly we have some strength here with the market as strong as it is. Keep in mind, even though the market's as strong, of course, Tesla, thank you for the exit, and then goes right back down. So I walk away from Tesla, and Tesla's like, nah, you know what, we're still making up our mind. I don't know if we're strong. I don't know if we're weak. We're going to figure it out. I don't want to be a part of this. I'll take the hit, walk away. It's going to cost me about 30 cents or so, but it's all good. I'd rather take the 30-cent hit than have to kind of do a coin flip on Tesla. So for now, we're going to leave that one be. Futures market, I am still looking at that 50 as a potential trade on the short side here. again, we're not ready to go on the short. It's just I have that 50. I have the level. Now we talked about this yesterday too, right? We have the level. We just need to figure out what the setup is going to look like on the smaller chart to confirm that level. So 50 is in play, but if you go to the smaller chart, what do you got? Clear strength. I mean, in this move since 940, I've got, these are 5-minute bars, by the way. I've got 2 red bars since 940. So clearly there is some strength here in this market. You cannot go short in this type of environment on the futures, at least not right now anyways. And then there goes Tesla. Damn it, Tesla making a move now. I don't want to get back in. It's just too much of a coin flip on Tesla. And obviously we talked about AMD through that 101 area to confirm the downside, or it stays through the 102 to confirm the upside. So if the futures market keeps ripping, then I'm all for the idea of going for that long. But right now it's taking a little break. It's taking some time in a market. In a market where you are strong, right, and you are expecting some strength. Well, I guess coming into today, you weren't expecting too much strength, but you were expecting some sort of volatility, and the market gives you this, which is just a slow grind to the upside. That could become one of those things where you just have to respect it and change your expectations, right? We were expecting volatility. After the way that yesterday closed out with all those closing programs coming into play, that could have been quite the move coming into today, where we continue that kind of volatility and accelerated move. And what do you get? Just a little pullback. Clearly, a lot of program activity has been done yesterday. Now we're starting to see that drift back up. Let's see if this eventually catches an offer. If it doesn't, we might be caught in this type of move all day. So this is going to be quite the day to trade if you are if you're in the wrong names. Obviously, we saw some crazy activity in Coinbase. I don't know if you saw that move in Coinbase. I saw it. I just
this morning.
This morning. I made it very clear I'm not in the equity side unless I'm on the show. But did you see that? Was that something that you would be on wanting to get involved with, or no?
Yeah, maybe I want to see if it can come back into some of yesterday's levels. Like I understand, like I missed the bounce off of 60 out the open, and then we can see that it's kind of like consolidating here. Let me pull it up on one of these charts here. Coin, here we go. But yeah, so you see how like all of this happened pre-market, and then I think I started trading around. I had a little bit of a late start, but yeah, no, I had the 60 level marked, and then the 69 level marked. But I've missed both the entries. It is a crazy move here. But yeah, no, I want to see if it can get back into previous days levels around 80. So like, yeah, if the market has some strength, that could pull this along with it. But no, I don't really have any trades planned on coin today.
No.
Not necessarily.
You don't like that kind of volatility?
No, I do, but like I just wasn't there for it. I
Okay.
missed my prices, so therefore,
Right.
like I don't like the problem with me is sometimes like I get FOMO. And I'm
Okay.
trying to work on it. Like if
Yeah.
I miss a big move and I'm like, oh yeah, I had that price, or I had that price written down, and I missed like 50 cents to $1.
Yeah.
I find more often than not, like I start getting a little irritated, and my trading kind of goes off the rails.
It happens.
And so like I've made it a rule, like if I miss the price, like it is what it is. There's gonna be opportunity again. Like just maybe don't even trade it, or wait for it to be so good that it kind of yells at you, screams at you, be like, yo, this is a level, or this is a trade type of thing. But I'm not necessarily looking at it right now. Maybe on a day 2 tomorrow, once things have kind of settled down. Same with Block, with SQ. Waiting for it to kind of define some levels, define some ranges, and give me a good RR to play off of.
I think that's a critical thing too, is like when you start to see moves and you're a little late to the party, obviously you want to participate, but at the same time you got to control your risk, and I'm all for that, right? And so one thing I will say though is that when you do miss a trade, you can set up the next trade on coin, right? Wherever the level is. If it's far away too, if it gets into a certain area, and then set off the alert. So whenever it gets there, like instead of just moving on from it,
Right.
I would just set the alert for some future trade. Like if it came back to 63, 64, is that a trade for you? Is that like a level? It would be, right?
Yeah,
So I would
'cause-
just set an alert. So you set the alert, you move on from coin, and then when the alert goes off, you come back so you don't forget about it. I think that's one way to go. I noticed a couple super chats came in early, so I am going to go through them. BKKT from Julie Argon saying, One world currency officially in the works. Okay, I see the move. It's 14% to the upside. The only thing with BKKT, I just lost the window. BKKT, what market is that? Is that New York?
Let me check.
Yeah, it is New York. Okay, it's 854,000 shares. This is going to be hard to trade on the intraday. Why? Well, the level 2 looks like this. If you are able to catch the move initially, again, talking about key levels here. What could have been a key level in this multi-day? Probably that 150. Now we're at 155. You know, on a $1.55 stock, the risk on this, if you take the trade, it's one of those trades where it's a much longer term time frame, and I like the idea of the one world currency. If that's a much longer, that is definitely a much longer time frame that you're looking at, right? So that's an option for you as well. That 150, taking of that 150 definitely opens the door to the upside, potentially towards that high that we got going back to the 17th, that pop, all the way up to like 177, 178. Still going, by the way. They're still working on it, but they're working on it very, very slowly. So in terms of intraday volatility, probably not going to get that. But here it is to the upside as it goes. And the other one from, where is it? Nicole Harris, Square. What's Square doing, or Block? What is it doing? Your options jump from 25 to 125. I'm going to assume that's a put option. That's just quadrupled up, more than quadrupled up. Yeah, they completely fell off a cliff this morning here, right off that 8 o'clock drop, and here we are not catching a bid back into that resistance. The way I would play this now, I'm not sure what you did with that options there, Nicole, but the way it's been coming through on the back end as it bounces back, there's going to be a multi-day resistance level above us. I just quickly took a look over at Tesla. Oh yeah, Tesla. Thank you for the move that you did after I got out. It's already at 97. So that late move, that relative weakness, yeah, it's happening now, apparently, without me. But going back to Square, you see that $70, that held up fairly well. It was a little flexible level, 68 to 70. They finally cracked right through in a clean move. So what I would keep an eye on is this: if we bounce back into that area, and it looks like it's got the juice to do it too. If we bounce back into that area, I wonder if there's going to be some strength here. Well, there's going to be some existing resistance in the previous strength area that you can fade, because this turns into a massive zone now, having spent so many days here between 68 and 70. So 74 would probably be the stop on a move through there, but here it is. There's an opportunity here on the back end, and I saw another super chat just come right through. Disney, do I like Disney? Let's take a look at Disney. I haven't looked at Disney in a while. Okay. Intraday-wise, 96 was probably the window. Let's take a look. I'm going to assume that's from a much larger time frame. So let me take a look at the daily and see what Disney looks like on the daily. Trend line in place. I don't know about... The thing with Disney is you look at the daily, right? You see that trend line come... Well, you can draw a trend line right through there, and then they're working on it right now. So with it at 96, 97, the 100 is right there. We've struggled at 102. I think the cleanest, and I'm always going to go for the easier trades, just like Obi was saying. He's waiting for his levels. You want the easiest trades. You want the path of least resistance on a trade. So for me, if I'm going to think whether it's a long or a short, they need to clear the last area where we had some trouble. For me, it's right here. A few days ago, well, not a few days ago, it was like going back to beginning of March here. It's around that 102, 103 mark. If they got above that, I can be more confident with the idea that, hey, we've cleared some major resistance levels. I think we can go to the upside. Of course, that's like $6, $7. You got to be willing to let that slide to get the much longer term trade in place. But for now, I think with the way it's been moving up, it's moving up into a downtrend. They're already struggling with that 98 area, it seems. So it's going to be a lot more wait and see action. I think the trend is still in place on Disney. If you like the long, just wait for a better price. we talk about that. Wait for it to clear the resistance levels. That's going to be the path of least resistance. Once you get rid of that, then the stock has some space to move around. So I think Disney 102, 103, and one more. Where is that? Yeah, Billy Davies saying, the Tesla trade is working out nicely. Yeah, I know, right? I see it now. It's like $1 in the money. It's just, yeah, anyways. BKKT, one world currency is coming, global banking in. Another cheerleader for BKKT. We saw the movement, right? 150 on the intraday. If you like it on the multi-day time frame, then you're all for it. We already did that analysis, but thank you so much, Laura, on that super chat as well. I see you guys talking major players here. I'm seeing Apple in the chat, Meta in the chat, Google on the chat. I see the futures market turning around slightly. Let's see if this is enough to work something. So I'm going to go through the names that you guys let me know at any point if you see a trade in any of the majors or even a trade that potentially could be setting up. Let me know, and we'll come right to you.
Sure, yeah. You said the futures are turning, right? So like, I see that it's making its first 15-minute candle, right? Like what usually is your like trigger to be like, okay, now we've actually turned versus like, you know?
Okay, so this is the conversation Sharif and I had because the viewers asked for it yesterday. It's like, how do you identify or how do I work with zones, right? I say, this is in a sell zone, that's in a buy zone. And what I say is I work with the bigger chart to identify the zone. Let's just, for example, the S&P futures, I've got the 30-minute, right? I'll flip around between the 15, the 30, and the 60. It really doesn't matter to me. I just want to see structure. I knew somewhere there could be potentially a trade here, right? But even though, because initially I had 40-30 as a level as well. But with the caveat that it needs to set up. And when I mean it needs to set up, I also have paired with this a smaller chart. So regardless of what the big chart is, I'll go to the smaller chart being the 5. So I need, like I said with that with Disney just now, where it needs to clear the last area where we were having issues in terms of going to the direction that I would prefer. If I'm looking to short into the zone or short a zone, then it needs to clear the last support area, right? If I'm looking to go long, it needs to clear the last resistance area, right? So with futures moving up the way it was, I'm like, okay, well, if we keep going, I can't go short. It was like this against that 30. But if we start making a move down through this like 05 even, that's where the resistance is sitting in this move. I'll start looking for the short. Clearly they didn't, they kept going, right? So that gets removed now completely. And I'm still watching the trend on this. How's it moving? Where's the last resistance area or the last area where we kind of hesitated? It seems like we now zoom this in, like I think you did with all your charts that people were on your case for, where you zoom it in, let's just, zoom it in like Obi did on his charts, like really get in there on the candle. Where is it hesitating? Well, in a candle, the tails are telling you where it did not want to be, right? So it went down, it came back up, closed here. Same thing here. So the way I see it, as we're getting to 30, there's a lot of interest right here.
Yeah,
right?
I see that, yeah.
So knowing that there's a resistance level above me and this market is willing to at least try to come down even just by a little bit around these 30s, if we ever broke through there, I can probably open up a short. Okay. Where I'd be more confident with the idea that, hey, they tried to go down, they couldn't, they finally got up and they came down and took it out. At that point, I'm all for the short, right? So that's kind of how I go about looking at the pairing the bigger chart and the smaller chart together. So I think this is just one of those things where you do have to be patient with your trade, but at the same time, and this was a conversation I had with another trader as well, you're patient for the timing of your trade. Well, once it's time, you got to go. Right. Like I say this on the chat on when I'm doing the other show at times, which is once you get the green light, you got to go. Yeah. Like there's no hesitation, there's no nothing.
Strike the iron when it's hot.
It's once you have the signal that you're waiting as much as you need to wait, you're waiting for the time to get that green light. Once you get the green light, you got to go. There's no hesitation on it. So same thing with the futures. I am keeping an eye on this one. Maybe 40.25-ish is where I'm thinking on the short here. That might end the trend, but this trend is very strong. I can easily see this being a nice little bounce spot as we keep crossing into 40. So for now, it is pulling back, but we still have the European close to get through, which is still an hour away. We still have this market in an uptrend, so these shorts are not set up and not ready to go. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the one thing that is ready to go. I got to switch this thing out, man. Tesla is still just rubbing it in my face at this point. Take the 35-cent hit. What does Tesla do? Yeah, thank you very much, Tesla. Let me move this. I can't stare at this anymore. Why would I stop there? Prad's at the desk. Prad's at the production desk giving me flack for why would I stop there. First off, Prad, it wasn't a stop. I was doing relative weakness, and then Tesla started showing me, you know what? maybe we're not as weak as we seem. So would you, Brad, take a 30-cent hit, 35-cent hit versus hoping that it actually works in your favor, Brad? I need an answer.
Would you? I would have my stop at the high of the range.
Brad says he would have his stop at the high of the range. And don't do what Brad does because that's just wasting, and that's just wasting money. So
it's like a dollar risk.
Yeah, it's a dollar risk. If you have a reason to, if your reasoning for staying in the trade or being in the trade is now gone, even if that means taking a very small hit, just take the hit. You're gonna lose. As a trader, like losing is inevitable, right? Your best way to get around that is minimize your losers. You hear those terms on trading shows and books and all that. Minimize your losers, maximize your gainers. It's easy to say, let runners run, right? It's easy to say let runners run, but it's hard to be like, oh, there's this much money on the table. How do you let it run? Well, you got to have a trade management thing in place, right? So when you go into a trade, not every trade will be a runner. Not every trade will be an easy trend to just let go of. So you have to have some way of quantifying, and I said this yesterday too, or I said this yesterday, if you can quantify your strategy, then you understand your strategy. If you can write it down and explain it to somebody else, then you probably need to put in some work on how to do that. Because if somebody asks me about the specifics of how I trade, and Neil was my risk manager when I was this was years and years ago. Now he's on the show, but when I would have to deal with stuff, or when I was trading, once in a while we would sit down and talk about the risk. I would be able to quantify. I would lay it all in front of him, and that was it. So if you can explain it, then by all means you have something solid. If you can't explain, if you can't write it down or explain it to somebody else, then there probably needs to be some work that needs to be put in. And for me, when it comes to just letting runners run, I have a trail method, like a way I move the trailing stop, and I'm explaining to you guys, which is kind of using the smaller chart to see where it hesitated last. And if that doesn't hold up, that also means that sometimes you got to be willing to let it come back on you.
Right.
Are you willing to lock in? And I think this is a question a lot of people have to answer is, you want to lock it, you're in the money $1. Are you willing to let that position come back to 60-cent profit? So it means you give up 40 cents for the potential that it keeps running. That's a question that you need to answer. If you want what's on the table, you're not going to get what's coming afterwards. But if you are willing to give up that 40 cents to properly manage your trade, then you don't know if that dollar is going to turn into $2 or $3. You don't know how the stock's going to react. No one knows. All we can do, to the best of our ability, is have some method to kind of manage a trade. Right? There's three components. There's the entry of a trade. There's the management of the trade. Well, you also have to figure out what your profit targets are, how you're taking profit on a trade. So 3 different components, all on their own. Futures market coming back in, and I need to change the screen because now I have a second. Level 2 there that has Tesla on it, and Tesla's like still moving. I'm like, no, Tesla,
really
can't do it.
now.
Yeah, we're coming through here.
So I mean, that was, like we said, that was the first 15-minute red, and it looks like there is follow through for now, right? But yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. And I've been reading recently the Playbook by Bellafiore. Yeah, Mike Bellafiore, a great book. I was actually surprised that it actually starts talking about you need reasons to trade, just like you're saying, setting up a system where I'm like, yeah, I don't have a structured system for getting in and out of
you need to get
positions.
on that real quick.
Yeah, so last night I started I started writing down okay, this is how these are the different ways I kind of want to start sizing into things, and then if I'm taking this much risk, this is the size I should be using. And then these are the different trigger points that I need to start looking at to start making decisions. Okay. Right? It's like, buyer on the tape, reserve, or whatever, right? These are the different things that should be triggering thought processes.
One thing I will say to that, though, is that you don't want to overdo it with the information.
Right.
Right? Then you're just stuck processing, because you're going to get different signals from different places. You look at the tape versus the chart, you might get opposing signals at times, right?
You don't want to get lost in the sauce.
Exactly. What do you prioritize? Yeah. Right. For me, the level 2, obviously I look at the flow of things, but when you stare at one thing, which is for me is S&P futures, when you stare at one thing all the time, you kind of understand how it moves. You understand the the feel for it, right? When you're constantly moving from stock to stock, it's a little different because you're not always used to the stock. So you do have to find a way to kind of identify that, but at the same time, like, what's your primary decision-making point? Is it off the chart or is it off the level 2? It could be a combination of the two, but one's going to have more weight than the other, right?
Right.
So you do have to kind of like organize all your thoughts in that sense.
Yeah, for me right now, I feel like I put a lot of weight on the tape, and I use the charts as like obviously price history, like where we've been, and then what volume kind of traded at what price.
Yep.
And then also identifying key levels, and then I move on to the tape when and if the area does come in, and then I'll be looking for clues to take my RR off of on the tape.
Okay.
Like that's how I've been kind of doing it. But,
all right. Well, I mean, it hasn't been working out. Like
it's
but
again,
you're
it's a
also
work in
making changes.
progress.
Yeah, you're making
right?
changes
it's just
as
like,
you go.
Like I kind of like I am lost in the sauce a lot of the times. So I'm still trying to figure things out. Like I don't know.
When you're in that situation, like a lot of times when you're stuck looking at a chart or you're overdoing it with the chart, just step back a little bit. I think if you're looking, I know you guys, I don't know where this is coming from, and I would love to be explained where. But what is it up with this 3-minute chart? This is not a time frame that I'm familiar with.
Okay.
So, but to see a lot of guys here using 3-minute charts, I'm just like, where's this coming from? I would love to what is it about the 3 that you don't like about the 5? Because I know the 5 is very popular, but why the 3? Because you're not the first person. Because I had to ask Sharif this too. So I'm very curious as to why the 3-minute. Why are these like exotic time frames are coming from? Like, what is the reasoning for that?
Well, I have an opinion about exotic time frames. Like if you're watching a time frame that like not a lot of people are watching, you might have something there. But other than that, like the reason why I like using the 3 is like the 1 is too jittery.
Okay.
I find myself like getting faked out a lot on the 1, and not really meeting my own expectations of holding or like you know taking the position. So like it's very jittery. It takes me out very easily.
Yep.
The 2-minute is still there, but like the 3 really cleans it up.
Okay.
It cleans up that jitteriness and like it shows me like, okay, are we consolidating? Are we doing whatever? Whereas the 1, you can have like a huge 1-minute candle and then it comes right back.
Right.
But on the 3-minute, it was just a wick. Right?
Okay.
And that can really mess with you if you see that 1-minute strength. But then if it's on the 3-minute, if it's just a wick, I'm more poised towards like selling. Right?
Okay, so you see it a little bit differently on the 3.
I would say so. But no, there's definitely advantages to different time frames, right? Like different things work on different time frames. And I think what I found was like, if I was switching a lot of time frame, if I would go from the 3 to the 1 to the 15, and I have like indicators on my charts, like those indicators would print differently for those different charts, right?
Right.
And that really was getting confusing to me. So like I kind of to smooth out the price action, I went to the 3, and I look at the 15, and sometimes I do look at the 5 depending on the ticker.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, if I ever want to pull up like a moving average or like a VWAP, I'll check like what it's doing on the 5 because I do know a lot of people look at it on the 5.
Okay.
So I want to know what those players are kind of like, where that price is for those players, and then kind of assess like, okay, are we going to see anybody here that's using the 5-minute on a moving average or using a 3, using a 1, whatever it is. But yeah, that's my only reason for using the 3. It kind of smooths it out, gives me some more time to assess, I think.
All right, let's go to a super chat there. Nicole Harris coming through again regarding square or block. I gotta stop saying square. I mean, like if you're gonna change the name, change the ticker too. But yeah, it's gonna be block now. You bought a call for 8 and 15 bucks. They popped quickly to 103 and 200. 8 to 103. Damn. Wow, that's a great entry. On the option side. I showed that it's still in an uptrend. Yeah, it fell off, so I'm assuming that you did this purchase right after the open. It fell off, obviously. It was south of 60 bucks and then caught a bid, and it is still strong to the upside. It is a little hesitant right now, but this goes back to trade management, right? So the fact that we cracked through that 58, couldn't catch any sort of action, and then now we're kind of drifting back up. Or we're not drifting, we're trading back up. We're all the way at like 64, 65 now. So sideways action for something like this could be a very good thing. So it could keep the trend intact. Just keep in mind the much larger time frame is going to be putting some resistance north of 68 to 70. So keep a close eye on this. You're absolutely right. It is still in an uptrend. For now, it has gone sideways just a tad bit. But if the trend is going to continue, and if this market can hold up, we mentioned that 25. They are really flirting with this 25 now. Let's see if this can hold up. If this can't, we might have a trade here on the future side for the short against the 50. Let's see if this one plays out. And I don't even want to talk. Oh, why is it back on the screen? Every time I try to get rid of Tesla on my screen, I change the level 2, then I see another level 2 up here. I change that level 2, I come back to this chart, and there's a chart with Tesla rubbing it in my face. Tesla, no, we don't want this anymore. Leave me alone. Let me find something else. Let me go through the chat, see what else you guys got.
Yeah, they're saying Evergrande unit fails to pay interest on issued 2020 bonds. Dan Emmons.
Ooh, Evergrande.
You know anything about that? That was the company with the Suez Canal ship getting stuck, right? Or
no, Evergrande is the Chinese property realty holding.
Oh, right. That was that one. Yeah, I'm getting that mixed up.
That was a massive issue. I don't even know what happened with that because it was big. It was a huge news cycle. It should have been a big story, and then it got swept under the rug, and they kind of dealt with it on their own. And now here we are talking about it again. So it's crazy that it's like a linchpin in how the market economy would handle itself, right? If something like that went down, like a default on a massive scale like that. They took care of it apparently. Maybe it's back in place again. But all right, let's go through the chat. Big fade. I'm looking for the fade too. I'm looking for the fade too, but you guys want to talk about coin. Obviously, coin strong runner.
Yeah, this
coin's going to be
pullback off 70 though. What do you feel about that pullback off 70? Like it was a pre-market area and like consolidation. Like
for me, 73 is the play.
Yeah.
It's whatever trade I make is going to have to be off of 73. I think 70. What I would actually, this is when you use like even numbers, but not in the way you would think. So typically, when you take a trade, you're like, oh, I'm going to put the stop on the other side of the even number. But there's a counter trade. Well, there's a trade on the other side of that you can make as well, which is 70 breaks, stops go off. If stops can't hold it, that flushes everybody out, and then you jump on board on the short. Because I'm thinking there could potentially be a short here on coin, but I'm waiting for those stops to get hit north of 70. If we can actually take out the stops north of 70 and fail one more time, that clears everybody off the board.
Would you ever consider shorting into, if you started seeing that like rapid taking out of stops?
Yeah.
Would you consider shorting into that?
No.
No?
I'm sure that's profitable, but it's just like too much of a coin toss for me.
Right.
So how do you know it's going to stop?
Right.
Like you don't know. There could be some legit reason why they're going after the stops, and this could keep going up. So I would rather not try to make an assumption that this is actually going to fail. I would rather get the confirmation that this is actually done, like it's failed. So for me, Coinbase, let's keep an eye on this one. Let me set an alert here. If we can get above 70, I'll put that on. What else are you guys talking about? Coin, GME. GME was a little hot yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
And it's got some activity on GME. Oh, the window for that was, that could have been easy.
Yeah. We had a bit of a range yesterday, right?
I know, but the problem is when you go to the wide chart, and that's the thing too. If you're on top of this, you're thinking, okay, there's something going on. This is the way I analyze as well. I know 23 is in play, right? We're seeing it. This is a 30-minute chart going a few days back. You go to the smaller chart, you clean that up a little bit. You go to the 5. What does that 30 tell you? There's a little bit of action here underneath 30 or 23 I need to clean up. So I'm going to move that to 22. That's your new bottom end. What does this do? Catches a bid right through. After cracking 23, catches an immediate bid. This is like that run where they do a stop and then take out.
Yeah.
Reversal. That's that trade pretty much in action at 23, and then that's your runner all the way up to 24.50. Yeah. You got to see that on top. You got to see that on time, and you got to be quick about it too. But I'm going to set the alert off at 22. There we go. There's the alert for maybe the breakdown. If we get that breakdown, futures market still working the 32s. So we are getting that bounce off that 25. So that 25, we talked about this earlier, but that 25 is definitely in play now because, well, we were thinking there's something here. If we got through it, we were talking about how trade management works, right? Or at least the way I manage my trades. There's something here around that 25. Mm-hmm. We can back off into it. If we take it out, we have a good chance that we can reverse. Well, the fact that they are catching a bid off of that kind of just confirms
that they're there.
They're there. Yeah, there's something going on there. It's much like this is the type of clarification you want on trades. So now I'm going to put a red line in because I know it's there. First, I put the zone in because I think something's there. Now I can see that clearly there's something here.
Right.
So I can definitely now find 2 trades. When I start marking off levels like this, I've got 2 trades available here. One, we break 40, we fail that pop north of 40, and I can actually take a trade at near 40 against 50. Flip side is, if this market comes back down to like the 25, like 26, 27, 28 area and catches starts to set up on the buy side, there's a long I can take too, and that's going to be super cheap. That's going to cost me like 5 points or so.
Yeah.
Right? So there's 2 trades I'm now setting up. I'm respecting the current trend, but I'm also setting up the next set of trades for me. So potentially a short if we fail the 40 break or fail the current high break, or if we end up setting up a long sub 30, or I guess there's 3 trades. Or you break the 25 and you set up a brand new short as well. So there's 3 trades on the table, and you're always, at least I'm always making adjustments along the way. I think that's
So you're like actively looking at like what your options are, what we could do, and
Yes.
then what risk reward each one of those
I'm always
options
looking
have?
at what my options could
Yeah,
be.
that's definitely, wow. Yeah, that's I got to work on that.
It's
Yeah,
one
I have
thing.
None of that.
It's like I say, I'm patient. I'm waiting for a level, but at the same time, as levels are developing, I'm also like setting up the board on what I'm gonna do. And that's why, like I said, when you get the green light, you just go.
Right.
Right. When you pre-plan all of this, you don't need to waste your time trying to, like, what am I going to do now?
Right.
You already know, like, oh, we're breaking this, option number 3. We're doing that, option number 1. We're doing this, instead, option number 2. Like, you just have it all lined up, and then you're just ready to go.
execute
to
on that.
avoid hesitation and whatnot. I see there's another super chat. They came in. Arun, can you talk about stop losses? Keep getting stopped out despite giving plenty room. Is mental stop better than physical stop? What do you use? Okay. I use a combination of both. Here's the thing with stop losses. For the same reason I was talking earlier about Coinbase north of 70. If you are putting a stop north of 70, exactly what I said earlier about how if they take out stops and then they can come right back in, you can get caught in that mess, right? Say you're short and then you take out 70, you get stopped out, and then it comes back and you're like, oh, I got stopped out for no reason because now it's actually going to do what I wanted to do. And that's happened. And that happens, and that it's bound to happen at any point in your trading career and consistently happen too. So the way I do it is, I know 70s, like for me, I'll kind of, if I'm taking a short, let's just say I am short a coin, 70 is supposed to be my stop. So I'll keep the mental stop of 70, meaning if we get above 70 and we can have sustained buy-side pressure, then I can respect the fact that there's buying strength coming through. But at some point, you have to give up on the mental stop and actually hit the physical stop as well. So what I'll do is X points past my mental stop, I'll put in a hard stop. So I have this much flexibility between, I know there should be something north of 70 that gives me the indication of whether this is legit or not, but if it gets past 71, I'm done.
So you're waiting for it to do that, or you have the mental and then you put your your extended stop in already?
I already put the extended stop in.
Okay, and that provides you as like a safe catch just in case some random
Exactly. Especially
whatever
on the futures,
Sigma move happens, you just
exactly right. So it's not even just random moves. Sometimes these carry much further than you expect them to. So you're like, oh, the problem with mental stops is like, oh, maybe just a little bit more information. Maybe just a little bit more information.
Yeah, I get caught up in that all the time.
Maybe just a little bit more
Just keep
information. I just
moving
want to make sure that this is gone. And next thing you know, this has already gone $2 past your stop.
Yeah.
So you need to cut yourself off, kind of prevent yourself from doing that. So the mental stop makes sense, but you got to back yourself up with that physical stop as well. Yeah. So a little bit further past that mental stop is going to be your physical stop. And look at that, the futures market not willing to walk away from these 25s. Okay, I see this and I like this. For me, this is a good thing because I've been looking for a trade all morning on the futures, and I think we might be getting close to one as long as this can close up or this can actually start moving the way I'm thinking. It's just going to be, now that we've bounced so much around these 25s, I really want to see what's below 25. Are we just going to kind of just fall right off, or are we going to actually trade? If we are trading, I'm more comfortable with the idea of going after that short. If we are just going to fall right to 20, then I need to see how it bounces.
By trading, you mean like if it's consolidating?
Not even consolidating, but like I want active movement back and forth between 25. Because when I see back and forth action, and we're still going in the downside direction, at least for the short, then I know that they're actively trying to buy it up, but they can't. Right?
Yeah.
They're not just going in one direction. I can't trust it if it just goes in one direction. I need to see what the other side looks like as well. I need to see what the buyers look like sub 25.
True.
Are they going to be strong or not? if they're trying to buy up and they're still getting sold into, then I know that there's some decent action sub 25 that I can actually go for the short. They're going to work on it right now. So here we are kind of working that in. Oh no, I briefly looked over. I screwed up. I briefly looked over at Tesla.
Why? What's Tesla doing now? Is it?
Oh, it's
further
still
down?
going.
Oh man,
It's still going. It's at 190, sub 196 now. Oh no.
these 200 sellers
Oh
have
no, I
been
should
in
just
here
follow
for like
Brad's
the
advice.
past week. Right?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
these
going
200
nuts.
sellers, it keeps selling off of this 200 area multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's bound to be some trades. There's bound to be some trades here that we can work on. It's a little late to the party. I got in the door and then said no thank you to Tesla, so we'll find something else. Oh, AMD. I wonder if AMD took
Would you have
that.
considered getting back in at that 197? So you see how there's some
The
support
risk is
there?
screwed up. No, I get what you're
Right,
saying.
because you're risking the 199 essentially, or-
I was risking 201 on that.
No, if you get the 197, right, then your risk would be the top, or?
No, you don't do that. At least I don't do that. What for me is the stop is where it needs to be, not where you want it to be. So if the stop is supposed to be 201, just because I got a lower entry doesn't mean now my stop is a little bit lower. There's a reason for the stop, right? I'll explain the Tesla stop. The reason for this stop is this. If you go back a few days, and I'll put the 30-minute up, if you go back a few days, what are we doing? We're barely breaking through 200.
Yeah.
So for me, any sort of trade that worked against that 200 needs to be put here. So if I'm getting in 198, I can justify the risk on that. $3, and by now it would have paid like 2.5 already. But if I can't get that, like if I can't get the 198 and I'm willing to come down to 197, does it really make sense to put my stop at like 199?
No,
when you
because
know,
we could recycle that, yeah.
because the areas of resistance is still there. That's the same area of resistance. It does not care what price you got in at. It's there for a reason, right? So you got to respect what the chart's telling you. And I think for me, 201 was the area. So if you are in a situation like that where 201 is your area of stop or your stop location, and you're trying to price your risk, and you're like, okay, I can get 198, but then you might be like, maybe I can get 197. Then you're risking $4. Just make sure you can get $4 back on the other side when it does move in your favor. There's no point in putting up that kind of risk if it's only going to go like $1, right? True. In that situation, just wait for your prices. Wait for where the risk comes back in and makes more sense. So I would definitely be a little bit more patient with that. In Tesla's case, I mean, I think the trade kind of is complete. I was expecting a move down towards 195. That's why I took the 198. It was a 3 for 3 or 1 for 1 trade, $3 for $3. And now we're getting into that area. Now, if it bounces back, I don't know what to do with it, right? So I think that trade on Tesla is kind of done.
Would you ever consider selling the whole area? Like say 200 to 225, 225, right? That whole quarter, I want to sell that whole price range.
What do you mean 200? Like 200 to 200 and a quarter? Like 25
yeah,
cents north of 200?
So like you're like if you see that there's been sellers there a couple days in a row, and this is the area they kind of show up in, and like just to be like, okay, this is a selling area, right?
Yeah.
Would you ever consider selling like prices, like because that whole price is kind of being sold? Like, okay, these are good selling prices. Do you take like a single entry within that range, or would you be like, okay, I'm selling every price in this range for the bigger picture move type of thing?
Yeah, it depends. When you say selling everything, like if you've already started your trade, you should have already had everything that you wanted, right? Like if I'm working Tesla and I wanted everything inside of 198, how many shares are you going to take? You're already pricing your shares times the $3 risk, right?
Yeah.
So how much?
No, I mean
more?
closer to the 200, right?
Oh, you're saying average it? Like if it keeps coming up, you're like, oh, I'm going to take more? That
kind of.
situation?
So if I was like, okay, the 200 sellers have been there, and if it gets above 200, I'm selling everything from 200 to 201.
You could do that.
Like what's your opinion on that kind of?
As long as it's planned for, as long as you're not doing it because you think it's cheap, as long as there's a reason to do it. Yeah. But I think that's a valid way to kind of play it. You're like, oh, I'm going to work everthing north of 200. That's fine.
Okay. And
let's
then
just
have the risk.
As long as the risk makes sense, you're taking the right amount of share size for the ability to kind of take that trade, right? Okay. You don't want to over leverage yourself. That's when you start getting nervous and you start making decisions that aren't exactly helpful. So I think having a good plan in place, and I think that's how we're always talking about that, is having a plan in place makes a lot more sense when it comes time to execute, because then you don't have to think about it.
Right.
Right. Like that's why I'm kind of big on alerts. because I already have like an idea in mind. So when the alert goes off, it just reminds me of, oh, it's time to do this or it's time to do that. Right. Instead of having to think like, oh no, Tesla's breaking 196. Are we going to go long? I don't know yet. We still got to analyze the chart. And by the time we analyze the chart, the trade could be on, right?
Yeah, it's too late.
All right, there's another super chat. Thank you, LibQ8. Arun, do you use supply and demand zones? Or Dwight Schrute, thank you. Do I use supply? I mean, pretty much the way I go about it is, I guess, like for me, supply and demand zone is pretty much what I do, but I don't know if I call it that. I just call it areas where I want to, the market's rejecting. Like, I think, to me, I look at this and go 201. This is Tesla, by the way. This is 201. So to me, there's some supply here, right? Because we keep resisting. So I think for me, the way I draw the zones is pretty much areas of interest where I think there's going to be some action. So areas of interest are going to be where the market doesn't want to be. There's areas where it is finding a seller or a buyer. So yes, I guess to put a name on it, these are supply and demand zones that I work with. And the thing too is that you got to be kind of flexible with this, because these will move. Like we're saying 101, or I'm saying 101 is the top, but we could have a 101 pop.
Right.
That doesn't really exactly, and
yeah.
it doesn't go, and then it comes back in, and it might look like it broke through, and then next thing you know, about half an hour later, it hasn't broken through. So it looks like it's still a short. Now that 101 area is going to kind of widen up a little bit. So that's where the analysis of the back and forth, like 25 broke on the futures, right? What did I say? I wanted to see how 25 worked, sub 25, if we were going to catch a buyer or not. Like that would tell me whether the short was ready to go or not. What do? We get 25 broken. We went by about 3 ticks below 25, and we caught a buyer. This is exactly what I want to see. Yeah. I figured there would be something down below 25, but these buyers that are coming in, if we are strong enough to the sell side, they should be able to take it out. They should be able to like kind of handle this bounce and then take it right back down. If we're actively going against these buyers on the sell side and we're in the right spot to take a short, I think it makes sense to take a short right at that point. So
you're looking for that failure to follow through
of
the uptrend to start the short.
No, it's not a failure of the uptrend. Well, yeah, I guess a failure of the uptrend, but also I want to see like latecomers try to use this as a buying point. Like if we're
and then it doesn't bid up.
And then it doesn't, and then it like bounces and
you
fails.
want to essentially be selling to them on the right side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So as long as I get the indication that the buying is still there, but the sellers are much more powerful in terms of absorbing anything that's being bought, then I know the uptrend is done. For me, I'm more comfortable putting up the risk at that point. All right, we got more chats there. Netflix consolidating 320 gamma squeeze upside. Ooh, options play.
That's a word I haven't heard in a while.
Options play. All right. Let's see what Netflix is.
Oh, wow, look at this.
Wow, okay, that's quite the move here. 30 is not going to cut it, apparently. Let's go to the 60. Okay, that's not going to cut it either. Let's go to the, when I have to go to this wide of a move, it could become a problem. 330 is in play. Typically with, all right, I'm not very well versed in options. So for me to hear something like gamma squeeze, obviously I want to see large levels of activity. 320, might not be the point, because you're also going to be looking at this in terms of where are the options going to be playing. I would imagine a lot of them are playing technically as well. You guys would know more about options than I would. But at the same time, I look at it from the technical perspective. Where would we get that breakaway point? 330 seems to be that area of interest to the upside, where if we got past there, we probably would get a move going probably towards 350, 360, and then you kind of accelerate from there. Obviously, Netflix up almost 10% on the day, huge move to the upside. You're having tons of strength here. It's still going too. Man, this is a hard one. This is a hard one to figure out, because 330 is right there. We're north of 322, which you would think extension, but given how big or how far back I had to go in terms of wider charts. I went to the 30, that wasn't good enough. Went to the 60, that wasn't good enough. Had to go to the daily to figure this out. So that tells me that this level is large. So for me, 330 break is probably going to be where you're going to get your best batch of activity. So for now, good strength to the upside, 10%, running strong. but you're running into resistance, and I think you have to respect that at the moment. The way it's been moving around, it's slowing down a little bit, which is expected, but this market is catching a bid, which with Netflix on the buy side and the market actually catching a bid, you might see some more activity, but I think they're going to kind of try to have to grind this through to the upside as we continue on going. So here we are, waiting, like futures market, we're still, let me move this off the screen. Let me get the futures one up on the main chart here. All right, here we go. With the futures moving back up, remember I said if the 25s hold up, we could potentially also play a low risk long. Now that's what I'm looking for. Potential short, sub 25 if we get the activity, or a very tight and cheap long if we are failing to get through 30 to the downside and actually catching a bid. Because if I can put up 5 points to see what I've got north of 40.40, I think that's a pretty cheap trade that I can get going. Are you trading futures today? I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to, but we're waiting on these 25s to identify exactly what we're going to do here. I've been looking at it. Initially, when I was looking at the futures earlier, I was thinking down here, because we still have that 65 in place. So I figured there could be a trade here after we bounce around 6:30 in the morning, around here, north of 90. But then we just started slowing down, and then we did this going into 9 o'clock, and I was like, okay, we're clearly struggling with 4,000, and we are struggling with going sub 85 as well. What do I do with this? So I'm like, I don't know, I can't figure it out. Let me just wait a little bit to determine whether I want to go long or short. And what ends up doing is it ends up keeps going up. So I got to respect the current strength. So no longs there, waiting on the short, but we may not even get that. We may actually have to flip to a long at the way the market's going to the upside. So we may have to wait on that a little bit here as it continues. Yeah, they're catching another bid to the upside. What else are you guys talking about?
Yeah, that trend looks like it's kind of holding.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
for now.
all right. What else we got here?
Tesla, will it hit high of day today?
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
I feel like we spent so much time on Tesla. Let's let that one. Let's talk about a name that like you're looking at that's not like one of the majors that I've kind of looked at already. Like let's avoid the Metas, the Microsofts, and the Amazons and the Teslas.
Oh man,
you got something else? Did I just take away your entire board there?
You took off some of the bigger players. Yeah, I don't know. Let's. I looked at my scanner this morning. I was looking at some of the banks like FRC.
Oh yeah.
And the Square Block and what was the other one? Coin we already talked about, right? But yeah, no, these banks. I was looking at it. It's like we had the hype around the banks like last week and a little bit of this week. It's starting to simmer off, and you can kind of see it in the volume and price action. So I mean, I was like, we could look for this. Here, let me pull up this chart over here, so everybody can see.
Zura.
I was looking at, so this is the move we had, right?
Yep.
The whole bank debacle, and now we're kind of testing these lows that we made. So I'm looking for maybe like a flush of this level to see if there's any follow through and to see if this downtrend kind of continues. If there are any pops in the coming days, it looks like once the buying pressure kind of like fades off, the sell is nice in the later half of the day. So like that's potentially something I could be looking for. I like that we're near this 15, we're between this 15 and 10 area, both like somewhat psychological areas that people like to transact at. But yeah, no, this short off of 15 was nice, but it gave you, I find that a lot of good moves, a lot of good prices get tested and kind of like move away from those prices in the pre-market or after hours. And then when it comes into the morning, I'm like, oh, I wanted to risk off of this level, but now my risk is so far away, I have to reassess. But that was the price. Like that was such a good price. And you know people got in during pre-market after hours. So I'm like, there's definitely something going on there where some of the best prices are getting dealt with when market hours aren't on.
That's why it's always important to be ready to go. Like, I get that you have some people like to come in very close to the open. It's like, you know, you sit down at 9:25 and you're ready to go to trade. Right. But like preparation is key here, especially if you have the ability. Not everyone has the ability to trade in the pre-market. I get that. If you do have the ability to trade in the pre-market and you see a trade, and you're like, you know what, this is a good trade. I like the prices. I want to figure this out. Send some orders. There's ways to get in the pre-market, right? You obviously, because the books aren't open, you can send it through ARCA, you can send it through Edge, and you probably can send it through NSB. I'm not sure on that one. I think you can also send it through NASDAQ as well. So the books might not be open, but the alternative, the ATSs, the alternative trading systems, those exchanges that I mentioned, they are open. So they are open for trade, and that's where you get that pre-market activity from. So depending on the broker you have, you might have that ability or not. And one name that I'm going to go to here, because Bradley's asking about this one. Bradley, thank you so much for being a member, 15 months there. He's one of our office managers out in the UK. Reading? I think it's Reading. Reading in England there. Anyways, Walmart, the way it's been moving there, it's, I've liked Walmart because Walmart's been strong when the market's been falling off, Walmart's been the strong one, right? We've talked about this the last time I was on the show. But the way that Walmart has turned around is taking its sweet time to rotate back over here. You see the downtrend going back to late February, starting all the way at 147, all the way down to 137, and now you're starting to see a slow rotation like this. The problem with a rotation like this is because it did it in a stair-step fashion, and all the stairs are very close together. When you finally get the rotation back to the positive side, it's going to be hard to figure out exactly where you are, where the trend would turn. So I think for now, I would keep an eye on Walmart from the daily perspective because of the way it's turning. It's obviously caught a nice little bit. I think that 142 to 143 is going to be a problem. It's having a good day today. It's up 1.3%. It's having a good day today, but I do think that's going to be the sweet spot here for the trade, whether that's going to be a breakthrough or an actual turn. But I think that's going to be where the trade makes more sense. Obviously, when you look at the daily, you see more levels that you can work with, right? You've got that 136, 135 levels to the downside, but to the upside, I think it's going to be more so that 142 to 143. Futures coming back in. Okay, I see you, futures. Here we go. As it comes back in. All right, I got to find some trades. This market is getting much closer to finding me a short. I just got to find the right set of trades to get on the short side. I think we're inching in the right direction. I'm going to start going through the major players here. Let's see. Let's go to the 30-minute chart here, and let's see who's rotating back in on Apple, potentially double top-ish. Okay, I don't like this one. Not at these prices. I think if we broke 159.50, there could be something on Apple. That's just me quickly going through the major players there. So that's Apple, Microsoft. Ooh, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Yeah, I like this.
Microsoft was crazy.
Yeah, I like this.
That 275 has been a pretty key area in the past couple of days.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree. 275, but I think I like the double top action more. With the market looking to rotate a little bit, I think we can actually start working this top end area for resistance. The risk is, I mean, what's the risk going to be? Above the highs there, 283, call it 284. I got to figure out how I'm going to price the risk, but I think Microsoft has been slowing down just enough to start considering the idea of the short. Okay, that's one option. Microsoft, what else we got? Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, we know what Tesla's doing, still going down. Google.
Google, yes.
There we go. There's the other index name that I got to keep an eye on. Ooh, Google, okay. Google, what are you doing? Ooh, okay. You know what? Google's, I think, the better candidate than Apple because it's actually got a much tighter range and it's actually looking to make a move fairly soon. I think if I go from the 30 to the 5, there we go. 105.5 I think is going to be enough for us to work something in. So let's put the alert out. 105.5 sub there. Let's get that working. For now, it's going sideways, but I think Google's on the table there. No Google. I mean, it's sideways right now, so nothing yet. So I think, Steve, if you're long Google, this might still continue to the upside. But for now, it's a candidate for me, potentially on the short side. And you guys were mentioning Zura. I saw you guys in the chat talking about Zura to the upside. Yeah, it gapped up, opened at 35 and change, I think 35.20, I believe. And now here we are looking at 32 on the bid. It's $1 spread. I don't know about you guys, but this is not this is not how I want to trade on a stock. I know for some of you guys, you like to play the halt, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, just join on and hope that it keeps going. But also liquidity is a problem, right? It's not a million shares, but like ignoring the stuck books, this is not a pretty look for me. It was hot a few days ago, I think, when it was going from like $8 all the way up. But now, though, it's getting a little bit more trickier to trade. Yeah, like you guys are seeing in the chat there, Zura, risky. I agree. Not my cup of tea for there, but also I see you guys talking about, here comes the market sub 25. Okay, we're getting closer. We're inching closer and closer to giving me what I need for that shot. But we will, we're getting closer and closer, but we'll let it work. Okay, NVIDIA, you guys are talking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been a messy trade today. I mean, it's up 3%, but all of that is pre-market. Also, we had a run on the programs yesterday, so clearly that 265 close was a little bit artificial as well. It wasn't, to me, when the programs get involved, it always ends up pushing it too far. And you saw that crazy run we had across the board yesterday, including the futures market, by the way. So the fact that we're bouncing back, it's not, it kind of gives you that 3.5% or 3.25% to the upside, but at the same time, the trade since the open has been somewhat flat. I mean, we opened around, I think, 271, but we really haven't gotten any traction, whether it's to the upside or to the downside. So that 276 is still in play. That's the high that was put in yesterday, and we're still kind of just messing about. Nothing clear here. If anything, this is one of the more messier charts I've seen so far on some of the majors. So for me, I think I'm just, he's making it. I saw you making a keyboard move there. What do you got? What do you got?
I was taking some Amazon long off of this consolidation zone. Like we saw that, yeah, sure. The NQ and ES are looking kind of weak. Microsoft's looking kind of turny, but like we saw that there's bidders here. And the thing about Amazon is like it's relatively like weaker lately than the rest of the market. The beta's kind of been a little off. So I was thinking it was giving me a good risk around here in the 30s. So I took the long above the 40. I see that on my sticky note I have like 150 as like a key area. So expecting people to be churning this area. So just a quick scalp just to get a feel of like, okay, are the buyers, sellers, who's holding? I don't know. It's just a little diddle in the middle, nothing crazy.
No, don't diddle in the middle.
Nothing crazy.
No, you can't diddle in the middle, man. That's just going to be expensive.
Yeah.
The diddling in the middle is never a profitable thing. You want to be on the edges.
Yeah. Ideally, this would have been much better, closer to the 100, right? Like getting in on the quarter above the 100.
Okay, so let's talk about that trade for a second. How many pennies did you make on that trade?
Let me see. I made 10 pennies on the first half and then 5 on the second.
Okay, so overall average 7.5.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How much were you risking on that trade?
Yeah, that was definitely out of risk. I was risking the bottom of this candle, 35.
So what is that risk there?
Let's see. I think it was about 10 cents. I got in at I think it was 48, 49. Yeah.
That's close enough, but you're also playing. You are.
It's a dangerous game.
You're diddling in the middle,
It's a
and
very
which is a
dangerous
very
game,
dangerous
yeah.
game to play. Like as soon as I see that, I'm like, no, don't do that. But I mean, to each their own, right? Everyone's gonna have to learn how to trade what works for them. I think that's said a lot.
But here's the thing: if it starts going like if it starts bidding up now I feel a little bit of FOMO because like that was, I might have sold it too early, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, you're always gonna regret. There's always gonna be regrets in the market. Yeah. So just move on to the. You got to move on to the next trade. There's always going to be regrets in the market, whether it's. So a trade I had yesterday, you guys, I was off the show when this happened. This was after the Fed came out. So a trade I made yesterday on the futures, and it doesn't show up on our. Maybe it does. Let me see if I can actually get it to show up on our charts here, because this chart should have all trades. No, it's not there. Okay, so the trade I had yesterday on the futures was this one. I was flat pretty much until about, what was it, 2? It was right here. What is that, the 5? It was right here. It was about 2:55 into 3 o'clock. It was 3 o'clock. So I was watching this, and I'm like, okay, we're putting in new highs. And this is when I came in and give you guys the update. I was like, okay, well, 65, the previous high was broken. If they can actually stay strong on a bounce back to 65, there could be a long is what I was thinking. But they couldn't. They couldn't stay strong. They went right through the 50s, and they went right through the 40s. As soon as they went through the 40s, I'm like, that's a top. So I went for the short, which on the 5-minute sits right here at about 3 o'clock or so. It moved down. It moved down aggressively, and I normally don't set targets that quickly. But for me, when you move down like that from 40 and you're moving down here, I look to the left. I'm like, oh, sub 10. There's going to be some action somewhere between 10 and 5. So I put the order. I think I got pretty lucky with it. I got an 06 exit right before it turned. I think it bottomed at 475 on half the position. The other half of the position, I never moved the stop. The stop was still up here. So I got half of it out because for me, even if the market came back, nothing changed for me. Not yet anyways. So I was okay getting some out, but I wasn't going to take it all out for me to just walk away from the trade. I still like the short. I just didn't like holding on to all of it. I have to take the money off the table when we're moving that quickly to a support zone, right? So we did. We bounced back. I didn't get any more either. I wasn't sure at that point. And then we broke back down, and obviously you saw what happened at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So quite the move there. And
nice
for
trade.
a guy who went for no trades all day, all I needed was that one trade. And that's just, it depends on how you trade. For me, all I need that one decision, and I can build on that and just execute. But the thing is, though, too, you have to be okay with the risk. If I'm taking that kind of a trade, are you okay with the risk that I'm taking, right? The expectations are a little bit bigger when your risk is a little bit bigger. If you're putting on, a 10-cent risk and you're looking for 7.5 cents or so, like that fits. It's just on a different scale, but it fits. So all of it fits in line. As long as you can make sense of it, I think it works. Now, I looked at your trade, I'm just like, I don't know, but it made sense to you, right?
A little bit, yeah. It made sense. It was more of a feeler, but yeah. So I was looking for continuation, maybe back up into like the 70s. Like ideally, I wanted 75 to see if we can hit that quarter under 101. Yep. But yeah, it wasn't coming. So yeah, I gave it before my target because it wasn't following through the way I wanted.
As long as it makes sense to you, like as long as part of your strategy, and like this is a 1-to-1, all of them make sense. I still like for me, I see the diddle in the middle. I'm just like, eh. Yeah. But at the same time, if you can find a way to make that work, then there could be money. We were talking about this earlier, right? Yeah. You're like, when we were talking about like different time frames, and like I don't know about the 3 or whatever, but you're like, well, if you're looking at exotic time frames, maybe there's a way to make money that other people don't see, and that's entirely possible as well, right? So there's always different ways to approach the market, guys. There's so many different ways. So don't get caught up in whatever you're reading or seeing as the only way to go about it. You see the many different approaches that are used on this show itself. Mine's not as exciting, but hey, it makes me money. It makes me good money too.
As long as it's making money and you're making good trades too.
If it's all about the dollars, you gotta. Some of it's not exactly the most exciting way to go about it, but if that's all you care about, then hey, it shouldn't matter how you get around to that, right?
Do you agree with like some of the best trading is like super boring?
100%.
Yeah, I would say so. I think so. Like like you can.
Everybody gets
you can
involved.
diddle in the middle, get a little excited, and
everybody gets involved in the markets because how exciting it sounds.
Right.
And it is, for the most part, it is an exciting thing. But if you got into the nitty-gritty of it, like the money making aspect of it, it's more mechanical than anything else.
Oh yeah.
Like you can try your best to make it exciting, but the fine detailed stuff is not exactly the most exciting thing. Yeah. So for me,
by mechanics, you mean like supply demand mechanics, or
just
like
overall market dynamics?
Okay, market.
Like when you're just analyzing market dynamics, like it's like a guy who's like an accountant. Let's just say an accountant. I look at an accountant and go, man, that's boring. Right, that's boring. But
he's having the time of his life.
But if it's not even about him. But if that accountant is like managing some sort of corporate accountant that's managing millions and millions or even billions of dollars, like there's money there. He's the one who's managing all of that. He's the one who's figuring out all that stuff, right? Yeah. So for me, it might be a boring thing to be doing, the act of accounting, but behind it all is how money's being made for whatever, that company or that person or whatever. So that stuff might be boring, but that's where the money's made. Yeah. Right? On the front end of it, you can do whatever you want to make it exciting, but I mean, that's where the money's really made, right? So am I here as an accountant? D-Loaf. Hopefully that wasn't a dig at you, my man. It was just to all the accountants out there making a ton of money very, very quietly. There you go. You guys know exactly what's up. Me personally, when I went to university, I was trading first, by the way, and then I went obviously to university to kind of help myself become a better trader. I'm like, I might as well get a degree, and then hopefully I can do some economics or something. So I'm actually specialized in, get this, my specialty is econometric data analysis.
Oh, wow.
So, which
What
is
does that
like,
even, what does that mean?
which is, by the way, a lot of what I don't remember anymore because I'm a trader now. I'm actually like fully just looking at this stuff. But essentially, is like finding formulas for analyzing economic data. So essentially, what the Fed would be doing on their end, processing all that data. Obviously, they're just looking at the front end stuff, but this would be the back end stuff.
So what you're saying is you have some serious edge.
No, what I'm saying is that I learned something that I don't remember anymore. So I did all of that stuff. Anyways, that's stuff that I did back then. So I know like the boring stuff. So it doesn't bug me at all when stuff gets boring. I just know what I'm used to in terms of formulas and stuff, right? Obviously, you know, I did a lot of stuff. But anyways, that was something I hope that it could help make me a better trader. No. Experience is what helps you become a better trader. That's where it's all about. That's what it's all about. Experience, experience, experience. There goes the futures market. Let's see if we can get one more pop here into that 25. Show me what you got off these 20s into the 25s. We're getting closer and closer. Yeah, I just want a small little bounce here. We saw what this market was working with every time we try to bounce back up. You know what? I'm gonna work this exit in slowly. Actually, let me send some orders in. So I can actually work slowly into this position. I do want to see what the bounce looks like, but at the same time, I don't want it all on the first bounce. So we're going to start sending some orders, get some fills, and see if we can slowly work our way in this. I did see a couple super chats coming in. Man, we're getting hit with the super chats today. All right. Thanks for helping me learn to let my trades work, Arun. I've made double on my Pack W shorts from your knowledge. Thank you, Gary. That's all it's about. When we start to trade, all we're trying to do is make more money, right? I'm just here to just, you know, obviously I've gone through it all. Well, I never say all, but I've gone through quite a bit. So hopefully I can just kind of impart what I've learned in personal experience, because it's always easier when the shortcut to learning, or the path to learning is just a little bit shorter. Right? Because everyone's going to make the same mistakes. Everyone's like, we had that question earlier where it's like, oh, what do you do if you get stopped out? I've been through that. You know how frustrating it was for me to just get stopped out all the time? I would get stopped out to the tick at times, putting in tops and bottoms, like really, like that's what you kind of go through. And then when someone asks you a question, it just makes you flash back to like, oh, I've been through that. I know what that feels like. So if I can say something to kind of, you know, ease that transition a little bit, then hopefully that makes things better for the people that are going through it as well. So that's all I'm trying to do.
I think that's serious value, man. Like Arun is a legend on the floor. So definitely being up here is definitely humbling and, you know, an honor. So you guys better be learning.
Stop that.
A lot from all the knowledge that he's dropping. You know.
Listen, that's not like it's a weird position to be in. I talked about this yesterday as well. Like when Sharif stopped me at the gym, I was like, oh, this is so weird. Like it's not even, like, to me, it's just I'm not that guy. I don't want that.
I mean, sure. At the end of the day, we're all human, right?
Yeah, it's just I'm also not like I shy away from attention just because I like to do everything quietly. Yeah. I'd rather do everything covert than be on the front end of stuff. So for me, it's just a weird position. But I appreciate the shout out there. Thank you guys so much. So all I'm just trying to do is just, you know, do my trades and hopefully talk about. This is kind of what I really want to do as well. Is just do my trades and hopefully talk about what I'm, you know, hopefully just go through my experiences and hopefully help you guys. That's why you guys are here, right? To learn to trade. All right, the second super chat from CHD Fletcher. I'm going to say that's either a Chad Fletcher or just a very long name Fletcher. So CHD Fletcher, thank you so much for the super chat on ETNB 89 bio. Okay. Quite the move in the last couple days. Yeah, it looks like it's breaking out. One thing with these breakouts on these names is, oh, futures, you got close, man. Okay, I'm going to have to come down a little bit. I really do want these prices, but we're going to come down just a tad bit here. 22. Yeah, I'll come down. I'll start. So this is going to happen at times where you want fills, but you aren't getting the prices that you want. I want it as close to 25, but I don't know if I'm going to get that 25. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving my orders around. So by the time I'm done getting everything I want, my average is where I want it to be. So I still want to participate in the event that this market doesn't go back up to what price I would have. But at the same time, I also don't want to get too aggressive coming down because I want to give myself a chance to get that fill at the price that I'm trying to average it through. Now it's coming into 20s. Yeah, they're working. Oh, damn, that window might have closed. No, I'm not going to come into 20s. We're still going to leave it there. I'm sitting around the 22s, and we're going to start working. And this goes into what we were talking about earlier about, are you willing to work between this zone and this zone? Are you willing to trade? Remember you were saying 200 to 225. Are you working in a trade? That's pretty much what I have to do now, not by choice, because the market's showing me exactly where it's willing to hesitate. That means I need to figure out how I'm going to get myself into position at the price range that I want. So I need to start splitting orders, sending orders a little bit lower than where I would like, but also at the same time leaving certain orders a little bit further back so I can average the whole thing out. This is the kind of the situation where averaging makes sense. Because you want to participate, you don't want to be left behind, but at the same time, you can't start chasing it.
Yeah.
So take a little bit, giving yourself enough space to average so you can get the rest of it at the price that you want, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm moving down a little bit. We're gonna start working our entries. As this market comes back in, there's your first entry there. We're gonna start working our, oh no, you were supposed to keep going, not just the one entry. They gave me the one entry and then they dropped it like 3 points. Come on, man.
They're watching.
We were supposed to work that average. Anyways, the rest of the orders are gonna be staying there. I'm gonna work the average through and see if I can get fills all the way up, right through that 25, and then we'll play it against the 50. That's the play on futures for me for now.
Yeah, nice. Definitely a lot to learn. Now, guys, I have to say my goodbyes now. My time here is coming to an end today. Thanks for having me on. Remember to hit the like and subscribe, and I'll see you around, guys. Next guest is coming up for today, and that'll be a surprise.
All
Take
right.
care, guys.
Yeah, we got Obi came in. He did his time. This is gonna be a rotation today, guys. We're going through different people to test out who's gonna be on deck for next week, besides Sharif. So, Obi, thank you. Hopefully we.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great. How did you find this experience? I know you've been on the show before.
Yeah.
How did this go for you?
I liked it. I learned a lot, and I think it was. I'm getting more and more comfortable. With it, and I think it was pretty smooth. What about you?
To me, I mean, this is all new to me, right? Being on this side. So for me, it's at the end of the day, I'm just trading. All I'm trying to do is I'm trading, and then I'm also,
Priority number one is
priority
trading.
number one.
100%.
That's why, regardless of what I'm saying, I'm always looking at the screen on the top left because that's where my trades are coming from here. 2.5 points on the futures for now, but again, we need to build this up. We need to really build this up to the upside, or on a bounce to the upside, but here we are kind of working that one in. At least we're catching something. This was the whole situation. Just in case that we couldn't get the rest of it, I got something. So here we are, we got something. 4 points in the money. This is where I don't mind giving up the points to get the rest of this, right? I don't mind giving up a few points. If that means coming back from 4 points, forget it. I'll give you that 4 points back. Just come back and give me the rest of this fill. Closer to that 25. If that takes time, that takes time. But here we are kind of working that. Here we are to the upside. So here we are making a bounce. I see the guy next to me. Don't put it on the full camera just yet. I see the guy next to me. He's up next. You guys have, what? Oh, no? Oh, okay. I guess not. Damn. Okay. Oh, I guess we are going back to the other plan. It was the other guy that was supposed to be next to me. Okay. I thought you guys switched it out. But no, okay. So none of that. It was Brad. It was Brad. Now we can go to it. Brad was sitting here. I was like, oh, Brad's here. He's coming in. Because you guys were asking. But no, Brad. Sorry, guys. That surprise is not going to work for you guys for now. But here we are making a move. This is what I want to see on the futures market as it bounces back up and makes its way back towards, there we go. This is what I want to see. I figured, there was an expectation that there could be a nice little bounce here from these 20s. We're getting that bounce a little bit more higher up, and I can start getting the fills on the rest of this stuff where I would prefer to have this. So I'm actually going to start splitting more orders because I think I can get some better prices too. So let's get a little greedy with it. I've got a couple more orders I'm going to stack there. One is going to sit underneath 25, and one's going to sit on the other side of 25, just in case we do kind of pop through. So I'll kind of take 3 fills there, and we'll get the average to where I want it. So that's one way to play. And what else do we got? All right, what are you guys talking about? Happy birthday, Prad. Prad, is it your birthday? No, it's not. So, Sos or Soze, thank you. for the happy birthday, but Prad's birthday is November, sometime during the year. So there you go. A lot of people are wishing Prad while he's setting up his charts here for whoever's coming up. Prad's birthday is not now, guys. We appreciate the birthday wishes, though. Who lied? I mean, are you the one lying about your birthday? Yeah, okay. All right. What else we got? What else are you talking about? I see Prad here so often, like the PRAD. I thought it was a stock at one point. I'm like, is Prad a stock? Is actually Prad actually a stock? Let's take a quick look. Maybe we can trade Prad. If we are long, if Prad was a stock, do we go long or short Prad as a stock? Because there used to be a company called Aruba Networks, ticker name Arun, and I shorted myself because I just had to, because that was a trade. I didn't care that it was my name. It had to be done. That was the right trade to make, so I wasn't gonna waste money even on myself. So unfortunately, we are, Aruba Networks doesn't exist anymore, so I can't trade myself. I can't even short myself anymore. But here we are kind of, you know, waiting for this market to give me the rest of the fills. There we go, come on now. A little bounce, that should give me everything I need to get the rest of these fills here as we keep bouncing on up. All right, I'm still going through your chats. I see you guys going crazy with Prad, I know. Aruba's still there, really? Where? It's not, it can't be under the Arun ticker anymore. I mean, it was all about making sure that it was gonna be my name. So even if Aruba's under a different ticker, Aruba Networks, no, it's gone private. It exists, but it's no longer a stock. It's gone private. All right. What else we got here? FAR, OT, out of the money. Well, no, that's just mean. Let's just not do that. What's your goal for ES before selling? Oh, you mean buying back, right? On the bid back. So I'm short. Here's entry number 2. We're waiting for one more to average this whole thing out. So for me, the play on this is going to be the short against 50. So I'm clearly looking for a 25-point risk towards the 50s. And then obviously I'm looking to make at least 1-to-1. I think I have enough space towards 4,000 here to the downside. So we're going to average this out, get the price that I want. I think one more entry should be coming in fairly soon. And then we'll have the right average price that I want here as we move on through on a bounce back to the upside. This happens at times, but you know what? There could be a situation where this market just decides that it wants to go right after 40, and that could become a problem. There's your third fill, as we are now working that average. We got the average. This pretty much gets me right back to where I initially wanted the trade, right? I didn't get the trade at the price that I wanted, but I found a way to average it back in. This is one kind of strategy to kind of use if you don't get the price that you want, is to work your way slowly into it so you can average your price. Like I wanted as close to 25. With these 3 entries, I've averaged the price to exactly where I wanted to play it. And this is kind of what you have to do. Sometimes that FOMO really kicks in where to a point where it doesn't make sense anymore. But sometimes that FOMO is like, you know what, it's urgency. You've got to get something now, and then you can figure out how to average the rest of it. So we've got what we need with the average on the short side here. We'll work it through. You got me on deck here for a few hours, or a couple hours there. So we can definitely work this trade together to the upside. But as I sit here, what do we got? Oh, it's Fahad. No, oh no, Fahad. Fahad's here, guys. Fahad is gonna be here throwing around. Fahad, let's get something out of the way first.
What's up?
You are an absolute monster for taking that 100K trade on Apple. How is that Monopoly Hotel treating you?
It's good.
Yeah?
It's really good.
Yeah?
I went on Valorant, I went on all these video games.
Yeah?
I told them I'm richer than all of you.
Yep.
Since we're already on a simulated game,
Yes.
I might as well flex my simulated money.
Got you. Okay, so
$4,000 in a day is no joke.
there you go. Okay, so I'm live on the futures. Fahad's going to be sim because
Yes, I'm not a real trader.
He's not, yeah, but he's going to be. He's going to be balling out in the Monopoly world there, guys. So Fahad, what do you got for us?
Are we arm wrestling?
You don't want that smoke.
Oh,
man.
that's
You
not what
don't
we're
want
doing?
that
Oh,
smoke.
we're
What are
actually.
you doing?
Oh, okay. My
You
fault.
don't want
I
that
thought
smoke,
that
man.
was what we're doing today. Okay.
Like I get you're on some sort of high right now with
No,
doing
no,
everything.
no.
But you don't want that
I don't
smoke,
smoke,
man.
my brother.
You don't want that
I don't smoke. I just want the
shisha.
smoke.
You don't want that shisha.
All right. Yeah, man. Look, so I have like half an hour to 45 minutes with Arun, so I might as well bother him. Are you in any important? Like, are you doing big stuff?
No,
I don't want to really
I've done
bug
what
you
I
if you're
needed to do.
distracted. Okay.
These guys know I'm already on the futures, so
Okay.
I've already built up the position I need on the futures. We know where the stop is. We know what we're looking for. Target's gonna be closer to 4,000. We're just gonna let it work. And from what I see so far, we were waiting for this patiently. We've got what we need. Let's see if this one actually works out.
Okay, so I'm going to learn how to trade the futures today.
Oh, it's gonna be
Through
like
you.
that. Okay.
Through you. So let's do it. So what
Through
do you want
me?
me to pull up? You talk to me. Do you want me to do the M23 ES or the
All right,
ES?
for the style that you trade,
Yeah.
and this is for you, Dan Edmonds, because you said you can do this on the NASDAQs. I want you to go into the NASDAQs and start throwing around some size.
All right, and how does that work? So
MNQ.
M.
Let's put you on the
NQ.
micros. No, you know what? We don't need you on the micros.
Micro,
no,
brother.
why,
That was
we're not-
disrespectful.
That was disrespectful.
Don't ever
We're not
micro
gonna
me
put you on the
again.
micros. Let's put you
I'm
on
a
the
major.
normal one. NQ.
You know what I
NQ.
mean?
NQ.
NQ.
Backslash.
Backslash.
M23.
M23.
And then go to the CM market. Tab.
So tab.
CM.
CM.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So you taught me a little bit last time. I was trading not off air because it was just for fun.
Yep.
And you told me this is 20. It goes by a quarter spread.
Everything's a quarter
25
spread.
cents,
Yep.
which
25.
obviously changes the game a lot.
No, it doesn't.
It does. You know why? Because I can punch in and punch out so fast and make 25 cents right away.
Yeah, but it's the
If I
same thing.
time it properly.
But it's the same spread as like a penny. Like a stock has a penny spread, and then these stocks have these futures have quarter spreads. It's the normal minimum.
But you can't buy as many contracts on this as you can, like just equity, right? Obviously.
Is on this one is about $260,000.
Right.
I mean,
That's just
for you,
not
it's all
realistic.
260,000 monopoly money, but still, that's
Still money.
it's still money.
It's
It's
if you
still
take out the
So-
monopoly part, it's still money. You
It's
know
still
what I mean?
money. All right, make it
Okay.
happen, man.
All
Come
right,
on.
so
What
look,
do you see?
Okay,
let's
let's
show
read
them
the
what they
charts.
got.
So listen, I'm like a 1 minute type of guy. You know what I mean? I just like the 1 minute a lot because I've accustomed myself to it.
Okay.
I look at this chart and I don't know what the hell is going on.
Okay.
Why is it going up and down, up and down? But obviously there's levels to play with.
Yeah.
There's consistent levels.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is add the moving average because I like the moving average.
Okay.
I like trading around it.
All right.
So we'll go to the 200. We'll make it blue. It's already on there.
Yeah.
So let me apply that. We'll go to the 50 and we'll apply that.
No, show 'em how it's
Oh, they're not on the chart. Yeah, go ahead. So it's not on the chart. So obviously they're nowhere close to these things. So I don't know. Maybe for the futures we won't, use the moving average, which means I just quite literally have to read levels. If I remember these again, guys, this is a TMS account. I'm just learning, the hotkeys and whatnot. F1 is buy for me, and then we got control F1 to sell. I don't know why. I would rather do other keys, but this is what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna try to punch in here. I'm gonna wait for the guy to come back for futures. I'm gonna trade some stocks right now with the OG. Because I like trading stocks. Yo, did you unmute him, Brad? Cool. Hey, how you doing, first of all? My brother, man.
You know how I'm doing.
Come on.
Me and Fahad go way back. We have lots
Way
of great
back.
times here trading. So I'm only short Apple. So why don't you
Let's
call
go.
up Apple? I have Arun's screen here, which is Arun's already talked to you guys about being short the futures, so that's already in there right now. I'm short Apple. So,
Apple.
and it's right here at 161. So if you're looking at that, that's sort of what we're looking at. We're not taking too many shares right now against them. You can see there that that's been the top, right? Go over to.
You have it at 161?
Well, it's right there right now. It's at 161 right now.
Okay.
So look at that top there, just over left,
Yeah,
left,
yeah,
left,
this one right
right
here,
in
this one
there,
right
yeah.
here.
So
Yeah.
we're going short against those numbers
Okay,
right there.
very
So if we
nice.
get out
That's
161.10-ish, something like that, that's what we're looking for Apple. So
So what's stopping me from shorting again at this moving average, at the 160.86?
oh, do you want to make money?
If it breaks it, I'll go long, but this is just a short.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
my-
I mean,
in
the
my
market's
opinion.
not doing a whole heck of a lot
Okay.
right now. So I think
Okay.
that's sort of what you have to be on. I am short Coinbase right now at 69. I'm over there on my computer. I only have a
Right.
few shares. I have a stop order in. And that was another thing that we talked about there. I'm really glad that everybody's enjoying all the talking back and forth because
Yes.
it is a little bit different, obviously, than when Neil and I are here trading.
That's right.
making that money or losing that money.
Right.
A little more active in the morning and in the close. So for right now, I think it is a good talk. But there's Coinbase right there. We let it go all the way up. We were short early. You guys saw you saw me in the morning.
Yep. Well, I was the host. How was that, by the way?
I think you did an okay job hosting. I think you do a better job doing this.
Really?
Well, aren't you more comfortable here than up there? Let's be perfectly honest.
Well,
up there, you're on an island by yourself.
Very true, but
that's the difference.
But I'm comfortable all the time.
Oh yeah. No. I feel like you're more comfortable.
Yeah. I enjoy this.
I told you you did a great job.
I enjoy this. Yes.
You know,
100%.
it's just I think this is a little more comforting right now. So I'm with Arun. Like when you're short Apple, that's short the market essentially.
Because how much it has 11%?
It's the largest percentage in both the NASDAQ. Yes, 11%. Good call.
I remember that. That was like 4 weeks ago you told me.
It's that in both. By the way, I like your sweater.
Do you actually? It's the first time I don't wear a hoodie.
Very similar.
I don't wear a hoodie.
You don't wear a hoodie today. Is that your first time ever?
It is. For Ramadan, special occasion. I show my neck.
I'm joining you. Remember, I'm fasting every day. We talked about that. I try not to eat
fasting.
after 8 o'clock at night.
Which is really healthy.
And then we eat again at 11:30 when
really
we get
healthy.
salad.
Really, really healthy.
Lunch right now.
I encourage everyone to try it.
Thank you for mentioning that potentially you thought I was slimming down.
I seen someone say it in the chat, and I took
I don't think so,
I took a look at you. No, you look slim in that shirt. Stand up, do 360.
I ain't doing that. No, you'll see me on the trade of the day or something.
Okay.
But you will, or Neil, we haven't decided the trade of the day yet, by the way. But no, I go on. So like yesterday, it's just like a half hour a day, try to do some spin classes. And then it doesn't, I only get one maybe in on the weekend. It's a Peloton. So I got one used off Facebook Marketplace, 9 bills.
It's not bad.
850, something like that?
That's not bad.
Yeah, but it was just during the winter break there.
Yeah.
Got that and been on there. But the problem is it's like 60, is it 50 a month or something? So you got to...
Wait, what? For what?
For the classes. So you're actually in a spin class with other people and instructors.
And it shows up on the little iPad?
Yeah, it's not a little iPad. It's the size of this.
Okay.
It's the size of the screen.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah, they're motivating you. One of the guys was playing in the NBA All-Star... Alex Toussaint is the guy that I watch and jam with.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You want to know?
He was in the NBA All-Star for 2 or 3 years in a row. The
3-point?
No, not the game they do. I don't forget what they call
celebrity?
it. Celebrity game. Yeah, it was.
Celebrity game.
Anyways, I don't know.
Do you watch the NBA? Do you follow it by any chance? Do you follow it or not?
My guy.
No,
We've been to Raptor games.
I understand.
Before.
Do you follow it? Like,
yes, I follow it.
Okay, have you seen who's the villain of the NBA right now?
Yeah, our boy, Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks.
What do you mean, do I follow NBA? You lead up with that and then Mississauga.
That guy's my friend, and this is the funniest thing ever.
Can we get him on the show?
In the off-season, why not?
Try to holler.
In the off-season, I'll tell him to come through.
Memphis Grizzlies.
I don't see why not.
Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, he's the villain of the NBA right now.
All right, I got to get out of here because Arun's position is coming back in.
Go ahead. I'm going to start trading. What
did you want to talk about Dylan Brooks, first of all?
What's
Apple doing? First of all, let's call up Apple. We're still short at 161.
I'll trade Apple. If you're trading this, I'll trade it.
Okay, I got to go because we reloaded that up now. It's only 40 cents in the money. All right.
Okay, good luck.
I can stay here. I just don't want to sit here because
I'm sure he put his stops in. I mean, hopefully. It's okay. Whatever.
Whenever you're ready, you can come back because I know you have position. That's all.
Well, this is dropping pretty fast.
All right.
Okay, what's going on? Take care. All right, guys, look, we're looking at Apple right now, and it's going. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should go long on this. Well, I don't know what the market's doing. I don't know why it's dropping so fast.
It's selling, baby.
It's selling.
It's selling because Arun's short.
So what's your levels, Arun? Should I try to long off these levels, or is it going to break it?
Let me get my mic on.
Yeah, get your mic on. Your thing.
Let me take you to school here.
Because we have another one right here.
Let me
if
take
it's
you to
bouncing,
school here.
If it's bouncing off these 200s,
You're a little late to the party, man. You should have gotten on board
well,
earlier.
Come on, brother, man.
No, it's too early though. It's only 3 points in the money.
Okay.
We're not excited about 3 points. This is meant to be a mover, right? When I take trades, it moves. Like, I'm looking for that mover.
So I'm trying to, okay, you see this level right here, right?
I see what you're seeing.
What's stopping me from going long?
What's stopping you from going long?
Yeah, I want to go long.
The fact that you're asking me this question is wasting time.
How so?
Why are you asking me this question instead of going long? I had just had this
because it hasn't touched my level yet. It hasn't touched my level yet. Brother, I wait for my levels.
Send the order, bro.
No. Oh, yeah, you want to do that?
Oh, yeah, that's what traders do. Send orders, you know?
Okay. I'll do that. You don't have to worry about orders. It ain't even my money. All right. We'll go here. Look. I learned how to do this the other day. 53, and we're going to go 100 shares. I put the order. That's too low.
100 shares?
Yeah, why not? Is that too little?
100,000 shares to 100 shares? Bro.
F1.
No, it doesn't matter how much you make.
Don't ever disrespect me like that.
No, he needs that Monopoly hotel. He can't be working around with these Monopoly houses.
Okay, I'm going to go at 58. Watch this.
All right.
2 orders now. You know why? Because if it drops to my second level that I like,
Yep.
I want to average in.
Oh, you're about that average life.
Yeah, I don't do the stopping out and quitting. You know what I mean?
All right, we were talking about futures and learning to trade futures.
Yeah. Okay,
let's get back to that.
Okay.
Because I'm sure a lot of people appreciate that.
Yes. Okay. So it was, you said NQ/M23
Yep.
tab CM.
Correct.
My God, my memory's crazy. Okay, so. Keyboard? Yeah, but off stream. We'll set it up. So
Do you have your keyboard set up for this?
This is Prad's keyboard.
Do you have? Can you pull up your keyboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come help you.
Okay, go to Arun, let him talk about some stuff.
Fahad was gonna trade without keys because he doesn't need keys because he's Fahad. But now he comes to the realization that he needs keys. So here we are, kind of waiting on this market. Futures market, by the way, that's a 4.5 point winner right now. Too early though. We talked about this, right? We were spending time with you guys, or I was spending time as we were talking about how this market was moving through those 25s. We're like, okay, once we get going on this, we should have some traction here to the sell side. Let's see if we actually get a bounce that kind of tapers off, and that's exactly what you got. So it is starting to move now in favor and moving decently. It's too early though. Like, to me, when this is where you got to kind of temper your expectations on trades, right? Because like it's one thing to be in a trade with an idea, and for me, the idea was to work the shorts through these 25s. But it's completely something else when the trade is now a few points in the money. You're like, oh, it's 5 points in the money. Should I book this? No, don't forget about the plan. The plan was average the 25s into the 50s and work something towards the evens, like the 4,000s, right? That plan will change as we get more information. So the management of this trade will change just a little bit. But for the time being, don't forget, just because you're up 4 or 5 points now, that this is going to be it. This is not what you're putting up the risk for. Don't forget about the reasoning for putting up the risk. It's entirely okay for this to come all the way back. It's entirely okay for me, at least, for this to go out of the money. Goes above 30. I already have plans in place. What am I going to do if it gets above 30? What am I going to do if it gets above 40? Because I know my stop is 40. My stop is 50. So the fact that the stock is moving is a good thing, but at the same time, we're not at a point where we got to make decisions. Not yet anyways, right? It's starting to move the right way, but it's not at a decision-making point for me just yet. I think once we get underneath 10 or even close to 10, I can start figuring out how I want to manage the rest of this, right? Because that'll be at that point, once we get to 10, it'll be like 15 points in the money. I put up 25 in risk. There's bound to be a way to manage this while locking in profit. So for now, we're going to leave it be. It's 7 points in the money now. It's still moving quickly. Are you ready to go, Fahad?
I'm good for the future.
All right, let's go to Fahad and how he's going to trade the futures.
Okay,
now.
so I'm actually going to ask a few questions. I want to learn some things. Do you look at consistent levels, or do you trade, like, what do you trade? Like, what chart do you look at? What's your favorite chart to look at?
I say this to everyone who's been sitting here so far.
Okay.
Even the chat knows this now.
Right.
You want the big chart, you want a small chart.
Big chart,
whatever
small
that means to you. So for me, I've got the 30-minute as the big chart.
Okay.
And the small chart could be the 5. I use the 5 here.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
So the 30 and the 5 are the big and the small. Now, that may not work for you.
Right.
It could be, for you, it could be the 15 and the 1, or the 60 and the 10, or whatever.
Right, okay.
Right? So you want 2 charts of different time frames, a big one and a small one.
Okay.
You make your decisions and your reads and your levels off the big one.
Okay. Off the big one?
Off the big one.
Okay.
And then use the small one to time the entry. Because if you're like, oh, that's my level that I want to play. You went long on Apple, right?
Yeah.
You're like, that's my level.
Right.
You're going to see that on the big chart, right?
Yes.
Then you use a small chart to confirm that it's not going to keep running through that level. Like, you use a small chart to see that it's actually starting to turn a little bit.
Gotcha.
That confirms what you're seeing on the big
Okay.
chart. And then you work, and then when you're done that, you go back to the big chart.
To see the overall levels.
Exactly.
Again. Okay.
To remember what your decision making or your reasoning for that trade was. Because if you stick with the small chart, you're just going to see way too much and you're going to overthink it.
Yes.
Right?
That makes sense.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's simple. It's a simple idea. It's just
The small charts are for you to react quicker on, basically.
The small charts are to confirm what your idea on the big chart is.
Is happening.
As it's happening.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
This guy, he picks it up very,
All
very
right.
quickly.
Yeah,
now
no,
it's all
I
about
understand.
making money, Fahad.
Okay.
What are we going to do here?
So look, I'm looking at the 30-minute just like you.
Yeah.
I put that on.
Yeah.
These are pretty, I mean, this is insane because for 3 30 minutes, it was going straight up. Yeah. And now it's kind of barcoding. If we look at the 1-minute chart, which is where you're supposed to look at to see if it's moving that way you're doing. It's still barcoding every minute or so, but I don't see why it would, I mean, this level for it to drop all the way here and break that level is way too far. I can't tell how many points that is. At 30 bucks, damn near. I don't think it's gonna drop 30 bucks to this level.
No?
You know.
Go long.
So there's absolutely no way. So
Go long.
but the thing is, it's in the middle right now of this 30-minute period that it went all the way up.
Okay.
So I kind of want to wait until it drops a bit more. If it gets closer to this level, which is, how do you reference to prices? You're obviously not going to say $12,936 every single time.
That's exactly what you say. I mean, you. I mean, you. We just dropped the.
12?
The 12 and just go 936.
So if it gets close to the 935 area, then I'm probably going to go long. And if it keeps dropping, I'll average in because I don't think it's going to break it today unless some news comes out, some negative news, because catalysts can move the market.
Okay, absolutely.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, that's what catalysts are.
So I'm going to wait for a little bit. Like you see, it went back up. So if I went long, it would have worked. Oh, that's crazy.
You should have done it.
No, it's okay.
No?
Yo, the thing I've learned is a level you're looking at, trust in it.
Yeah.
Don't go against your word.
No.
So I'm not going to go against my word. I want it to drop a little bit more. So we're going to wait on that. You got to show me how to set alerts because I feel like alerts are very important.
Alerts?
You can't do that on P-Pro.
That's a whole process. You can do it in P-Pro 8, but
we won't
it's a whole process.
focus on that. So until then, I'm going to pull up Apple because I did get filled in Apple, believe it or not. So we're going to pull up Apple here.
Yep.
I'm gonna look at what the heck is going on. If I look at my net, it says $1.
All right, let me just move my mic around.
So I'm up. I did long it. I'm in. So I bought my first ones were at 160.56.
Yo, this guy's 20 cents.
I reloaded it 160.51. Now it wants to drop. So whoever's listening in the chat and just wants, relax. Just chill out. Someone asked if I'm a rookie. I am beyond a rookie. I am not even a trader.
He's an all-star rookie.
Yeah. I'm in simulation right now, literally learning the software, learning the keys, learning what the stock market does when you don't want it to do.
Essentially, it's just like, how would, it's always great to see when you have like someone who's brand new to the markets. It's one thing to have the guys on the floor because they sit at the screens and they see their charts and whatnot, right? So they've kind of developed a plan already.
Yes.
For someone like you who is on the production side, all you see is just us with our random graphs there, and you don't know how to reference anything that you're seeing. So to have you sit down and actually look at that
helps a lot.
Exactly.
It helps a lot.
To sit down and look at that and be like, oh, this is what
that
we're
means.
doing. Yeah, this is what they mean by support and resistance and levels and averaging and all that stuff. It does put an interesting perspective.
Yeah.
And I think the other cool thing is that a lot of people that are watching YouTube or watching this show, not everyone has access to a platform. They just want to learn what is this whole thing called the market? What is this whole, where is everyone making money? How are people making money, right? Everyone's curious, right? That's what YouTube's for, educational videos.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
If someone is in this stream to watch, but they're not day traders, they want to be long-term traders.
Yeah.
Could they gain any knowledge from you guys?
Yeah.
Even though you guys are day traders?
Yeah. Essentially what you have to do is you have to take that information, the same processing, but you just have to slow it down. Like there's traders in here. We had somebody in here yesterday or the other day where he mentioned like he works in the mornings and watches the show in the afternoon. And the question was to me was, how is it that you can structure something, or how can you figure out a trade when you don't have access to the morning? Like people have jobs. This can be a full-time. This is not easy for everybody full-time, right? Like it's a hard industry to kind of make money in, especially when you're starting out, and it's expensive too. So like, how do you make that work? So obviously the way to kind of do a hybrid option is to become a swing trader, which is use your time that you can and available in the market with, figure out a strategy that's a little bit more long-term than what we do here, because we're flat by the end of the day, but use the same concepts, the same ideas, except you just do it on a larger time frame, on a longer time frame, right?
So you'd never look at the 1 minute, 5 minute.
You would never.
Ever.
If you're swinging, you should not. Like that should not even be a question. Like your big chart and your small chart
would be like a day to 5 days, 10 days.
Yeah, like your big chart could be a daily, and your small chart could be like maybe a 30 or a 60. Like you have to kind of broaden the horizons a little bit, in terms of movement, right? So it's a different process, but like the concept is very similar in terms of support, resistance, range breaks, all that stuff is still the same. We're just doing it as a day trader. We're just doing it at a faster speed. right?
Okay.
So I think the information is valuable. It's just on what time frame are you going to trade, and then based on that, you can make your charts bigger or smaller.
Okay.
But the concept is still big chart, small chart. The numbers that you put on those charts, that's up to you depending on how you trade and like what kind of trader you are. But I think the idea and the concept and the information is all going to be the same regardless. Now, once you go into portfolio management, that's a completely different story. But odds are, if you're watching YouTube, you're probably not doing portfolio management. You're trying to either manage your own little book,
Right.
or you are just trying to learn to trade because of what you've heard your friends do or whatnot. So, all right, futures made a nice little break. We were up 10 points or so. It cracked all the way down to 12, and it is starting to bounce back a little bit. It's back at 16 or so. Again, this is too early for us to be making decisions on. I haven't moved a stop. I'm not doing anything with this. We're just going to let it work. Remember, decision point is south of 40.10. We haven't gotten there yet. We've gotten close. This thing can still bounce all the way back to my entry, and I'll still be okay with it because nothing's really changed. So we're going to let it go and let it work and see how far it wants to go before I have to start making decisions on whether I need to take some profit or if I can just ride this out a little bit here. But it is starting to come back in. That's normal. How's that Apple position? You've got Apple.
So I try to buy actually literally right here. I put in bids for 57.
Yeah.
And it blew up right away after. I would have made money, but I don't know if I'm in. Can you?
It says you're right there, long.
Which one?
Just underneath that.
Right here.
That one.
No,
See?
that's Apple. I'm talking about.
Oh, futures.
Futures.
Oh, that'll pop up.
So I'm not in it. So it
No,
didn't
you're
fill
not
me
in
up.
it. No.
Perfect. So I would have made a lot of money. I just want to note that.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I put
Shoulda,
a
woulda,
bid
coulda,
in.
man.
No,
If
no,
it
no.
ain't
My
real,
brother. No, my brother, man.
It didn't happen.
I put a bid in at 57, literally. And as soon as I pressed enter, the triangle never popped up, and this happened right after.
That's because the NASDAQ moves fast.
I would have made.
You're a little slow to the party. I thought you were this baller.
Bro, that's like $11 a share.
Yes, man, you would have killed it.
I would have made a lot of money.
It's $220.
They're not, it's not 11, it's 11
Well,
points.
11 points
right. And then,
at 20
and then that's
bucks.
times.
It's $220.
Per point is times how much?
20 for you.
Times 20.
Per point is $20. Yeah,
So it
for
was
you.
11 points, so it's 220, but I had 50 contracts.
Oh.
So you do the math on that. You do the math on that. You tell me what I would have bought as soon as I finished my shift here.
You're taking 50 on the NASDAQ. This guy's starting to
What's
wipe.
50? Who's that? How much? So what'd you say? It's a 260K. Oh, is that why I couldn't buy it? Because of the buying power.
No, you have 10 million.
Oh, there's a rejected right there, bro.
Where's the rejected?
In the activity log. What does it say? Can you scroll over? I want to see what it says.
This one right here?
What does it say?
New order. Keep going.
Share size of the
Come-
new
yo,
order is
yo,
greater
yo.
than the max order shares.
Yo, who's responsible for this?
Okay.
Well, the account you're trading was only allowed to trade like one
Okay,
contract.
so it's not even that. So a couple of things,
you, just buy
everybody
one
that's in on Day Trade of the World offices, guys, there are share size restrictions applied to individual names as well as markets. So if you've never traded a market before, Fahad has never traded the futures before, the minimum limit size needs to be changed. Now, you can't jump on board and say, I want 50 right
Brother,
now.
but they don't know about me, brother.
They don't know. Clearly, they don't.
You know what I mean? They
You only
don't.
trade 10.
Yeah, the 10 is the minimum size normally for starting accounts.
That's
So
unfortunate.
You're stuck with 10.
I
Just
would've made
take
a
the
lot of
10,
money.
bro. Take the
Well,
10.
the level is gone now.
Okay, well,
but
the
that's
level's
okay.
gone. Well, that's okay.
That's okay.
There
I'm
will
still
be-
going to end up making money. You know what I mean? Regardless.
It's this guy is put up some real money. I am, man. You know me. No, he's like, this is borderline unwatchable. But I'm like, you guys know me. You know my trades. Here,
as soon as I
just to
went long,
remind,
Apple crashed.
just to remind some real money that's on the line. You guys, let me get this going here. There you go. That's real money on the line here as I can get this futures chart up for you. That's the one we're working on right now. You guys had me. You guys were watching as I was entering into this. That's the real money. That my account's real. I'm not. I also don't have those restrictions, but my account is legit. We are up 10 points, 10 points right here as we averaged our way through that 25. And now here we are sitting on 10-point winner as we make our move towards 10. 10 is going to be the first decision-making point, and then we'll start managing it from there on out. But I actually have to manage it. I can't do what Fahad's doing, which is just
Well, that was that was a shot.
No, that wasn't a shot.
No, you said I'm actually managing. I can't do what Fahad's doing.
Yeah.
Are you insinuating that I'm not?
You're not what?
Are you saying I'm not managing?
You don't have a position to manage, so what are
Brother,
you
I'm
managing?
managing my Apple position. Look, I just averaged
you?
in again.
Are you?
Yeah. Watch out.
Okay.
That's on screen, by the way.
Okay.
No one's watching this.
Okay, no worries. All right. Well, yeah, I'm trying to make money.
Well,
Yeah. See,
he's,
look. No. Look. He's gonna put my screen on right now. I averaged in because I'm not scared. Arun, you gotta trade like this. You can't be scared. So look,
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing.
Oh, say it, brother.
I'm gonna say one
what's up?
thing
Talk to me,
that
dirty.
the market always tells people,
What?
straight out of Kevin Hart's book.
What's that?
You gonna learn today.
I ain't gonna learn nothing.
You gonna learn today.
I average in
the
twice.
The market gives that lesson to everybody.
Brother, I'm about to hit. Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, Fahad's going. Fahad's going.
200 shares. I just got filled twice. That leaves me with how many shares left? I don't know what Prad did here. He just ruined my whole thing. Oh, never mind. I see it. All right. Am I in the money? Not yet.
Well, you better hope you
Oh,
are.
don't worry. No, brother. What do you mean I'm flat? I'll make money.
He's
Don't
got
worry.
more shares.
I've got more shares. I
okay,
still have
explain
400.
your thought process on what you're doing to
No problem.
people.
Yes. Okay. So look,
Okay.
the 1 minute really does wonders for me. I really like this. I don't know why. I know you're telling me to look at the bigger charts, but I just can't. But this blue line, you see this blue line? It's a moving average. We have a video coming out on what's a simple moving average. So I've been editing a video about this topic.
Yep.
And I'm just trading off it. How are you going to tell me it resisted it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? It won't. It broke it, but it won't go. It won't flush.
Okay.
I said, why not go long? So I literally reloaded again.
Okay.
This is a beautiful
got
buy.
out. You're playing a very
and
tight
I got
range.
out here. I am playing a tight range, but that's what I do.
Okay. You play.
I'm gonna take. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You were gonna say something crazy. Don't do that. Regardless, I'm okay with making 8 cents here and there.
Okay.
Now it's coming back down, so I might average in again. Who knows?
Go for it.
Why not? Like, what's stopping?
Show me how it's done.
What's stopping me? So I'm gonna press F1 so I can buy again. I'm gonna put the price that I want. I might just match this one right here, which was 43s. No, I'll do.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, go ahead.
This happens to traders on the regular as well.
Right.
They're trying to play this range.
Yeah.
They keep doing this. They get filled. The market doesn't turn.
Right.
What do you do in that situation when it goes against you?
Average in.
What do you do?
Buy more and hold for 6 days. I'm joking. Okay. You can't do that with day trading, obviously.
Advice, guys. The whole point of this lesson here is how not to trade.
Beautiful. So
If
as long
you're
as I'm
trading
being
like Fahad, something is going wrong, and I think it's just a matter of if you see yourself in Fahad, you guys need to step back a little bit and just be like, I need to reassess how I'm trading. I need to take a break.
Right.
Kind of, take your time with it.
Right.
Because, Fahad's, he's doing well, it seems. He's
Brother, I'm
working these
printed.
averages.
I don't know what you guys are dissing about. Look, I'm about to flatten out on a couple of shares, so I'll put 200 on this side right here. I'm about to get filled. Look at it. Watch it. Watch it.
Yeah.
Filled.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and press F2 again, which is my sell key, believe it or not. I'm going to press that. I'm going to put it to 55, start making some money. I'll put another 200 shares because I still got 500. So I'm waiting for this stop right here. It's going to hit this level.
Okay.
So I just got to be patient now.
Yeah.
And guess what? If it drops here, I'll buy more shares. I'll
Okay.
just keep averaging in until
Okay.
my average is better than what it is, which is 44.
All right, so clearly Fahad missed the lesson. Essentially, I'm going to listen to Fahad and pretty much say everything that I've been saying, which is not what not to do. He missed the lesson of if you have a reason to plan an average, by all means. But averaging for the sake of averaging is not the best strategy. So that's just unnecessary risk. Munish Kalia saying, this is how I lost all my money. I mean, you're probably not the only one. Fahad's doing well right now, but we'll see if it keeps going. Keep going, Fahad. I need to cough.
Yeah, no worries. Averaged in once again. I'm just waiting for this, bro. Listen, there's scalping, right? And then there's making money. Because when people scalp, they still lose money.
Yep.
I don't consider. Oh my God! All right, Arun, hold. What I do?
Keep going.
No,
Keep
no,
making
hold
me some
on.
money.
Let me
Keep making
think,
some
brother.
money.
It's all
'Cause
about math.
essentially-
it's numbers, my boy.
So-
Hold on. My
so-
average right now is 43.
So the way.
Yo, what are you guys doing? Who's selling their Apple shares? You guys are not funny. I know they're doing this on purpose.
The difference is that see how much stressful or how much
I'm not
stress
stressed. I'm not stressed.
He's not
I'm not
stressed.
stressed.
But you see how much it excites him when the apple is moving through
Right.
like that, and you see me in my position. The difference is the way I trade is me as he's stressing over there, or maybe he's not stressing. I'm just counting my points. Right now we've got 11 points in the money on these futures as we come towards 10. And now here I am eating a salad. And Fahad, you all right, man?
Yo,
You're
hold
scratching
on,
your
brother.
head.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm listening. What's
Listen,
up?
in life, my
Yeah,
brother,
yeah.
you gotta learn when to lose.
Yes.
That's just life. You can't, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna take some shares out. Brother man, please fill. Okay.
All right.
I
More
had-
shares.
I
More
took a loss.
shares.
I took a loss. No.
Oh,
I
you took
sold.
a loss?
I had to take a loss.
Okay.
That was my stop. So I'm down right now,
Yeah.
$64 only. That's not bad. I was playing around 500 shares. That's not that bad.
I mean, okay.
It's not. And look, it went back up. This chat is playing pranks on me. I just want everyone to notice. So I'm gonna go ahead and start selling
Yeah.
per 100 shares.
Okay.
So please fill, my friend. I'm trying to make some money back. Okay, that's good. That's good. We got filled for that one. How much am I down? Oh my God.
Okay.
Still $59.
Another
That would've been
lesson
shot.
number 2 or lesson number 50. I don't know where we're at right now. Another thing not to do. Don't stare at your net. So
Really?
don't stare at your net. Just do what you need to do on the chart. Staring at your net means that you're just trying to break even. Are you trying to break even?
No,
Are
I'm
you
trying
that
to
guy,
make
Fahad?
money.
You're trying to make money.
A lot of money.
So like you said, sometimes you gotta lose, and that's okay. But like, why are you staring at your net if you're trying to make money?
Well, hold on. I'm not losing, first of all.
Well, you're down right now, so
That's
you're
not
losing.
losing.
Well, you're down right now, so you're
When does the
losing.
market close?
You got time, but you only got about few minutes before
How
we
many
got our
rounds
next
is
guy
in
here.
a boxing match?
I mean, if you get knocked out in the first round, it doesn't matter.
Am I knocked out? Almost. Actually, I would have been shut out if I was a new trader.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
Crazy.
So I'm just saying. So it is, you know,
No, listen. I totally understand. Again, losses are part of the game. Arun.
absolutely.
You have to learn.
I say that all the time.
You
Losses
feel
are
me?
part of the game.
Right. So I don't have a problem with taking L's.
Uh-huh.
Only because I have so many L's to take in life because I've never took them before. So I have a chamber of L's that I can
Oh, okay.
that I can hold to myself. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
This is all new to me. This losing
Yeah.
stuff.
Losing
I
is
don't-
new?
It's so
You
new
don't
to
know
me.
what you don't know what losing
I've
feels like.
never felt this in my life. before.
For the rest of us who know what losing feels like.
You guys, right? Not me.
Yeah, us. We know what we learn over time when you lose as much as, for me, as when you lose as much as I have, you learn what not to do. That's a big lesson that's coming your way because all you know is how to win. You don't know how to, you don't know how it feels when you fall off the top now, do you?
Well, the problem is I've been at the top for so damn long. Oh, relax,
And
man.
that's what I'm saying.
What is this market doing? How do you deal with this stupidity?
I don't
What
know.
are they-
I'm just
what-
looking
like,
at my
what
money.
is this?
I'm
Like,
looking at my money. I don't know
Based
what you're
off
talking
what
about.
does it do this? Like
And
based
there,
off what?
And there is trading for you.
This is
how
some-
do you identify how this market is going to react based on what?
Yo, look, I'm gonna show you this key. It's called Alt F4. Oh, I
Yeah.
was supposed to do that.
Alt
Sorry. Alt F. No, seriously? Yo, go to Arun. Go to Arun and come help me quick.
I can't.
I meant Alt
can't.
F1.
See,
Alt F1 was flattened.
you know
not,
how- you know
well, Alt
how-
F4 closes the app. I just remembered that.
You
I'm
know
a
how bad
computer
this
guy.
could have been? That's why I would never let you sit on my desk right here.
What do you mean?
cannot.
Brother.
I cannot have a live position and you
If
messing
you
around
give
like
me
this.
real money,
I
none
will
of
not
this is
give you
happening. Give me
real money. I will not
give me
give
real
you,
money,
I
please.
can't give you real money. No,
Arun, let me trade on your account, bro, please.
No.
Come on.
Oh, please
man.
no. Oh no, that's not happening. I
The-
love
you know
how
the-
he
the
thinks he
level
can
two?
trade on my account, but
I
no.
need the level
that's
two.
that. It's going to be a situation where he thinks it's like play size and it's not real size because actually I can actually execute those sizes. Next thing I know, come back from my salad and it's going to cost me a ton of
No,
money.
no,
So
I
we're
hit
not doing
Alt F4.
that.
Close
Vlad,
this.
keep on your SIM account. It's all good.
No, he closed the one for that box. Here, I'll do it.
Anyways, okay, all right, here we go. I just can't. At times, when Sharif's not here, Sharif took a personal day, right? So Sharif's not here, and we were gonna rotate through 3 different guys here. We had Obi on. We talked about trading. He's one of the newer traders here,
Right.
and he's trading. Fahad comes in. The different types of people you're gonna deal with, the different types of traders you're gonna deal with,
I
right?
gotta
You
do
have the guy who's willing to learn. Obi was attentive learning. Fahad comes in hot. I know what I'm doing. I don't lose. I don't know what losing feels like. And remember what I said.
What would you say?
You're going to learn today.
Am I?
And the market's teaching you right now.
Brother.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yo, I'm out of my Apple shares.
Uh-huh.
I'm only down 65 bones.
Okay.
I guarantee. How many? I have. Yo, Max, when do you want to go on?
All right.
Okay.
Well, all right. We'll give you another 15 minutes.
Okay. 115, I'll get off.
115.
I guarantee you I'm going to get positive.
What-
I guarantee it.
What happens if you don't get positive?
I
Yeah.
will go bald.
You're already bald. You're already there. That's not.
Okay, how about
That's
this?
not much of a thing.
How about this?
Give me something.
I'll never
Uh-huh.
be cocky again.
That's the lie. I don't believe that.
On the show.
I
be cocky in real life.
I also don't believe that. Give me something that's more
Guys,
legit.
what should I, if I don't end this positive, what, I'll do something. But I guarantee I'm going to end
we'll
positive.
leave it up to the market.
Yes.
What?
But give me a stock I should. What's
Dion says ego has no place in this market. You are absolutely right. The lesson you're learning right now, guys, Trader TV is bringing to you what not to do. We always bring you what to do, but today,
I'm just
for this moment in
different
time,
angle.
what not to do.
Little different
Shave the
angle.
beard. Shave the beard.
I'm not doing that.
Okay, the
that's
beard
for
can't touch
surely.
the beard.
That's-
Apparently, we can't touch the
I
beard.
won't. I'll dye it purple or something, but I'm not shaving it.
Oh, dye it purple?
I'll dye it
Did you hear purple?
No, temporarily one. A temporarily one.
Okay, I'll take
A
that.
temporary
I'll
one.
take that.
But if I do go positive, what's the deal? What's up?
Nothing. It's your ego feels better.
Oh no. I need something to win about. Come on, brother. I
Well,
need a
here's the
wager.
problem. You've been taking, what, 500-600 shares? And
Yeah.
last thing you know, if he's still negative at like 11 or 114, he's going to take like 100,000 shares.
And what is
make a
wrong
penny.
with that, Arun?
That's
Absolutely
not
nothing.
trading, man. That's not
Listen,
real trading. That's not
give me
real.
a stock, guys. Give me a proper stock that has a lot of movement right now, and then watch me make
A lot of
a
movement,
lot of
eh?
money.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I need
Let
like
me-
a volatile one, like a Meta or
Volatile.
something.
Futures moving around hot.
I'm not doing futures.
What happens? I'm going to learn futures.
I don't like futures. ZURA. On what,
No,
NASDAQ?
You're setting it. It's a NASDAQ name, yeah. ZURA. Is that even move? Oh my God. How are you going to get shares on this thing?
But that's not, my level 2 is not even moving.
Oh, I know
That
what
means
you can
people
do.
are not doing
He's
that.
got-
I'm going to put like 500 shares, I'm not going to get filled.
The chat has it. The spiders. Forget the futures. Do the spiders.
I don't know what spiders mean.
SPY.
Yo, I'm actually really
SP
scared of spiders.
This is not a real spider.
Oh, okay. What is it?
SPY.
Y?
And then AM is the market.
AM. Ooh.
There you
see
go.
The movement?
There you go. He's gonna make
And it
some
moves
money.
in cents.
It
Oh,
moves
this
in
is
cents.
done deal.
This is pretty much futures for
Okay.
people that don't want to trade the futures, the contract, or don't have the ability to.
Well, it's kind of, again, you use a lot of words that might come off disrespectful.
Like
you're
what?
kind of belittling.
Like what?
Like can't trade. Like I can trade, brother.
No, I wasn't talking about you. Why
No,
is
no,
it
I'm just
all
saying.
about you?
I know, but look, you see this level?
Can't, as in the ability to trade the futures.
Okay.
Yeah, see,
okay.
not everything's about you as
Right,
much
my
as you
fault,
want
my
it to be
fault.
about you. I know
I'm
that.
gonna do Alt F1. Watch this.
All right, talking about real trades here. Now we just got to the 10s. We're bouncing back on the 15s towards on the S&P side, on the ES futures. I think it's going to be some time. I'm going to start taking some of this out. I really thought we can make a move towards these 10s and actually crack them, but clearly there's some sort of action here between 15 and 10 that I'm going to have to throw some respect at. So I'm going to get some out. I'm not going to get everything, but I am going to get some of it out here, just north of 15. We're going to lock in about, based on the first entry, about 7 points, six and change, and we're going to work our way out of some of it slowly. The stop hasn't changed, the trade hasn't changed. It's just, I knew the decision point on this was going to be 10, and we're getting to that point where 10 might actually not break. So it's time to get some out based on the way we're bouncing. The flip side of this is if we do get back into these 20s and 30s, high 20s and 30s, I can get more. I can essentially get back in what I got out. So we are going to start making a move on the exits for some of these, and we're going to start locking in some profit. Obviously, I'm putting up 25 points to make 25 points, but like I said, as new information comes in, you do have to adjust, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to take some of this out, see if we can lock in some profit.
I'm looking at the spiders here.
All right, spiders. Yep, go ahead, do something. It's not real spiders. You don't have to be scared of it.
Listen, I shorted it.
You didn't short it. You have an offer there.
What do you mean? I'm in.
Oh,
I have
you are
two.
there.
Brother, I'm an averager. I average in.
Okay.
I buy, I go up, I buy more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Neil?
go ahead.
You
Do
see what I
your
mean?
thing.
No, I know.
you're
Well, you know what I
shorting,
mean.
you're
I put the bids out. You know what I mean? I'm shorting it. So my first level was at 96, 97. Okay.
All right,
My next bid will be at 97.15s.
Okay.
So my next level that I'm gonna buy at is 96.88.
All right, do you
So I'll
think?
actually put that right now, right?
Yep.
I'll go like here. I'll do this.
Yep.
96. I'll put 98. No, you mean buy?
No, you're short. That means you're betting on the
I know.
market
I'm
going
saying
down.
I'm buying to make money.
Yes.
When it goes low, I want to buy, right?
You buy to take profit.
Yeah. Perfect. Look, I just got to fill 100.
Okay.
See that?
How much
It's
money did
easy
you make?
money. Huh?
How much money did you make
Don't
on
worry
that?
about it.
You made 3 cents.
Don't watch it. Yo.
Not even 3 cents.
Out loud? Are you serious?
You made 3 cents.
You're not even gonna chat it to me?
No, you made
You're
3
gonna
cents.
say it out loud.
You made 3 cents on 100 shares.
Brother, look at it. Let it drop, my friend.
I am letting it
I'm
drop.
out.
You're out. Yeah, I am letting it. It is dropping. By the way, we got our first fill. We are out some of it in front of these 15, so we are taking some profit, like I mentioned to you guys. So we are locking in something as it comes back in. I'm not a fan of what's happening around these 10s. I wanted to make the decision.
Oh
below
my
10.
God, I would have made so much money. That is just a That is a keyboard problem.
That's not a keyboard problem.
It is. You know why? Let me explain why.
Uh-huh.
Remember when Sean came over here and said, let's fix your keyboard?
That's not.
And I did my shortcuts?
Was it you?
What?
Was it you that not said who that said
This
that
is
88?
This is an Amex. What's Amex? what is AM? What is that?
Which is NYSE Arca now.
Right. We didn't do that one.
Then how are you trading on it?
Because I know Prad's hotkeys. That's what messed me up, my brother. I would have made so much.
Don't clap in the mic, man.
bad.
These people are gonna
Brother,
go deaf.
I don't care. I would have made a lot of money. I would have made all my money back. So I don't want to hear
But
it.
you didn't, so move on to the next
Okay,
trade.
we move on to the next one then. I'm not, see, I don't trip out. Like, I'm composed. I'm composed.
I don't know about that one. That one sounded a little. That's. I don't trip out right after he.
All right. Look, man, just give me a regular stock, brother. Just give me a regular
Spiders,
stock.
man.
I don't like this spider
Why?
AMX. I don't AM. What's
Oh, you
AM?
want
Give me a NASDAQ, brother. I want NASDAQ.
Why does it seem different to you? It's all
Because the
same.
hotkeys, I didn't set him for
Okay,
my light
fine.
kings. That's what just happened.
No, not
You know what?
Apple.
Yo, someone do
Tesla.
the math. Any
Go to Tesla.
mathematicians in the chat, please. Let me know how much money I would have made. I was in at 90, what the hell was it? 96, I believe?
Okay.
Look,
96?
98, and then do the math of how much money oh my God, brother, man.
60 cents.
60 cents, I had 100 shares. How much is that? 60 bones?
60 bucks.
I would have been almost damn near flat.
But you're not, so move on.
Okay,
What else
next
you got?
one. Give me another, man.
Oh, by the way, we got some of it. Remember, we're averaged in here through the 25, so we did take some out at 15,
Yo, give me a good one.
but we still got the rest to go. We're not out of all of this. The whole point was to avoid a mess in the event the market turned at 10. It's starting to work the 10s now. As it starts making a move like this, I think we might be able to move our stop, actually. I think 20 might be a good stop now. Let me spend some time looking at this. As this market is bouncing around these 10s, lock into profit. Let's see how much further it goes. Clearly, Fahad would have made a ton if he held on to his trades, as most of us would say after it all works out. But for now, futures market is moving
I'm
through
getting
these 10s.
pranked. I swear on everything I live for. I am getting pranked. Someone in the chat is watching what I'm doing and going the opposite.
And they're moving Tesla?
Right. So they are doing the opposite.
Yep.
I just punched in long, and the thing wants to drop. I'm not nervous, obviously, because it's still.
So what are you saying, that Fahad is so important? No, what he's saying is Fahad's so important that as soon as he punches in, the stock has to go in the money, is what he's saying.
Right.
So
I'm long Tesla right now.
He's
I
long
need it to
Tesla.
bounce back. I mean, I'm trying to look for this 195.08 level, but I don't know what to do. And like, what is it gonna drop all the way to this one? There's no way it drops to this one. Why would it do that?
This is good entertainment. At the same time, like I said, guys,
Yeah, please.
we were
learn from
trading
me.
earlier. We had Obi on. We learned something. Now we need a break before you guys get back to the midday show. Hopefully, this is entertaining enough. While we're making real money, by the way, real money over here.
Yo, Pratt, switch.
I am making real money over here. We talked about this trade from the 25s. That's 17 points in the money now, and we are working the downside. And we got some out, but we still got the rest of this. So we will play this all the way through towards 4,000, and then we'll figure out what to do once we get to 4,000. I have moved the stop on this. The stop on this is now 40.20, so profit locked in. Regardless of what happens from here on out, we are locking in profit. As everything's falling off, don't even tell me Tesla's still going, because we had that trade at 98.
I'm gonna cry.
Oh, wait, I guess it's 95. 95, yeah, that's active. What else do you want?
Nothing. What do I do here, brother?
Why are you
This-
asking me? You're the one averaging into
this
this.
is
And you
ridiculous.
guaranteed me this. Not to put pressure, but I'm definitely going to put some pressure.
Brother, every time I buy, the thing goes. Boop. Why?
You guaranteed me by 1:15 that you would be positive.
3 minutes left. Man, chill out, man. Just give me some time. It's 3 minutes. A lot of time.
And this is why, guys, this is a great lesson as to why you should be open to trading both sides. I understand that longs are always, the easier way to go, and sometimes you have account restrictions in place. But if you have the ability to either go short or even go long with an inverse, so you can play the opposite side, and you think the market's going to go down, play that side. Don't be stuck in the idea that you can only go long, and long is the only way to play this, right?
I'm gonna come
That's a
over
nice
there for a
20-point winner for me right now. Real money.
Wow.
So here we
Brother,
are.
Stop with the shots.
Just 1 second.
All right. Neil's coming in. Neil's going to give us a lesson now.
No,
What's
I'm
up,
not.
Neil?
I'm not giving a lesson. There was a question you're asking. So Fahad was asking
Right.
why Tesla was going down. Like why when he gets in things are going
Yeah.
down. So essentially, what happens, right, is in the market you've got buyers and you've got sellers.
Right.
And in the moment that you bought, there are more sellers then there are buyers, and that causes the price to go down.
Why wouldn't they do what I'm doing, though?
Because you're wrong right now.
How can you say that?
So zoom out on your chart a little bit, because see how you're zoomed in on. Go to this chart for a second.
Well,
Let me talk
this is
with
Meta.
those charts.
I went to Meta.
But
now.
look at all those charts. Look how zoomed in you are. Pull that chart out and get a better picture of what's actually happening in the overall stock.
So
and if you pull up the Tesla chart and zoomed it out, you'd realize it's been in a downward trend since it failed 200.
I know, but listen, no one told me how to zoom out. Look at this. This is what I'm seeing.
You know what? I give up.
No, but
No one
but
taught
Neil,
you how to zoom out.
No, but look at these.
The magnifying glass with the minus sign wasn't
Where
obvious.
is that?
It's right there, where your cursor was.
Very interesting.
All right. Anyways, people wondering why my futures trades aren't showing up. That's all for equities. So I'm the only one who's on the futures, so we never set it up to show, and it also takes up a ton of space. So because I'm rarely here, I actually just keep the futures trades off the screens. So I am short, and you can see it through my executions. And for anyone wondering from our systems whether if this is live or not, because sometimes people are like, well, that's probably fake. There's my says live trading right there. So there you go. That's my little spiel on my trades. We are long, and we are sitting on an 18-point winner on the rest of this. We did lock in a few points there, just north of 15 on a bounce. So again, this is coming into the afternoon. We're starting to make some decisions in terms of whether this is going to be a legit move or not. We are going towards 4,000, which is great. We finally got through that 40.10, which helps the case for the short. But for now, we are making a move, and we are trying to bounce. And I think, Fahad, this is where the larger picture matters, my man.
Right.
When you have the... Are you about Meta now? Now he's long Meta and Tesla.
Brother, I'm just trying to make some money, bro.
Yeah, I know you're trying to make... You got something to lose right now. Which is your ego.
No.
Because I'm also noticing that you're no longer down $60.
No,
you
brother.
are now down.
No, it's still 64.
No.
Yeah.
I need to.
What's
because
with the pocket watch?
He's running out of time.
Am I though?
You are, because
but am I?
It's 1:15.
Yeah, you got bounce.
You're out of time. How's your day? You're down $350. He went from down $60 to down $350. Because he was trying to prove something. Never try to prove something to the market. Just do what you need to do to make money. Sometimes it means just waiting and being patient, and sometimes just checking yourself. But Fahad, you screwed up. Get out of here.
So how do I just
get out of here?
How do I flatten out? I'm just gonna.
You screwed up.
I'm gonna check mark
It's
this
sim.
one.
It's sim. Just log out, man.
No, flatten. I gotta see how much.
it's
$500 I made.
You lost.
Prove it.
$506.47.
Prove it. Watch this.
You lost.
Alt F4. You literally can't prove it.
I can. What did you do?
I shut down everything. What do you mean?
All right. Well, Fahad's done. Guys, we're going to move on to our next
Can I say my goodbye?
show. Okay, yeah. Okay, put Fahad on. Let's get him on. He wants to say his goodbyes. He wants to lick his wounds a little bit and hopefully feel a little bit better about himself.
All right. Listen, chat. I got scammed out of every single move I tried to make today.
Disclaimer?
No.
Ignore everything he says.
TMS.
All right.
It was simulated. It was fake money, but I truly think I got scammed. Someone in the chat, which is one of you people, are very, very rich, and you seen what positions I was going, and you did the opposite just to humiliate me. Can you believe people would do such thing? Embarrass me.
You did it to yourself.
For no reason whatsoever.
You did it to yourself.
At the end of the day, I'm not a trader. And if Arun doesn't watch his mouth, I'm just not gonna switch the camera on him, and I'm just gonna mute him every now and then. So.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying anything that isn't real. Everything that I say, like, I'm not trying to exaggerate anything, right? If you suck, you suck.
I don't, brother. What the hell is going on?
I can't help you if you
suck. Suck is a crazy word. First of all, don't use that word.
Okay. Anyways.
If I'm not experienced at trading, I agree with that.
But you also
the last thing I do is suck.
You also
I'm
don't
out of here.
come on.
I'm out of here. Max, come take the wheel, brother.
You also don't come on with a big ego and try to swing something. All right, Fahad? You came in with the intention of trading the futures. You left with your dignity barely intact. We're going to move on here a little bit. Anyways, futures market making a move. This is exactly what I want to see as we are moving down. Something else came through. What alert? Google. There we go, Google. Google coming through. Why did Google? Oh, 105.50 on the double top. Okay. Google potentially on the short side for the equity side as well as we make a move, moving on down. So, hey man, 20 points, I like it. Like I said, we do have futures positions on. I am managing this actively. We got some out north of 15. Trail stop has moved just north of 20 now. So regardless of what happens from here on out, we are locking in profit. You guys saw this. I took this trade. When did I take this trade? Not too long ago. 12:26 is when I started working these average shorts. And now we're 45 minutes or so later. We're a decent amount in the money, I think, 20 points, 21 points now. So good trade. That's all I need. And I think as I was saying this to Sharif yesterday, is that I was just trading, like I was barely trading all day yesterday, right? We had the Fed and all that stuff. So I was barely trading. And it's easy to say, oh, why aren't you trading? There's a trade to be made. Every time you guys are probably watching the show, like, oh, let's make a trade, let's make a trade. You got to wait for the right trades, right? So for me, this sideways action yesterday, nothing to be done. But then I came in right at the end there, made the trade I needed to make, and we made all of our money that we needed to make in that move, right? We saw the aggressive moves to the downside. And same thing with today, waiting. Market was inside some ranges that we could have faded, waiting for the turn around 25. We were talking about it, the chat. We were going back and forth around that 25. We're like, if that confirms, we have something on our hands here. And we finally got it. We had to average into it. We got the average, and now here we are sitting in a pretty winner, and that's it. This is all I need. Now it's a matter of just managing this trade, doing the right stuff, and this is what we were talking with Obi with in terms of managing a trade. As long as you do manage it the right way, as long as you have a plan in place to manage your trade, then it's just a matter of waiting for it to happen, right? Decision-making point, like I said, was 10. We're underneath that now. Next up is 4,000. Let's see if 4,000 is going to cause some sort of a bounce. I can see a valid reason for 4,000 to be a problem. One, it's a round number. People like round numbers. The other side as well is that in the pre-market, we actually hit this a little bit. We really tried to get through, couldn't. And after the market opened, we got above, and we kind of bounced. We tried to bounce back down and then rallied up, right? So that area is going to bring some trouble, I would suspect. But we are going to keep an eye on this as we manage through. Let me know when you're set up there, Max, as we roll through. And Google, like I said, double top. And all right, what else we got? Let's go through the chat here. What else you got? Conviction King. It's my plan. It's just my trading strategy. It's not, I don't feel one way or the other. It's just if it's in front of me, I know. I'm very mechanical in terms of my execution, right? I think this goes back to like what I was talking about, like in terms of schooling and whatnot. It's like I understand the boring parts of it. So for me, when a decision needs to be made, you make it. If you need to wait for information, you wait for it. But there's no diddling in the middle. So for me, once I got the green light to take that short, we were going to work that short, and we did, and that's doing well. All right. What else we got here? Farad is over there back at his desk. Hopefully he's looking at my screen and can learn something, maybe one or two. I wonder if next week we're going to have Sharif maybe partner up with Fahad there. It'll be a pretty cool segment. It'll be the learning segment and then the don't do this segment. And I think having Fahad on will be a great lesson when it comes to that. And yeah, we always go back. Fahad and I just talk trash all the time. I'm sure you guys remember it way back when when I log in, when I dial in to do the 9 a.m. numbers when I'm not here, the amount of trash that Fahad and I talk back and forth to each other before I even get on with Brendan, you guys, yeah, there's too many. There's too many stories with that. So us talking trash, that's a normal occurrence. Would I do this with anyone else? No. Fahad's got thick skin. He can handle it. He knows when he sucks, and he just needs to be pointed out. So for him, I know he's good at basketball. Well, he says he's good at basketball, and he's got that that screensaver over there where he's dunked on Lucas, or he crossed up Lucas or something. So he's got that. I think he's good. We'll find out at the summer tournament, but I think he's good. But in terms of trading, I think he's just like everyone else. We've got some lessons to be learned here. And with that said, I see you're all set up there, Max.
Good to go.
All right, Max. We've never met.
We have not.
We've not. So this is the first time. You are a newer trader, yes?
Yes.
How
About
long
a year
have you
in.
been? A year in?
Yeah.
Oh my God, where have I been? Okay. So in the year, how has trading been for you? What was the issue that you started off with, and what have you kind of gotten past so far?
Issue that I started off with, I guess, getting into the right trades instead of getting into the right amount of trades,
Okay.
I was just over trading constantly.
Yep.
Lose.
How do you get past something like that?
It's tough. It's like, I mean, I still do it. I still overtrade.
Right.
But, you know, writing your key levels down in the morning, writing your best trades down, trying not to just like jump into anything that moves.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I had that problem today. I got into like,
Let's talk about it.
I got 61 executions today
Okay.
on a day
Is
where
that-
like the leading volume in the market's 100 million shares on Square.
What trade do you think today? Like, what do you think was one of the trades that you're like, you know what, I really shouldn't have done that? Like, or is there all? Because sometimes when you lose, it's all legit losses, right?
Yeah.
It's all the right losses that you need to be taking. But then there's trades in there like, you know what? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was a reckless move. Like, did you have one of those today or no?
Yeah, there were a couple of those for
You want
sure.
to go through them?
Sure.
I think it's always great to kind of go through the losses a little bit because you learn a lot more from the losses, right? Like the winners are great because it makes you feel good, but the losses is where you really learn kind of how to improve. So I think the losses are great to go over. I mean, obviously it kind of hits at the heart a little bit. You're like, oh, that's a loss. Like, I mean, Tesla was like that 30-cent loss, 35-cent loss that turned into a huge winner. So I get that feeling.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
think we still got to kind of face it and kind of get past it, right?
Yeah, so my triangles aren't showing up for some reason on the charts, but
Okay.
I'm basically long Tesla
Yeah.
right here.
Click.
Right click.
Customization dialog.
Oh, you just
Show
got to.
Oh,
right there.
okay.
Show
There
the
we go.
fills. There you go.
Beautiful.
All right, he's just getting that fixed up. But again,
All
going
right,
through,
all
there
right.
we go. Okay.
Here we go.
All right.
So we're long Tesla off the open.
Yep.
Opening range kind of goes up,
Yeah.
fails
You
here.
want to maximize that chart so we can
Sure,
actually get that
yeah.
up.
Fails here, and then I see it just like crushing offers. So I punch in like, you know, small size starter position, thinking like I can probably get more somewhere, but like
Okay.
I just never really see the spot to get more.
Okay.
And then it's going up. I want to add here on the 198 break.
Okay.
Never breaks.
Okay.
So now I'm like, oh, where am I getting out?
Right.
I pick a spot based on a bid that I saw previously at 196.69, I think it was. I'm like, if it breaks that, all right, we're done. And then obviously, you know, stopped out, straight back up. And now we're kind of FOMOing in, trying to get in on the 198 break, trying again on the 198 break. Then we get into a good position, and because we've taken these losses and this like small winner that we didn't really like, now we're stopping out early on a good position.
Right.
And then, because we stop out early on this good position, you know, I'm trying to manage this next position the way that I wanted to manage the prior position, but we're higher up, and we take the loss in the end when, like, you know, really, I had the right idea that Tesla's going up today, just bad execution
All right.
and over trading.
So I got a question. You're showing us the 1 minute chart. One thing, guys, 4,000 is now gone on the futures. So 4,000 is broken. This is a nice 26-point winner right now. And it's starting to get to that point where south of 4,000, if we do bounce back, there goes 97s. If we start to bounce back a little bit, obviously I may have to move the stop down. There you go. 30 points in the money now on the futures as we start
right.
cracking through the bottom. Again, like we talked about this, so hopefully you guys are better. It doesn't happen too often because of how I trade, right? Where I'm able to get into a trade while you guys are watching and also manage it while you guys are watching, right? So to have this happen in the short time span that I've actually gotten into this trade, it's obviously a great thing, I think, for you guys as well to see how I manage. I talk about it all the time, but I don't always like get a chance to show you guys. So as this market cracks in, I'm starting to look at, remember, we locked in some around 15. We cracked through these evens. Now we're starting to make a move through these 95s. I think if we accelerate through these 95s, the next window, next decision-making window, we talked about this being 40-10 being the first one. Now we're through the 4,000s. If we get through 90, I think you got to really consider the idea that we're going to start going after these 80s and the lows. So for now, all we're doing is trailing. No targets in terms of exits just yet, but I think we're doing a pretty decent job in terms of managing this trade. Hopefully you guys are loving that as well. Your Tesla trade, I wanted to go back to that one.
Yeah.
Like when you started into your trades, I noticed that all your charts are 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Is there a bigger chart that you're using to figure out like why that entry, why that specific break?
So this was more of like a tape situation, but like really, I knew that 196 was a level for some other traders. So I figured, you know, people are short off this, and this flushed like really hard off that 196. Like I think below 195 even, or maybe just to, not 195.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like there's a lot of people short in this 1 minute candle right here.
Okay.
And if we take out the high, then
We have a chance
we
to
can
go.
really push.
Okay. So this is just based on like a much shorter time frame.
Yeah, this is like, let me get in on like kind of a scalp idea, and if this turns into a bigger play,
Okay.
then I'm happy.
Okay, so that's the losing side of a trade.
Yeah.
What is it now? What's the winning side of a trade where like it worked out perfectly as the way you wanted it? Because I want to know what the difference is between when you win on a trade and when you lose on a trade.
Yeah. Today,
Yeah.
not a lot of winners.
No.
No.
Okay, that's just honest. And
was not my
sometimes
day
it's a
today.
hard market to work with, right?
Yeah.
But do you notice that like when you're in a loss or in a losing streak that you're doing something differently than versus your winning trades?
For
Like the
sure, there's
Tesla-
like a mentality there
It's a-
where like,
it's a
I
mental
got to get
thing.
it back. I got to get it back. But
Yep.
like, in the end, it's about the million little things that you do
Yep.
versus, getting whatever, a couple $100 back today or a couple thousand back today. It's about, making a couple million going forward.
Absolutely. That's the long-term goal. You never forget that. Speaking of long-term, do you normally work with just the 1 minute chart?
I like the 15
Okay.
for like the bigger time frames.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll get the 5, but I'll even use the 5 second, which probably
Whoa,
makes
5
you cringe.
second? Oh my, oh man. Wow. How do you make decisions on like a chart like a it's one thing to see order flow and tape.
Yeah.
Because obviously you're looking at by the print. But how do you make decisions on such a chart, or such a short-term chart, like a 5 second chart?
On a 5 second,
Like what are you looking for?
it's just kind of giving me more context.
Okay.
Within like a very tight move, like when I'm getting into this Tesla trade initially, and like things are going crazy, you can have a 1 minute chart up, but you're not going to see anything.
Right.
So like the 5 second can give you a little more context within that like 1 minute chart, that 1 minute.
So now
time
you're
frame.
going from the 15 to the 1 to the 5 second, right? No, I mean, like, is that legit how you make a
That will
decision?
happen from time to time. Like trying to get into a stock, maybe it's consolidating like really tight. You can kind of like find levels on a 5 second where maybe you can kind of spot a reserve on a 5 second that you didn't see on the tape.
So when you make your decision, so I'm assuming that like you're using the big chart, the 15 minute,
Yeah.
right, to figure out what you want to do.
Yeah.
And then you take the smaller chart, like the 1 minute.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we're getting close. And then
Yeah.
you go to the sub chart, which is the 5 second. Like, okay, it's time for me to take this trade.
Exactly.
Once you take the trade, what chart do you look at?
In the first couple like seconds or minutes or whatever, where we're still like, am I going to stop out? Am I going to stop out?
Right.
I'll keep it on the 5 second.
Okay.
And then once we get into the trade and we're kind of like, let's manage a good position, I'll move it out to a bigger time frame.
Is there a reason why, like, once you've made your decision, I feel like this is the conversation that I've had with a lot of these guys. Is there a reason why you don't go back to the bigger chart immediately? Like because you're playing off the big chart, right? And you're making
Yeah.
your decision off the smaller chart. Once you've made that decision, it all fits in line with what you wanted to do on the big chart, right?
Yep.
Would you not want to go back to the big chart?
Just right away once you get in.
Because you made the decision that you needed to make, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So, okay, one more update, guys. I got some more out here on the futures right in front of 4,000. It's time for me to start respecting this 4,000 area because we are clearly having some issues here. So there you go. We are walking away from some of this as well. So now defense is we're playing defense, right? When you're in the money, all you're doing is playing defense. So we got some out here, we got some around 4,000, and we're just going to trail the rest of it north of 40.20. So even if I get stopped out on this, I'm going to walk away with probably like 3 points, 3.5 points or so by the time I'm done. So for now, we're working our way out of this slowly. I'm going to respect it. Obviously, we can do two things here. We can fall apart to the lows, or we can bounce back up. When we made a move towards 95, I thought we could really accelerate down. The fact that we're willing to come back up tells me there could be some residual buying that I need to respect. So I will respect it, take some profit off the table, and go from there. Now, for me, that's just my trades, and those are the ones that I'm looking at. That's the one I was set up. Is there anything that you see that potentially could be that you want to work with? Like, is there any trades that are on the horizon for you?
Not necessarily. It's kind of a slow day for me, but I did just catch my trade ideas scanner here. This note.ny has news.
Note?
Note,
Okay.
N-O-T-E. They got OpenAI news. So given that AI is the flavor of the moment,
Okay.
this thing has squeezed
How do you
from,
play something like that? Because this is something I never do.
Yeah.
Like for me, like I say it all the time. Like I have a price point. I never go below $10. I never go above like 500. Certain things, and these hot movers, they're not technical because by the time you get them, they've already broken through a ton of levels, right?
Yeah.
So how do you, for everyone, I'm sure you guys know out there as well. For me, someone who doesn't know how to trade these, how would you say I should be looking at these like hot movers? How do I play it?
You want to be in early.
Well,
Honestly,
I mean,
like
everybody wants to be in
once
early.
it's made a move like this, I'm not really interested.
Okay.
I've found that like, you know, I've tried to play it after these halts, trying to go for another halt. That doesn't work. You want to be in before the first halt if it's going to halt. And you want to find like what I like to do is find, you can't really see it on this one, but maybe a situation
just
where
go momentum,
it's
right?
consolidating
Yep.
and it'll wick down,
Okay.
grab all the liquidity,
Yep.
right back into range.
Okay.
You can get in. Now your stop is below that wick, and now
Okay.
you have a structured trade that you can take on like a crazy stock where like, you know, risk is
So,
unlimited.
given that it's gone quiet, is this something that you would play towards, like, would you trade it now for going for like a crazy move towards the end of the day? Or would you be like, oh, you know what, it's done its move?
I feel like for the most part, it's probably done its move. If this was doing
Okay.
like crazy volume right now still, but it's kind of died down. We're not going crazy anymore. So,
Okay, so that's
you know,
gone.
maybe you can play a short off, maybe a fail of the high of day, something like that.
Okay.
But, you know, shorting into AI news has not worked in this market. So I think I'll step away from this one.
All right. I see you guys in the chat. You guys were talking about Schwab there. Schwab is sliding aggressively here towards 54 even. The way I'm looking at this is, man, there's a nice little sideways base here. We've bounced around these 54, 55s quite a few times here. So the fact that we're starting to make a move back down here is interesting. Are we going to hold up is the question right now, right? With this, remember, this is the big chart. Let's see what the small chart looks like. We did this on the futures earlier. That's a trend. You don't want to catch a falling knife like this. So you do want this smaller chart to turn. So for me, it's coming into support, but the trend is still negative. So we're going to wait on this one, but I'm definitely going to keep Schwab up as a potential trade here. At the same time, I'm very curious to see if these futures are going to catch a bid here at 4,000. They try to bounce. They got nowhere. Let's see if they actually catch a bid here, because now they're back at 99, 98, and see if we can't work. Remember, we still got some here on the way down, so we're still riding that short from up there. So we're going to work our way through and see if we can make a move down and hopefully get towards the 40, 80, or not 40, 80s, 39, 80s or so. That's the target, right? This was the one-to-one. The 40.50 stop with the 40.25 average price, just in front of 40.25 average price. Then we worked our way through. First one was a little short, but the second one was decent. That's a one-to-one, and then we're carrying the rest. Trail stop is now 40.20, 3 points. If I get trailed out, we don't know what the downside, we don't know what the upside could be if we keep going, right? So we're going to let that one ride out, and this is how I manage my trades. And then I'm going to keep an eye on Schwab as well through that 54. What do you see?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Get some props there. That's Greg
Good,
there,
good.
the DEA floor manager coming in. You see Schwab, right? You see Schwab's charts.
I'm looking at Schwab.
What do you think of Schwab? Like in terms
I
of
have
like
been
the
watching
setup?
this stock
Okay.
for 5 days.
Okay.
If you look at the chart here, this is a 30-minute chart. It has bounced off the 60 price 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And I've been there every time with a stop at 60.01, going to take the breakout, and it has not hit.
So
If I was just shorting this price every day, I'd be a millionaire.
okay. Well, what are you gonna do now? Now, like obviously we got to move on. It didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do now? Now that it's at the price that it's at, it's at 54. What do you
Now,
do
I
with
mean,
this?
yeah, 54 is the support since this big move down, right?
Yep.
Basically, I mean,
Do you think that we can break down to the down? So like, what's your scenarios for this? Like, do we break 54 and continue? Do we break 54, trap, come back? Do we actually catch a long maybe on a bounce? Like, how's Schwab supposed to be played?
I mean, I like the idea of letting it break 54, letting people get short,
Okay.
and then it reclaims right away. You see a bid, then you can get long again with like tight risk. You can get more leveraged instead of like giving it this wide stop that you would have to probably give it down to like, assuming these wicks are real, like 52.
Okay.
Or,
They are
you
not.
structure a short on the breakdown,
Okay.
and like, there's definitely room to go.
So is this something that you would actually look at? Is this in your wheelhouse?
Yeah,
Something
if-
you would do?
If this was happening at 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, you'd
or,
be all over
or
that.
10 a.m. Sure,
Okay.
yeah. Right now, I mean, I think liquidity is going to kind of suck on this, so I'd have to take small shares.
So would you say you play it differently, like the mornings versus the afternoons?
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. So what do you do differently in the morning, or like in the afternoons versus the morning? Because in the morning everything's open, right? You take
Yeah.
whatever you can get.
Yeah.
In the afternoons, you as day traders, we got to be flat by a certain time.
Yeah.
Not the case for everybody, but what do you do when it's this late into the day and you're looking for a trade? Like, how do you play that?
The liquidity at the end of the day is definitely a lot worse. So,
Right.
You're looking for really A++ scenarios because things are just going to chop around usually.
Okay.
They're not going to move. They're not going to give you that clean, breakout, breakdown, and just go move that they'll give you usually in the morning.
So your criteria is a little bit more strict, you would say.
Yeah, more strict. You want to take less shares, maybe get in on a pullback instead of trying to get in on a breakout.
Okay.
And
So
yeah, and
strategy is
just,
different.
more
overall.
conservative.
More conservative in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a result of us having to be flat, or would you like, if we didn't have to be flat, let's just say we carried trades overnight,
Wow.
would you trade it differently?
Probably,
Probably,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're trying to, swing short, I mean, we got a real technical breakdown here.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
And-
probably hammering this thing short, trying to get like a 52 open tomorrow or 50 open
Okay.
tomorrow.
So when you sit down, and these guys asked me earlier about what do I do when I sit down in the mornings, right?
Yeah.
I go through my checklist of things that I do. Like when you sit down at your desk, what
Yeah.
is your process on getting started for the day? Like how do you go about your start?
So first thing that I do,
Trade ideas.
trade ideas,
There you go.
gappers, and then volume leaders.
All right.
So biggest gaps to the upside, biggest gaps to the downside, and then who's leading the market in volume and pre-market.
Right.
From there, look at all the charts, look at all the levels, what do we got? Because this is where you get exciting things from. And if there's anything exciting, then I'm
So
going
you're
to
going after
focus
the
in on
pre-market
that.
movers.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so that's where you want volatility, you want activity, you want market action.
Exactly.
And obviously, you want to keep in mind what the market has done overnight as well in terms of futures action as well. Okay, so S&P side, we know what we're doing on the S&P side. We talked about this. Let's go to the NASDAQ, because I haven't seen the NASDAQ in a while. And a lot of these tech names, obviously with the Apples, the Microsofts, the Teslas, obviously with them doing what they're doing, we got to keep an eye on this as well. We got to 13K. We struggled at 13K. Now, even with the S&P, and do I have that here? Okay, the S&P has come off quite a bit here. The NASDAQ is still up 1.8% on the day, even with this move. S&P is up 0.8, so roughly half. So you're seeing what kind of strength you're getting out of the tech world here right now. Tesla's up 1%, AMD's up 4%, so the chips are up big. Obviously, Apple's up 1.5%, Amazon, Microsoft's up 2.6%, and then you got Amazon up 1% as well. So you're getting a lot of tech strength. And even with this market pulling back as much as it has, NASDAQ has barely pulled back, so which makes me wonder what is going on here in terms of weakness in the S&P. I need some weakness in the tech world as well to carry this trade. I'm thinking, hey, can we break through that low that we put in last night around that 65? If we're not going to get tech strength or tech weakness, I mean, that we need to actually start respecting the current movement. So if tech is going to hold up when the S&P is falling, I think we need to get a little tighter with how we're managing this trade. Yes, we got some at 4,000, but maybe that 4,000 40-20 is not going to be the way to manage this because I'm not seeing any tech weakness. So we may have to clean this up a little bit on the way back down. So let me figure out if 40-20 still has to be the stop or if I can actually move it up just north of 40-10. The thing is, though, you don't want to be too tight with the stops because you don't want to get wicked out. That's a problem that you're going to see as well. But give it a chance, and we'll see if we get that bounce. You got any plays? Tesla?
I missed my Tesla entry. I was waiting for this all day.
Okay. Go through the whole strategy of like why. Why were you waiting for that all day?
Okay,
What was
so
the play?
I liked.
Can you actually zoom that out? I think we have the banner at the bottom, which doesn't show.
All right.
All right.
So I liked 193.50 this like pre-market level, and I like 193 from a couple days ago. It's harder to see on this chart, but I got a couple lines drawn out back on my desk. So I'm thinking, you know, if this thing breaks 193 in the afternoon and you instantly get a bid, then I can get in with smaller size and try to risk down to that wick, and then maybe I get a move back into like 195, 196 for the afternoon. But we missed that. So maybe if I can get a bid like just over 193, I would take that with smaller size because I got to risk more because I missed my initial entry.
Okay.
And then yeah, just try to get it up to like 194, 194.50, and then maybe if we get a bigger move, 195, 196.
All right. Well, we know what we're looking for. We're looking for some big moves here on Tesla. Obviously, with the tech index holding up well, that could be a problem for my short on the S&P side. I mean, that's up 20 points now. We did get some out. Obviously, we talked about that 4,000. I do have to play defense on the rest of this, and I'm thinking, unfortunately, as much as, and this is one of those situations where you have to make the right decision, not the decision that you want to make. The one I want to make is I want to take profit. But the right decision, and I always talk about following your strategy and what you're supposed to be doing with this, is that trail this properly. I see the 4,000, I see the tech strength, but I need this market to actually show me that we're going to bounce strong off these 4,000s. I do not want to get caught in a wash here. So 40.20 is still going to be the stop. We're going to lock this in. That's going to be it. If we take those lows, those not absolute lows, but just the most recent lows at 94s, or even just below 95, I think then I can actually bring the stop down. But for the time being, this sort of a bounce back up, I don't want to do it. That means I have to give back like 20, or like not even 20, like 16, 17 points on a 20-point winner. I don't want to do it, but that's the right thing that needs to be done. So I will do it. And that's why you take profit along the way here to make sure that you don't have to be stuck in that decision or that point where you're like, okay, well, I want to get out, but I want to lock in profit, but I want to let it go. So you take profit along the way so you don't, even when you have to come to this point where you're like, trail stop. I hate it, but I got to put it down. You've already locked in some cash. That's what it's all about, right?
Trail stopping. That's
Trail
something
stopping.
that I've been working on recently.
Yeah.
Little success. I'm
Why do you
always
think that
wanting. I think like I just don't get into enough size initially, where like then once the move happens, you're kind of wanting more, and then when it starts to come back, you know, it's more like hopeful.
Yep.
Thinking versus real trading and executing properly. So
think-
it shouldn't really matter how much size you have. You still have to execute it in the same way.
Absolutely, and that's what it is. That's why I also focus on the points, or in terms of stocks, the pennies.
Yeah.
How many pennies you're making on a trade, not necessarily the dollar value or the dollar amounts.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, when you change sizes, the dollar value changes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
if you're caught up on the dollar value, then it's going to be very hard to change sizes because now you've set a normal for what that size should be, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're getting closer to the end of the day, guys. This market making a move back down. Is this enough? Well, let's find out soon enough. We will. I mean, this close is going to be an interesting one. This has been a quiet one to start, but this market is finally catching a sell wave, and we already know sell waves are much more aggressive to the downside than buy waves are, right? So with a move down, I think getting through that low could open up the door for another short or even a long here. Max, can you take this?
Yep. So yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to get my fill on Tesla, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's coming down now. Maybe I'll get it. I'm bidding like 11s, and then I'll take one more just below 93. And if we crack 192.50 low of day, I would be out of that. But let's see if that comes in. And then Note is moving again, trying to take out the high. Let's see if this thing can do it. There's a big offer here at 45. So if we get through 45, maybe it flies into a halt and takes out that 50 level.
Would you get in if it took out 50?
On the initial break, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh, there goes the market. Through 4,000 again. This makes my job a lot easier in terms of managing a position. But forget this. This is going to take some time. Let's go back to note there. Like, what's the play here for note? Oh, I see you got a trade too.
Yeah. I just got
right.
into my Tesla. I do have a stop in, so we're just chilling.
You got a long on Tesla. All right.
We're long 193.11 right now.
Go through your thought process on that Tesla, because you took
So,
the
yeah.
fill just now.
I wanted that like 193 break and reclaim, and then it's kind of shown me that people want to buy under 193.
Okay.
So, it made a move up, pulls back a little bit. If I can get filled in front of 193, I have my stop, I have my out, and I think I can probably get back to 195 if the market decides to move up. Obviously, you don't think it's going to.
I mean, listen.
But I like this level on Tesla specifically, so.
I made that play on the futures
a long time ago.
A while ago.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just the fact that I'm short now. That was like from 12:26 or so. So we are well past the decision point.
You wouldn't be getting short at this point.
No, I would not be. What I'm doing, though, is I'm defending my short, meaning we are getting to that point where this market could catch a bid and could turn.
Yeah.
So I can see the reasoning for the longs, right?
Yeah.
So at the same time, that's exactly why I'm trying to protect my position on the short side, because there could be a reason why we could turn. So for me, it makes perfect sense. The fact that you're playing for the 193 break and fail and then pop back up. What's your target for this, though?
So my initial target's going to be kind of in this consolidation here above 194, and then, if we catch a real bid, we know how Tesla can move.
Okay.
This can do a couple points in a couple minutes if it wants to. So, we'll see on the last piece if we can get into 196, but that's kind of that's probably dreaming.
To get back, okay. So what's your plan? If you're looking for what's your first target, and then how do you manage it if you don't get to your target? Because I know for me, if we get close, I start making decisions on how to move the trail.
Yeah. If we get close to my target, I'm watching the tape.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a seller.
Okay.
I'm trying to find something that's telling me to get out or something that's telling me to hold. So if I'm seeing offers just get crushed over and over and over again, then I'm just gonna hold. I might cancel my offer and see where this goes. Versus, if there's a big offer that's not getting filled and we're 20 cents away from my price, I'll probably just punch out.
All right. I mean, there you go. Man with the plan. Right there, as we make a move on Tesla. Now that's sitting nicely 15 cents in the money as we are catching the bottom. If that Tesla bounces off that 193, I think we get back above 194. We might be seeing that 196. I know you said that might be hopeful, but I think that bounce off that 193 into 194 could open the door for a nice little move to the upside. And Tesla's been doing its own thing. So even if the market's been coming off a little bit, Tesla's been doing its own thing. In the rally that we got in the market as a whole, Tesla, what does it do? It went sideways, right? That's why we were working that short earlier that I got out of prematurely. But it was doing its own thing. So clearly Tesla is not, even with the overall market on the NASDAQ side of things being strong, Tesla is somewhat relatively weak. It does feel a little bit weaker. But now that the market slid, Tesla's also slowing down a little bit. So I wonder if there's a play on the other side, and I think that's what you're playing for here, is that 193 failed break. Are we going to slow down here on Tesla and actually move to the opposite direction? Is this an inverse of the market on the day? I think that remains to be seen. But quite the move here on the upside. Well, barely on the upside for the market. We got a little bounce, came back in, but it is enough to respect it. And we're starting to work now 40.10 to 4,000, and we're bouncing back and forth. I think that's going to be a key level. I'll be here. So maybe at some point, if you guys are curious, put in the chat for these guys on the show. They can ask me what I'm doing with this position, what I'm doing with the rest of this position, and we'll talk about it. Right? I'm going to have this until 4 o'clock, assuming that it keeps going the way it's going. But I'm planning on letting this one play itself out through the bottom. Let's see if it actually gets there. But that's the play that I've got here, and I know you've got that Tesla trade as well. Tesla making a move as well. This is a great trade. This is a great lesson here. Oh, I should forget that. You were going to make a move on note, was it?
Well, first of all, I'm about to get stopped out on Tesla.
Okay.
Oh, held it. Let's see.
What are you playing, south of 50?
Yeah, 49 is the stop.
Okay.
If it hits, it hits. I'm happy. I think it's a good trade regardless.
What is, you're risking 50 cents. Your target is going to be, if you got 96, it'd be great, but your target is going to be somewhere.
Somewhere about $1.
And then you're going for 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was worth it here. This is a level that I've had for quite a while on Tesla, so I'm happy with it. But we also got note going. I was wrong. Should have taken that 50 break. We're printing in the 80s now.
Okay.
This thing is going.
Just when you thought it was done.
Just when I thought it was done, the volume picks
Just when you thought it was
up.
done, the chat heard that and said, no,
No,
it is not.
You are wrong, sir.
All right, so it is making a move. Note, what is Note? It was a bio, is it? Let me double check that. It is.
They got a partnership with
oh,
OpenAI, apparently.
Oh, it's an AI play.
Yeah.
See, all the stuff that I don't know about because I don't track this stuff. But yeah, Note is making a move. Where's Fahad? I think Fahad would have a great time with Note right now. It is, maybe not. It looks more exciting than it really is, apparently.
Yeah.
But here is quite the move here on Note. Futures market bouncing back in. What do we got here? Let me check the overall market before we head back to the main show, guys, or the closing show with Sean Neal. As we mentioned off the top here, Brendan is off today. He is sick. Sharif's taking a personal day. He'll be back tomorrow, I believe, with me. And then next week, I know somebody else is going to be here for besides Sharif. So we'll figure out who. It could be most likely the Max right here. He could. How do you feel about like being on camera, and how do you feel about doing this right now?
Definitely nothing that I've ever done before, but
Does it make you trade differently? Does it is it something that you're like, you know what, I'm uncomfortable? I don't know why that was a struggle.
It's definitely tougher to take a trade when you're focusing on multiple things, because I'm usually the kind of guy who's like staring at the level too, watching every bid, watching every tick.
Okay.
So, taking a trade while you're on camera, thinking about other things is tough.
It's not
but
easy.
I mean, I'm sure you get used to it.
You do get used to it. I mean, obviously, you guys who have been around for a while now, I was, not as comfortable on camera as well, right? I was exactly that trader. I wanted to be just focused on my trades, and I just wanted to do like what I normally do. And I say that all the time. I try to do things very, very quietly. So to put me all of a sudden under the lights is such a big deal for me, because I would rather not the attention and just kind of do my own thing. But at the same time, it takes time, and the more you do it, the better you become. You just like trading, you have to get a little plan in place on how you're going to trade while being on camera.
Yep.
Not everybody can do it, and it's definitely not going to be an easy thing to do from the get-go. But I do think, just like trading, if you put in the time to kind of figure out what your solution is going to be for working with the camera and working with the thing, it's good to have two people, right?
Yeah.
Because when something needs to be done, when you need to make a trade, then you spend time with that trade while the other person is talking or going through the chat, like I was doing earlier with Obi, right? And then Fahad. And I think right now, I just need to know, I know you haven't been trading that much since you've been on, but also it's your first time.
Yeah.
So I think if you are partnered with Sharif, I think going back and forth and letting them know, I want to trade, he'll carry it for a bit. So I think it'll be a great experience going forward. Obviously, Fahad, if he wasn't any better, he would be on the show. But sorry guys.
A little beginner's luck there for Fahad.
We just need him on the show. His beard is going to go purple now, apparently. Fahad, I'm still trash talking you. You know how it goes. Don't even.
He's too scared.
But anyways.
Oh, we're talking about this. You get hurt. Arm wrestling's not good.
No, we're not doing that. But even Sharif,
Fahad's scared.
Sharif and I talked about this, and we said we would never do that because it's just an injury waiting to happen. Because we both want to continue our workouts. Fahad, on the other hand, he does not care, and you know how he traded. That's how he's going to be arm wrestling too, which is a problem. So for me, we'll bring in Fahad. Well, let these guys figure it out. It's not my situation, but maybe there could be that segment where it's like, what not to do. Segment with Fahad, learning with Fahad, trading with Fahad. Don't do this. We see all these YouTube videos like, this is why you shouldn't do this. There should be a cut segment with this is who you should not follow when it comes to trading. Don't be this guy. And Fahad's picture will be...
Fahad's your guy, if that's what you're looking for.
Absolutely. Obviously, we've got 4,800 viewers. How many likes? 2.4K likes. You can get the likes up for Obi earlier, for Fahad, and then now for Max. Just get those likes up for these guys, and we'll close it out fairly soon with a few minutes left before we go back to the closing show. Any thoughts on just overall, just maybe the market, maybe how things are going here for you? What do you think?
I think I'm going to still be watching Tesla for the rest of the day. I got a couple more levels below, 190. Might try the same thing. But yeah, I think there's not a tremendous amount going on today, sadly. So like I don't have that much on watch. I might keep this note on watch. If we try to make another high and then fail that, I'll see if I can get some shorts on this and try to
Shorts on note.
Yeah, because you know they make these big moves and then usually they'll make that extension move and then you can get short, take it back to VWAP, take it back to a 50 period, something like that, a former breakout price. And I think like 250 seems to be a price that this stock likes. So if it gets up to $3, maybe try to short it back down to 250.
All right. A short back down to 250. Here goes the market, guys. Overall, as we are about to close out the show, we've got another 90 seconds left. As we close out the show, this market now is still continuing. There you go. There's 31 points on the rest of this as we make a move and continue the downside here as we are rolling through the lows here now. We just need to accelerate a little bit more. One thing I will leave you guys with before we head back to the main show is that we are heading into this area, which could become a problem, right? This area. We saw a lot of action back and forth in the pre-market north of 90s towards that 95. We're starting to cross those 95s now. We're starting to make that move down through. Let's see if these guys are going to hold up here or not. Now, this, as I mentioned earlier, if this market actually did this specific exact situation or had this exact situation where if it went back towards those lows from where we popped down or kind of dropped down after we took out the 4,000s, if we came back down, I can actually get tighter with the management on this, right? So now I'm thinking, we're at 94. Trail stop was at 20. Trail stop comes all the way down now, all the way to 4,000 even. Now we're automatically locking in. This is the right move to make. For me, I'm okay with this. We're locking in now 25 points by the time I'm done with this. 25 points on this, the final piece of this, or the last leg of the entries that we've been working since the mid-20s. So here we are, proper management on this trade. As we close out the show, guys, thank you so much for watching the midday show with me. Max is right here.
Thank
and
you.
Let's go back to the closing show with Sean and Neil, and I think Fahad's at the desk. Damn it, why is Fahad at the desk?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was counting the money that I didn't lose in trading. That's $800 if I was right.